Woo. What's up, everybody? We're going to do the late night division. If anybody wants to come up, have their spiel, have their run, links in the chat. Come on up. If they want to give their 2 cents, continue a conversation. If not, we could just, hey, we could end this early. So how y'all doing today? Woo. What's up, PK?
Yo, what's going on, man?
Not much. Seeing if anybody wants to come up and talk, finish the conversation. Hell, I don't have a problem ending it early either.
Shit, I just pick it, have a couple of drinks until I pass out. Shit, fuck it.
Sounds like a man in Canada plane right there.
Yes, sir. Got the whiskey going, got the Coke going, got the got the herb. I'm good.
Yeah. I just read on my timeline Conor McGregor lost by TKO.
Oh shit. Let me check.
Yeah. Even my cat was like, what?
Yeah, I hear him in the background like, what the fuck?
You must be a Conor fan, huh, Pichu? It was like, what? he probably had some catnip on that bet. So like, what?
Damn, the TKO, huh?
Yeah. Hey. He was on a layoff, a hell of a layoff. So yeah. That can get you. That
That'll do
layoff
it.
can get you.
Yeah.
So everybody's doing tonight. What's up? I'm listening. Sorry, Anthony. What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm just like, God damn. The way he looked in that corner, man, he looked like he beat him like he stole something.
I didn't see it. I'm sitting here looking at the what do you call it?
The reviews,
Yeah, the reviews.
a lot of people are like, holy shit. Hmm.
Let's see what we got here. Let's see, I'm walking out. Just pat down.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, let's see some action. Where's that? Oh, wow. Okay, the YouTube clip doesn't even have any action. All right, let's try another one.
They're pretty quick. The UFC is pretty quick on shutting down channels or live streams.
Yeah, someone was live streaming it.
Like bit today. I'm just thinking to myself, like, damn. From what I hear, he was giving Conor some heavy shots and heavy leg kicks.
Yeah, it looks like a back and forth. This is in the first couple round. It looks like round one. Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
pretty even.
Yeah. Hmm.
I see him exchanging some hits here. Dustin's not putting out too much, but what he is catching Conor with is kind of mean.
Yeah. He giving him a couple
Okay. I see what happened.
give him a couple of take those witches.
Yeah, that's what happened. He dropped he dropped his guard and fucking yep, that'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Conor's starting to get a little bit older anyway, and
I think Conor just took too many layoffs, man.
yeah, that'll do it too.
Too many layoffs when going against a much more active fighter.
Because
And then,
Dustin, he didn't look to like the exchange of blows didn't look to be like a anything I would call overly skilled.
yeah,
It looked like it was just like he slugged them out.
yeah. And then timing can be off like a bitch too, by the way.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. We'll see if they do a second fight.
Oh, this will be the third. Connor won the first, he won the second, so hopefully we can get a triangle going.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Hopefully,
they're gonna do another.
I
I
mean,
don't think his pride, like his Irishman pride, won't let him live that down.
no. I think I would love to see Nick and Nate Diaz get back in there if they like. I think we're missing a lot of good fights. They talked about GSP and Khabib, but you know, GSP is getting older, so we shall see.
A lot of these guys are in their 30s now,
Yeah,
so I mean, they ain't quite, fresh face like they used to be.
nah, that shit could take a toll.
Yeah, because I mean, it ain't quite like boxing. You know what I mean? It ain't quite the same thing.
Even with boxing, you have like a limited
Window.
Yeah, that's what most combat sports anyway.
I was set up here before I seen Kev streaming. Was set up here watching some old anime catalogs.
Sound like a goddamn plan.
Yeah, I was set up here trying to go back through. Have you ever heard of an anime called Berserk?
Oh yeah. Not for kids, I'll tell you that much.
Nah, hell no. That shit is. Woof.
That shit is dark.
Yeah.
When people talk about Black Pill, Berserk is Black Pill.
But that's that shit, though. I tell you what.
It's action packed, but man, this is dark. Like fucking Hellsing. The OVA. You talk about Ultimate Hellsing?
I watched.
Dark.
Which one was it? Hellsing Ultimate, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, I watched that shit. It was great.
that was dark. I'll tell you what. People like to talk about red pill and blue pill. Shit. Anime can have like blue pill. Like something like Avatar would be blue pill.
Oh hell yeah.
Dragon Ball would be red pill. Berserk is fucking black pill. Fuck you, fuck the world. And they mean it.
You think this shit's gonna get better? No. It's all downhill from here.
Oh yeah. He watched the love of his life get R-word by his best friend.
Yeah.
He gets a scar where he attracts, not finds, but he attracts demonic monsters around him every so often. He was unfortunately R-word as a child and actually killed the man who R-word him. I mean, that's some dark shit.
Yeah. And not to mention he was born from he was born from
a
a
mother who
lynched
was
mother.
Yeah. I'm like, Jesus Christ, he started out the world black pill.
I mean, shit, wouldn't you?
If I lived in his shoes, yeah. What's up, Gerald?
What's going on? What's going on, fellas?
Not much.
Just chopping it up, Gerald.
So okay, so what's the topic? What's the topic?
Well, let's just open topic right now. If anybody wants to go, we were just talking about, old school anime and how blue pill, black pill, and red pill certain shows were.
I sit back and now that I look at these shows, like again, Married with Children, I don't find it so funny because I'm actually listening and looking, and it's like, wow, how they degraded the young man who was smart, how they pushed their daughter out who was dumb and a promiscuous woman, and Peg
Mm-hmm.
never had one job,
Mm-hmm.
not one job.
And she
It's
re-
like
and she really wasn't much of a housewife either.
she couldn't cook, didn't cook. It's like, okay, so
A lot of shows are. I actually think a lot of shows are analogs into different worldviews, and a lot of shows that we watched, at least on mainstream media growing up, are like Officer Faulkner said, different views on the world, and can give you different insights into how that shit goes. You know.
true, true. I once heard Phil Valentine, and he was so on point when he said some things about when you see a show with a man and a wife, the man is always a buffoon. Case in point, Tyler Perry, House of Pain. The dude is a great singer, and I think he's a good actor, but I go back to what Phil said. He plays the buffoon. Then you look at Bill Cosby and his shows was good, but even though he was a doctor, he also played the buffoon. And I'm still trying to find the first black person in my life to be named Heathcliff. In my 63 years of life, I've never met a brother with the name of Heathcliff. Never. Not once.
I've
And
met
I'm still,
quite a few men named Heath, but all of them were white. All of them were white.
but Heathcliff,
Nah, I've never even met a person named Heathcliff.
see what I'm saying? So even though I like Mr. Cosby, I sit back and look at his show, how his show molded us to go to college and do this, which was good at the time. But I'm so upset because they never, and they didn't have to. They herded us like cattle and herded us away from economics. I get it. $1 trillion spending habit. Half of that money comes back home. We still up and running. But these other cultures have to fight us because they need us to still consume so they can live. Case in point, the hair industry. How the hell did these people from Asia control the market of the females, especially the females of tone? $1 billion industry, and they get upset at us because we say maybe we should invest this money on something else.
You know what, fellas? I had to tell my coworker, the good lady, she believes in her religion, her Christian religion. I said, look, one, don't think you're the only person that didn't read that book.
Right?
Two, I remember listening to her about men might get shook about being a servant leader. I said, men are, she was like, the man is supposed to submit to his wife. I said, no, he isn't. So the problem with this is that y'all just don't want a man to have total control. See, I went out earlier today on a date, or a meetup anyway. Not even a date, just a meetup. Sat in the car. Never slept with the chick. Nothing. She asked me all these little clues about myself. Oh, what's your favorite superhero? What's your favorite candy? And she literally bought me a bag with Superman from Action Comics She even got my favorite Superman, the new 52 Superman. And she literally gave me a bag with all the candies, the wipes, and all this stuff, and a care package for when I have surgery Monday. How many women are going to do that? Didn't even ask for anything in return. Love my, just love speaking to me and love my presence.
What's her culture?
She's black.
Okay.
Yeah, it's either there are two reasons that could have happened, and at least prior to you, and it probably had something to do with either her upbringing or her mindset, one or the
And,
other.
and you got to remember, she was raised by her grandmother.
Oh, that says volume right there. Apparently, her grandmother wasn't a ratchet person either.
Mm. And I've said this a long time ago. If you see a woman who was raised by a Gen Xer, she's done. She's done.
Say it again.
If you see a woman raised usually by a Gen Xer, she's probably done.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've noticed this because my coworker who I spoke about, her mom who passed away, God rest her soul, was a boomer. And
Okay.
anytime you're 40 with your virginity still intact, I mean, hey, two things, it's either you're fucking crazy or you really hold on to that wait until marriage thing. But it goes back into the culture. It goes back into your reality. Like I had to tell her, I've had asked her questions just to pick her brain. I asked her, do you think the modern women overestimate their value when it comes to mating and dating? And she said some do. She said some to most do. I said, well, thank you. Because you're right. Men know where we stand. Men aren't going to tell you, hey, I'm not a dime. Not trying to be a dime. I'm trying to get where I could get in, where I fit in. Hell, it had to be a man who admitted that saying, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So when you look at the modern women, you look at all these shows, Kevin's, Obsidian's, BGS's, Angry Man's old shows when he had people calling in. Even my show. You'll have women say, I'm a dime. I'm this, I'm that. You're like, you know what the funniest thing about it is? The women who are truly eights and above, you never really hear them proclaim it.
Nope.
Because it's commonly known that you're a beautiful woman. As a matter of fact, here's one thing you really find strange. They try to tone down their beauty.
Hey, listen, I'm from Louisiana, man. And one thing growing up in Shreveport, by going to New Orleans, never seen gorgeous women like that in my life. But funny thing about the light skinned women back in those days, they hated their tone. And I used to say, well, tell me why you hate your tone. They simply would say, because it reminds me of what happened to our ancestors on the plantation.
I'm gonna,
Somehow they turned
I'm gonna tell you a secret.
what?
A lot of people, when you go back through the history and look at the miscegenation laws, what is not commonly known is what really went on with people of lighter skin tones or mixed people.
Uh-huh.
Um, so, for instance, a lot of people understand the colloquialism of what a house nigger is. I
Hmm.
mean, but that was a rare sight because for the most part, miscegenation was frowned upon, so much so to the point that they would kill mixed children. All
Yep.
right. So
Yeah.
it's not as though that was a normality. That was very rare. Very rare. In fact, even today, when you go down and you go through demographics over the last 40 years, you can actually see that mixed people, at least black and white mixed, only account for about 3% of the US population. There's a reason for that. It isn't it's partially due to miscegenation and the violence that would go along with that for even having for being a mixed person in this nation, from not
Yes,
necessarily just white people. It isn't. It's something that's frowned upon by by black people as well to a certain extent. However, the violence was mostly enacted by white people, so it's uncommon for the most part, and still is to this day. That's why it's so rare.
But you got to remember why the mulatto or the mixed person, I hate using mulatto, but that's what they were called back then. The reason why they would go hard is because they were people of they were from two different worlds, but they can't fit in either, if that makes sense.
yep.
The,
Not
the,
black enough and not white enough. Yep.
they would usually want to be on a higher pedestal than regular black folks, but they want to always chase that white stream. Do you really think if they had a choice in the matter, they would pick the losing team? They were forced to mingle with the losing team, and then they were made the buffer class.
I
And
think I think a lot of that, and of course I'm gonna be a bit biased because I fit into the quote unquote mulatto group.
Really?
Yeah, I'm mixed race.
Okay.
So I know a bit
Give
more
us
about it.
father's a brother and mother's Caucasian or what?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's a catch-22 in the sense that when you look at the history surrounding mulattoes in this country, some of them, yes, were made into a quote unquote buffer class, but for the most part, a lot of people that were quote unquote mulatto were either killed off or moved
mhm.
completely.
I say move.
Well, both is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So for the most part, here in America, I think it's for me. I know that you may have your own opinions on it, and some not even opinions, but to a certain extent, recorded history on it to say that we were made into a buffer class. But I don't. I'm a little bit skeptical in the sense that you can't be much of a buffer class with only 3% of the population. You catch my drift.
Well, that's the purpose of a buffer class. When the purpose of a buffer class is to have a select few to block the majority. So, in other words, how many people are going to be the leader of a class? Very few. So, when you have very few of your people educated, that automatically in most societies make them the authority, right?
Well,
When you think about it, and this is how we react. Remember, especially back then, that mulatto group or that mixed group, whatever you want to call them, they were educated because they were still whomever's children.
okay.
And guess what? If they're made into a society where you're not black enough, you're not white enough, a lot of these people started making their own class. So what would happen is they would get political favor because of the lightness of their skin. That's where you get a lot of these tests, these stupid ass paper brown tests come from.
That was that was in the South. Yeah.
So it's no fault of theirs, but could you blame them from taking advantage of it? No. If you really think about it on a basic level.
I must be old. I gotta be old because in my days they called hell just. In fact, the word mulatto didn't even exist to us in the '60s. It was like you just a light skinned brother, and that's just the way it
Yeah,
was.
yeah, and then you got to remember, historically, a lot of them were given favor. Was it a fault of theirs? No. And that's how you created a lot of dissension between brothers who I can't blame a man or a woman of her parentage. She didn't ask who he or she didn't ask who her parents were going to be,
Nope.
but they created a lot of dissension because if I give them jobs and education, and I give the darker people my ass to kiss, well, we would give you the same thing, but the quote unquote mulatto class, they took the jobs first. The whole time, the reason why you have a buffer is to block. You had some people who were mixed who fought just as hard for civil rights for black people. What do you think
Who?
Frederick Douglass was?
Oh, George M. James. I think that's his name. He was a mulatto, but they fought
Mm-hmm.
more on our side of the fence.
Mm-hmm. You gotta think Frederick Douglass.
Yes.
We forget about that he's mixed. But then you had others who fought hard for the other side, unfortunately.
Uh, W.E. Du Bois. He was, even
The
though
boy,
he was on our side, but he was a sellout to Marcus Garvey.
because he was a PhD and one of, if not one of it's the first PhD of his kind and out of his school. I forget what school he went to. It eludes me for the second. But
I think he went to Howard. Not
I
sure.
think he went to Howard, and I know he went to Howard, but where he got his PhD?
That's up in your neck of the woods there, Charles.
Yeah.
And that was actually, that's funny that PK said that, because Howard was the school for the mulattoes. Howard is the university that created the snitches, the FBI's, and the sellouts.
That's
At
that's what
least
I meant.
that's what we. That's, think that's what we learned in the South, though, because of the attitudes of the people. You come from the South and go up north, the arrogance. Like, look, I'm gonna hit home because I know you know this person. There's and this is my nephew that I don't that he does. We know of each other, but we're distant. His last name is Williams. His father is an officer in the Washington D.C. area.
Oh yeah, thank you, Shonda. He got his PhD from Harvard, the first actually to get a PhD in Harvard. The black man to get a PhD from Harvard, but yet, what's up, Art? You might want to come up here, Art. It's a good conversation, but you know, a lot of that, and I don't blame a lot of people back then because shit was hectic, and people don't have the luxury of our education. But when you when you go out of your way to destroy your own and the people who accept you, that's a bit much. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yep.
I don't necessarily disagree with anything that was said with that. I got an echo. Is it on my side?
Yep.
No, it should be. Hopefully, it's not. But
When they say someone echo, that means they say there's an invisible entity in the room listening to us. So if you echoing, apparently you saying something that's right because they
oh yeah,
listening.
oh yeah, that's hello NSA.
Oh God. Oh God, no.
Shit.
Not today.
We're just talking about history. Oh yeah,
But
and
they don't want us to know history.
and see, and it took to the point where Garvey was not only arrested, but he was also deported,
Yes.
and
Yep.
how white America turned their back on divorce
Yep.
or Dubai, whatever or whatever you want a pronunciation wants to be, because it is French. So
I think a lot
Dubois.
of a lot of that separation came down because of the fracturing that happened because of the institution of slavery in general and the outcomes produced. So, for instance, what I mean by that is obviously the children born out of these relationships or whatever the fuck you want to call them, uh, the mixed people that were born out of that, of course, were placed in a higher class by virtue of the fact they were born as someone white. Okay, now I'm not saying it's right, but at that point, the divide happened, and obviously, um, Black America and White America had a problem with that to a certain extent. So those people were forced to forge their own
Wait,
identity group out of it to a certain extent,
right.
and that's why you find that light-skinned people, even up to this day, because I would say that hasn't changed much. It's changed to a certain extent, but not completely. Where you find that there are some light-skinned people who still try to trend towards the white group or the white identity, and some light-skinned people that trend towards the black identity. So I mean, I think that that's mostly due to them having to claim their own identity group because they were forced into it. That's the only road that was truly available. Because as much as Black America, says that they were welcomed with open arms, that isn't true. We know that because there's historical reference for, even the name of house nigga. You get what I'm saying? So I mean, that didn't come from out of nowhere. That wasn't born without any context. You get what I'm saying?
You also, when you say that, I kind of just went somewhere when you said that, and you say like when we was bought here, only for me to find out now, PK, that majority of us wasn't bought here. Our black asses was here. We was here in America. Now, I had an Asian chick, a friend of mine. I used to love this song, "We Are African," and she was always crack on me. Gerald, you really African?
Hey,
Not
Gerald,
knowing,
don't,
huh?
don't go too deep off into that because I need to grab
Okay, I
another.
won't.
I need to. No, you can, but I need to go grab another drink. So I'll be right back.
Well, yeah, okay, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the teacher here. We have
She
the
said
art new
PhD from
style.
Harvard.
We have art new style in the building.
What's going on, people?
How
What's
you
up?
doing,
What's
Art?
up?
I'm just doing a little late night work for an hour, then I'm gonna head back to bed.
Uh,
Still doing this whole administrative stuff, so gotta cram and do this stuff and get it out of the way.
So how you been, man?
I'm binning, just chilling,
Got
you
you.
know, trying to exist, trying to fight to exist, to be honest.
We all doing
So,
it, man. We all doing it.
yeah, so that's what
Hey,
we got.
Charles Shonda said that he got his PhD from Harvard.
oh yeah, he was the first black man to get one.
The first
Uh,
Negro, huh? We in the symbolism again.
oh yeah, gotta be the symbolism.
So I wonder did they just give it to him or did he really earn it? Because he was their, what's the word I'm looking for? He was their boy. He was their sneaky agent who went in and tried to undermine Booker T. Washington and all of those guys. And
Mm.
W. Du Bois was something else. Him and Marcus Garvey did not see eye to eye, man. They didn't. And W. Du Bois played that skin card. He played that skin
Mhm.
card, and people don't like talking about that. But I've heard some old professors talk about it. They said basically he wasn't shit. That's what they said. They said in the history books, they put him out there to be this great man when really he was a man who undermined the movement.
Yeah, he did.
Well,
Oh
So
yeah.
people
We
have
got
to.
a. By the way, Art, we got your theme song when you come on. Ready for it?
Here we go. Make sure it's not copywritten. This is the meters.
Mm-mm. Man, Aaron Newbell, Hercules. Oh, that's the theme song for the show.
I'll take whatever, brother, as long as it's putting money in the pocket to feed the family.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
So, what's your take on Dubois, when the mulatto class of America?
Well, Um, I'm pretty. I'm not a Libra or nothing, but I always look at what's necessary, and then the other part that things that kind of like went left, that kind of thing. And then you got to think about too. People are just trying to formulate things until it worked. So obviously, there's going to be some sacrifices. And as far as Dubois, um, from what I gather, it took him a while to realize that even though you got some of the slave master's blood in you, you gotta at least hold on to some of your roots to identify have some kind of identity away from your slave master. And he didn't live long enough to even push that. And you know what's funny? Funny or not funny, he was up here calling Marcus Garvey an ape or a gorilla and all that kind of stuff. But yet, before he died, he was going more into that direction that Marcus Garvey was going into.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's something you got to look at. No matter how much you are high yellow or mixed or whatever it is, you still got that blood in you. I don't
Yeah.
care if you were here already from
Yep.
Africa, whatever. You still got the blood and you can't deny it. That's nature.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think with him, he realized that he didn't realize through all the education, through all the accolades and academia, he didn't realize the one rule: you just a nigga to them too.
You got to have
Bingo.
that balance. You got to have a balance because there's an education component, then you have a life experience component. So if you're trying to do primarily education, you lose touch of your community, you lose touch of your people. You got to have all of that. I mean, you even have to have a global sense. That's see, people start. I mean, if you think about it, that was the key back then. And then all of a sudden, I think probably after the '60s, people kind of lost track of that. And the people that went global, they never came back. They were like, "Fuck this! I ain't going back in this place." So you
James
got,
Baldwin.
yeah, he
Yeah.
didn't come back. Did he die in France?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah. So these people. I mean, that's the thing. And I'm not saying I'm not peeing on my country or nothing like that. But there is a racist component that people just don't want to come back to. There's racism in other countries, but over here, man, it's on steroids, and it seemed like it'll never change.
Yeah,
I
that's what
mean,
I was speaking mostly to. I was saying I'm not trying to make a case that light skinned people shouldn't, or mulatto, whatever you want to call them, mixed people shouldn't, be advocating for the rights of African American people as a whole, because we are the same. We do have that blood that runs through our veins. It doesn't change just because you're a few skin tone
Right.
shades differently. Now,
Hmm.
Right.
now I think that something that also can be said is, as a collective, I think there is an individual choice that's been borne out because of the bad blood in terms of racism and the role that it plays here in this country, and what type of position that puts a mixed person in. Because I acknowledge, I don't know that not everyone here may be on board with it, but I acknowledge that it puts you in a very peculiar position. All right, because you're delving into two different parts of America, knowingly or unknowingly. And even back then, when you put it into context, things were much more racially charged. So you have a much more serious decision to make, especially when your life could potentially be at stake.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
brothers, all
Go ahead,
three of
Pam.
you brothers sound like y'all from either the East Coast or the West Coast, but you just basically spoke upon the Bible Belt. Growing up in the South, all of that ignorance and that thought process was always there, you know.
Hmm.
And for some strange reason, I was always outside this box because I didn't look at light skinned people or any color people because their struggle was the same damn struggle. It was white cops throwing grenades and gas bombs up in black churches. I've seen this. So that ass whooping didn't have no that struggle didn't have no color. That struggle was like these people, us people. They don't like us. There was no reason not to like us. But I do understand now why they didn't like us because they feared. They still to this day they still fear the shit out of us.
well, you got to think about it. Historically, and this is the reason why we brought up the buffer class. It's the same shit when they put the American black and the Irish against each other. They thought
Yep.
of ways to make a buffer class. The Irish was almost treated like a Negro.
Like a
Okay,
slave. They were slaves.
they were. So was the Italians. What you were about to have was you were going to have the same shit that happened at the Capitol, but what, 150 years earlier. So, in other words, what we had to do, we had to make the Italian and the Irish white. We had to give them the same benefits as the Anglo-Saxon. And if we're doing better, and remember, in America, correct me if I'm wrong, Art, in America, there's one rule, the unspoken rule. I could judge how I'm doing as long as I'm doing better than the black.
Of course. Of course. Like, look at Lyndon B. Johnson's quote.
Yep.
Go ahead, say it.
He said, you know, as long as I can convince the poor white that they're more better than the affluent or rich Negro, then I'm gonna have my way. I mean, I'm just paraphrasing, but that's what
That's the clean way. You could have said niggas because that's exactly what he said. Niggas.
And that's the point that I make is that everybody, when they came to this country, you had Irish living in the same ghettos next to blacks. They used to work together. But as soon as they were allowed to be white, just like the Anglo-Saxon, it was all over.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think the Irish was racist? Because if we didn't prove that we were just as bad and just as racist as the Anglo, we would get kicked out of our whiteness. Why do you think they have an emerald society? Because they could only O'Malley, Kennedy, and O'Hagan could get the police jobs.
That's who runs the police up in Boston with the Irish.
But fucking Glastino or whatever Italian name you wanted, they were given the reparations of the fire departments. Think about it. When people talk about reparations, if I give you a job that makes you automatically middle class with the tons of benefits the fire and police department does, what you're gonna do? What are you gonna talk about the civil rights of other people? You're gonna shut the fuck up.
So how did they divvy it? They gave the Irish the police department and the fire department.
Yeah.
They gave the Italians the insurance companies.
Yep.
They gave the Irish the police, the Italians the fire. They gave the Jews the banks.
The banks
and insurance.
Okay. Yeah, because people don't know that story, but that's what it is. You got to just look at the names on the what do you call it? The founders of their banks, and you gotta read the last names. That
matter of fact, they gave them not only the banks, but they also gave them the philanthropy. Where have you ever noticed? There's always some Jewish person they're donating a wing of the hospital to.
Yeah, don't forget the entertainment industry.
They gave them Hollywood as well. Then on top of that, why do you think they play bagpipes at a police funeral?
Scots.
Ain't that something? Yep.
Why do you think they gave why do you think they have an Emerald Society? See, I'm also part of the Vanguard, which is a black FOP, which actually sued the police department to get police who were denied entry into sergeant's exams, lieutenant exams, and were promoted because of the unfair practices years ago. So they're mad because they don't want to see an Ebony or a Kush or an Obsidian, which is also a black rock society.
Go ahead. Preach.
Because once you give those jobs to the people who actually fought for them, i.e. the American black, you can't keep a good man down. You can't keep a good woman down. So once you take a hold of this shit, you can change your generational lives forever. Like, think about it. Art's mother, if I correct me if I'm wrong, she was a teacher, correct?
Yep, she would teach before she passed. Yep.
Where you from, Art? What region of the states?
From California. My mom's from Mississippi.
Ah, so your mother might. So they migrated. That's when that was that great California rush that most of
Yeah,
the people
she's
in California are
yeah,
actually relatives
she's part
because
of
they came
she's
from the
part of the
South.
second wave. She's part of the second wave.
Okay,
The first wave was what Detroit and Chicago.
Hmm.
So second wave is in the '70s, right? So that's mostly California and probably Nevada and all that. So that's where we come in. You
See, a
know,
lot of people don't want to talk about the wave. The East Coast wave was from the
that was
Carolinas
the
to
beginning.
Baltimore.
Yeah, the
yep.
wave was like after slavery.
Hmm.
That wave
The
right
second,
there
yeah, that's the
in New
first
York.
wave. Because my relatives, starting with my grandparents and his generation, they came all the way to Baltimore.
Cause that,
From
So
'cause
where?
that way
From
was
where?
for freedom.
from Virginia and North Carolina on both
Okay.
sides, they went to Baltimore
Yeah,
because one, that was industrial, so you always had a job, and they were mechanics.
because that wave
Okay.
that you talking about, Charles, that was for freedom. You know,
Hmm.
but the wave that I'm talking about was for jobs and opportunities.
Oh yeah, that's the second wave because that was around the '60s and '70s.
Yeah, believe it or not, it was the late '40s.
It was
Hmm.
Late
before that.
40s.
It was before that. It
Because
was
you got to
before that.
remember the zoot suits, all that jazz,
Hmm.
Yep.
all that. Because
Hmm.
Chicago is, I mean, I'm not from Chicago, but most of your trends and things like that, besides the Harlem Renaissance, that was mostly in Chicago. I don't know why Chicago is a bad rap, but you know,
Of course, you know why Chicago got to get the bad rap because of Memphis, Mississippi, and that black entrepreneurship that was going on in Mississippi, where those white folks got pissed off and lynched those brothers who had that grocery store. One of them stories they don't talk about. Them brother,
Hmm.
they was rich, and in the Mississippi, they was the farmers. They knew how to do things, so they mixed up. That was that Chicago Renaissance, which Al Capone gets a lot of credit, which he don't get the credit because he was the one that kind of opened up the door for jazz and keeping those nightclubs open after hours
Lucky Luciano too in New York.
Hmm.
with his pimping ass. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Even
You
Dutch,
gotta.
even the racist ass Dutch Schultz,
Yeah.
all them folks, man. And that's why I don't really. I mean, people get mad when we talk about dudes that were crime bosses that happen to be black. Yeah, they did wrong things, but it was
Had
like,
to.
but they did wrong and right things. That's what
See,
And you know
see,
what's crazy? A lot. Before I'm sorry, but like
go ahead. Go ahead. You spitting right now. You
a
spitting.
lot of the white crime bosses or the like your Joe Kennedys. We don't talk about these guys like we talk about Bumpy Johnson.
No, we
Them
don't.
guys, them guys put a president in office.
Hmm.
The bootleggers and all. He put his son in office, man.
Yep.
Where we talk about a Bumpy Johnson or whatever, it's like, man, why you gotta talk? And the thing is, I'm not really beholding on him because I have no connection with him. But
Right.
but I heard, from according to history, he was the muscle that kept a lot of racist white folks off of black people.
Hmm.
Yep.
He
You,
was
you,
one of the
you gotta
muscles.
you gotta remember the old saying: people sleep softly in their beds due to rough men doing violence on their behalf.
Hmm.
And people forget that shit. See, this is when I remember Truth, and when he was talking about Black Pill, I had to correct him. You're too young for Black Pill. You're 19. Unless you went through a horrible, horrible like childhood, possible molestation or something like that, or being trapped or enslaved, it's really hard for you to be Black Pill. You're
We
too
were
young.
talking. We were talking about Berserk earlier. If he had an upbringing like that, man, I don't know. He
Oh
could be
man.
pretty black pill.
If you had a position, trust me, he's still up. He's too upbeat to be guts.
Oh yeah,
He's too upbeat to
by
be
far.
guts. By far, nobody wants to be fucking. See, if you look at Berserk, you don't want to be guts. You feel sorry, even though he's the hero of the story. You don't want to be guts.
Right.
Guts, and I'm gonna tell you this one. This is the black pill mindset of Bumpy Johnson. He was a needed entity.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
and
He was
Malcolm
a
X.
needed.
There was a little bit of fabrication in that. Was it? I think it's King of New York or something. Or I keep getting the name wrong. The Godfather of New York. I think that's what it's called. It was a little bit of
Or the,
romanticism in
or the
there.
Godfather of Harlem or something.
Godfather of Harlem. There you go. But it had a little of that in there. But the concept was there. You had your opportunist politician, which we
Yep.
criticize a lot. You had your criminal, which was Bumpy, and then you had your freedom fighter, which was Malcolm. And
Yep.
they were at odds at times, but when it came to your people, they were all ears. They were in. They
Yep.
were on code. That I mean, and this was entertainment industry. That's why I was like, wow, this is. I mean, if you were really looking for a solution, it was on Prime. It was on what is that? Epics or Stars? I'm like,
Stars.
just
Stars.
that Stars, right? It's just that little thing alone. I was like, okay, well, if people can look past the fluff and see how they were, like for example, they said, I think all three of them got together to have Martin Luther King's back during one of the marches, and so they were ready. And even somebody came up and started coming up to what's the name, what's the brother's name, Adam Clayton Powell, and Adam Clayton Powell belted him, belted the white dude, and you had Malcolm and Bumpy right there, just in case the white dude wanted to get up and flex. You
Hello.
know, I mean,
Hello. But
this stuff.
they don't want to talk about that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, and this is back
because
then.
it's the reason for that. All right,
Like,
there's a clear reason for that because they don't want people in general. We touched on it a little bit earlier about how different media portrayals are they're feeding you different worldviews. And
mm-hmm.
the worldview that they're trying to instill within society, not necessarily just black people, but in society as a whole, is mostly a blue pill mindset. So they don't necessarily want a person to develop a mindset that believes that violence is actually a decent solution or a workable solution under most circumstances. Almost, I think, for the most part, under all circumstances. They want to leave that to people like Officer Faulkner who understand the world as it is. They don't want that to be a road for or a pathway for the general public. You can't maintain an orderly society that way.
Hmm. Yeah, but that's what I'm
Okay.
all about, man. If you hear, and I think Charles has the same mindset. We always talk about that. You got your own different type of ways to see things, but when it comes to your people, you got to put some of your stuff aside and find out what can you do to get the ball rolling. If you can do that, I think half your battle is lost.
I
You know?
think it's too far gone now because of how y'all talking. I was talking like this before the net. I wish I can push the time clock and go back to 20 and lose the love for my
20 years?
people.
You saying 20 years?
Yep, because I'm 63. If I could push that time clock back and concentrate more on the economics, because see, growing up in the South, I wasn't a King fan. Never liked King, even till this day. I just didn't appreciate the marching. The marching just it didn't do nothing. If I want to march, I join a marching band. But see, Malcolm X was just a taboo name. If you say Malcolm X, old folks will turn around and look at you in the church like, what? You know, they picked the Martin Luther way of getting your ass beat and still turn the other cheek.
So you
That's
The only
because
63.
it
reason
was pushed in
Let me ask you this, since you say okay, you're 63. So what is your take on Martin Luther King meeting with Elijah Muhammad before he passed? What was that angle about?
because he was losing. He was actually losing, and it was actually wasn't Elijah Muhammad. It was Mount.
No, he
See,
he
they
met,
flipped.
he met with Elijah Muhammad too
He
after
did.
Malcolm passed.
But what Art just said, he said about the romanticizing of it on TV. But they slipped the truth right in front of you. And I still remember this back in the days when they said Malcolm came south and he met with Coretta. So once he put Coretta on game, Coretta was like, probably went back to her family and said, he's telling the truth. One of the strongest line that Mr. King said. and I will repeat it. He said we are prisoners in our own country, aka the first old dirty bastard. And he said we're going to Washington D.C. and we're gonna get that check. And they took his ass out. They took him out behind that money
Well, you
because he
got to
said we're
think
going to
about.
get that check.
Well, you also got to think about it too. There's a lot of untold stories, and this is the curse of knowing history. People don't know about the Deacons of Defense like that.
Yeah, New
And
Orleans.
Bogalusa, Louisiana. Yes.
People don't
Yes.
know. You got to be a good damn historian or a well-read person to know about the Deacons. They don't tell you the Deacons of Defense because they don't want to let you know that we had war vets who protected King and Malcolm.
Yeah, they were from the military.
And others.
Sure. Yeah.
Because people always talk about, see, the one thing I'm so harped about the military, that's your fucking lineage. It's your fucking history. Like, I don't give a damn what you think about me, but guess what? It makes you a little proud to see me with my S-Bantoon swing, which is the nightstick you see me swinging, made out of cocoa bola, and you see me swinging it. You feel proud to see that's a brother I want to look up to. If I'm in trouble, I know that brother got my back. I know. I know even if I do wrong, I know at least that brother's going to give me a fair shake. Think about it. You had brothers, former veterans of World War II and Korea, who were deacons in churches. These were men of the cloth, men who were devout in the church. Yep. Guess what? They had no convictions over taking a goddamn life. Remember, Garvey's camp went toe-to-toe with the Ku Klux Klan to the point where the Ku Klux Klan wanted to meet with him to stop the bloodshed because they were taking heads off their shoulders like Highlander.
But they don't teach us that though, Charles. They don't tell us about that.
Because to quell the revolutionary spirit is to quell the manhood's journey.
Well, I like this panel where we what do you guys think about talking about the movie Rosewood?
Oh, really? You want to bring that up, huh?
Bruh. Have y'all had a conversation on any panel talking about Rosewood?
Can I get a synopsis? I haven't watched. I don't watch movies anymore.
Haven't saw it?
I don't watch. I haven't watched the movie in the last 15 years or so.
One of the Black Wall Streets.
I don't doubt it. I'm just saying I haven't watched the movie.
Oh, that's what we let you know. We let you know. That was one of the. Go ahead, fella.
Go ahead.
I'll listen. Go ahead.
I'll try it. Well, PK, check this out. Let's do some time traveling. Let's take a look at Iraq. They bombed Iraq because of certain situations like gold, money, oil. Before there was the bombing of Iraq, there was the burning of a place called Asheville, North Carolina. Why it's called Asheville? Because they burned it down. Some of the people still living. Tulsa, Oklahoma is the last. If you go to Rosewood, they show you on the movie was like back in those days. Dude, I just seen some recent pictures of Rosewood. Dude, it was thriving just like Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yep.
And Tulsa, Oklahoma was called Little Africa. Now, we can continue to go all around the state. Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis is called Memphis for the Memphis that's back in Kemet, which is Egypt. Memphis, Tennessee was another thriving black place. Why? Because I couldn't get my ice cream cone from them crackers. So I got it from Mr. Charlie. What's up, Mr. Charlie? How you doing, little Gerald? So Shreveport, where I grew up, black doctors, black dentists.
Oh, say that
black
again.
lawyers.
You can tell he's you never hear Shreveport.
Shreveport. So when you look at and this is what one dude in Tulsa, Oklahoma said. He said our network was so strong that if somebody in California, now when he said California, I was like, wait a minute. So they're saying that California, before I can finish, that's right, California had their own Black Wall Street. These people would wire money out there to the brothers out there to get their business done. So all around the United States of America, brothers was doing this. So it's like you got a bike shop, PK. Well, shit, I'm in the same city. I know where I'm going to buy my bike from. I'm going to let my money touch this brother's head.
Well, hold on, Gerald.
Okay.
I understand that the analogies that you're making, but what does this have to do with the story of the movie? I'm
Yeah,
confused.
because I wanted to go into the details of the movie.
But go
Well,
ahead, Art, and go ahead, Gerald, whichever one
okay,
wants
Art,
to
you
take it.
want to take it or you want me to take it? You
Yeah,
take it, Art.
I just because I don't want to like take it up. I just want to like get the ball rolling so we all can change.
Sure.
One of my take. I mean, this is like at the movies, the brothers at the movies segment. But what was getting me was the fact that even when the white folks wanted to do, I mean, brothers and sisters still stayed on code. They still stuck with that whole thing about don't look at the white man in the eye, show your respects. But they still had their own. The thing that really got me was when the white folks started wreaking havoc. Black folks really got on cold, and they pulled their guns out.
Yep.
They make sure that they were ready, and I mean they had a backup plan. Even though they killed a
Mhm.
lot of people, they still knew that something like this was going to happen. And I think it's Don Cheeto's role, between his role and the other
Ben
brother.
Brain.
There you
Ben
go,
Brain.
Ben Raines. And Ben Raines would be like a Charles Faulkner. You know what I'm saying? So that's the stuff to where we haven't really tapped into, because we still have the opportunity to be entrepreneurs, have your own stuff. But the fact that we don't have a protection mechanism,
We don't,
that's what makes it hard. That makes it easy for people to infiltrate. I
and
mean,
and
what
that's the and I'm sorry for cutting you off, Art.
I'm
And
done.
that's the part that gets me in the ass all the time. We have the educational shit down pat. Believe it or not, we
Yep.
do. We have the media shit down pat, but you cannot run any entity without protection. And because of this drift between black men and black women, you told the lions to leave the savannah, and now the jackals have came in to roost.
Invaders. Yep.
And what
Invaders
about
did.
the Bedouins? What about the chick that was screwing the store owner?
Hmm.
You
That
know,
happened. It
yeah, that
happens now.
like how much of that had happened now? You know what
Hmm.
Oh,
I'm
dude.
saying?
You
And
know what? That
where
was
is that
happening.
getting?
That was happening back in the Ku Klux Klan days, and that's where the NAACP comes from. Because one of the dudes, his daughter's still living, and he was a Klansman. He's dead as a donut out of Mississippi. Can't think of his name. His daughter's living, and yeah, as much as he hated blacks, he was screwing this black sister.
Yeah, just because wasn't it Jesse Helms that had black offsprings, or was it Strong Thurmond? I always mix them two up.
Strong Thurman. It was Strong Thurman. Strong Thurman
Yeah,
Oh,
I always mix them
you
up.
talk about the Grand Dragon himself?
Yeah, Joe Biden's boy.
himself.
Joe
Joe
Biden's
Biden
boy.
did the eulogy for this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But we want to unify America.
Man, man. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
I'm.
So,
By the way, Gerald, I'm gonna steal that United Snakes thing.
yeah, that's
You can, long
Professor
as you
Chris.
put it on a T-shirt, I want some copyrights too.
Yeah,
I
Professor
want to
Chris
get
used to say
paid.
that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So,
go
so
ahead.
PK, I hope I answered. I hope I answered that question. I hope that I didn't dance around it. And if I didn't answer it, then I try to get deep into it some more.
And
No,
then what
you
did the
you
help
preacher think
me.
about the preacher too in the movie? The preacher. He tried to say, hey, you guys gotta settle down and pray and get everything, get everybody together and just wait
You,
till
you,
later.
you, you
Remember that part?
Hey, Art,
Yeah.
you talking about the same preachers of the day, such, well, I ain't gonna call no names, but most of the
I
mega
will.
church preachers.
I
Yeah.
will. I mean, how the fuck you got Jamal Bryant still out here making babies with women that aren't their wives? They sitting.
What?
You got his wife. You got his side chick. You got his other side chicks right there on the fucking first pew, sitting next to each other.
Yeah, because
Seriously?
Wow.
they're not
Seriously?
But
Wow.
I remember I get with my great uncles, and they all men of the cloth. I said that somebody need to kick his ass off that damn thing, because back in the day, y'all deacons would have pulled that motherfucker off that pulpit and threw him the fuck out of that church. He
hmm
says, "Well, you can't touch God. Who said you can't touch?" God said, "Don't touch my chosen." I said, "Which God
That,
chose him?"
Ooh. Ooh.
That's a good comeback.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Ooh.
That was
because the
very
good
on the nose.
because I told him because the last time I checked, the God I read about would have smited him.
So I'm waiting for a Tulsa, Oklahoma, like actual movie like Rosewood.
They not gonna do that.
But I think that one would probably be much sad, probably much sadder because when they drop that bomb, I could just imagine the whole, the trauma of people following it. It's all it
But
would be damn near when Coach Cheese passed away in Cooley High.
yeah,
I
Yeah.
heard people don't understand. It's a movie and all, and it's probably fictional based on
but
Monty.
that but
Was
that
his name?
actually happened in the
Eric Monty.
streets.
Eric Monty. I think that's his life story. But still, when you seeing a promising uh, brother in there that really didn't hurt nobody, that was growing up in innocence, get killed by some thugs or whatever, and you follow him and you see him die, didn't wake up, and then they had the funeral scene. I mean, and when I saw it, I was like I was in single digits when I saw it. It just, it really got to me when I found out a lot of people had the same story. That was just a movie.
Guess guess where he was going to college? Guess where he signed his scholarship to?
I don't remember.
Grambling State University.
Get out of here.
He was going to Grambling, man.
Yeah, because he talking about he
Everybody,
was
we
a
know
special.
that story. He was going to Grambling.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that
I mean,
that kind of stuff, right? Go ahead, fam.
but we saw that all the time in the streets. But go ahead, Art. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying is that it gets into our DNA. That's what I'm saying is that some of these movies. I tell you what, I don't know if this happens to you guys, but when I watch some of these movies, especially when they go over the true story. For example, y'all might laugh. I will watch them. I will watch a Martin Luther King movie. They have like different renditions of his movies, and
Uh-huh.
they got the shooting scene right. They shot him and they rushed him to the hospital. Do you know to this day? Sometimes I get caught up and I always say I hope he lived,
Mm.
That's
and
what
I
he
had, and I had
that,
to snap out of it. I'm like, oh well, yeah, yeah, he already. That's how far I get into it.
hey,
Yeah.
Art, it's a well-known fact that he lived and they actually smothered him. Hey, officer, you got another guy. You got the truth up here, man. You got another
Oh yeah,
spokesperson up here on the
we got
panel.
the we got the youngest in charge truth up here. Woo, what's
Is
up,
that
Speak,
truth?
is that is that
speak of
the
the
same
devil, and
truth?
he shall appear.
Good, huh?
What up, man?
You coming in real low.
How y'all doing? I'm just taking a test right quick, but I'm just listening to all y'all.
All
See
right,
if
once
I
you
have
finish
Okay.
taking your test, jump in the conversation.
all right, it's
Okay.
good. So
So you gotta understand historically, we're not told these stories. Why aren't we
Yep.
making movies about the liberators, the black men who freed the Jews in the Holocaust? Why aren't
Oh,
we giving why aren't we excuse me, why aren't we giving the movies about the deacons of defense?
Because we failed. I mean, I would say this: the
No,
Xers and the Boomers, we really failed by passing down history.
well, yes and no.
Yeah, we
Um,
haven't. So what's the no part about passing down history?
come on,
well,
Pete.
my question
Oh
to
my God.
start. I'm sorry, I've been drinking. I'm sorry, I'm slow. Give me a sec. Let me get my
That,
thoughts.
hey, before you say anything, hey Shonda, why don't you come on the panel? Nobody knows that. I know about the Colfax and the Opelousas massacre. So apparently we got a teacher up here, and she's in the panel. She's at a house drinking wine. Come on the panel, man, and tell us that because I know of that story.
I'm
I
just
Oh,
know
doing
Sha-
of those.
cranberry juice and sparkling water.
Shonda's one of my favorites. She's a nurse practitioner, so we
Nice lady. I've heard her
but I
speak.
forgot but I forgot we don't like black women in these parts.
That's not, yeah, whatever. That's not true. Hey, PK, continue, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I got short-term memory loss, dude. I lost it. It's gone.
Yeah, you were
Well,
saying no. I'm curious about the no part as far as passing down history to the young.
Yeah, it was gonna be in reference to something Charles had said before, but I already lost it. He said something and I lost it.
Okay, well,
well,
that's what he said. Well,
I'll put it to you
What'd
this
you
way.
say, Charles? What'd you say a second ago? I forgot.
Oh shit! When I talked about we don't make movies about the deacons of defense
yes,
and the
that's what you said.
liberators.
Oh, and you asked the question. You said,
How come we don't?
why?
Yeah.
And my question to you is, do you really want to know why?
Yes.
Or do
why we.
you actually
That's,
know the answer? I'm asking
You
you.
oh,
mean
we
him
know
or the
the answer,
masses?
but
Him or
we
the
know
masses?
we know the answer, but we want your answer.
My answer is no better than yours. I mean, if you know the answer, then
Well,
there's
God,
only one right.
Come
I
on,
mean,
well,
shit,
God
dude.
damn it, say this shit, man.
bitch.
Well, I
Come on,
mean, let's be honest here. There's only one narrative that needs to be sold in these parts. You know, unfortunately, that's just the world and the country that we live in.
Of course, you can't have
Uh,
a black man being the hero.
if
You
nah.
can't. You
if that
can't.
was something that we could efficiently and practically do, it would have been done. But unfortunately, as you just mentioned, Rosewood and so many other places, Tulsa, Oklahoma, just to name a few, are are just
But
examples of the type of issues that we faced in the past. And up until today, I would say really we've been fucked since the
Yep.
80s, probably since the
Yep.
70s, late 70s, early 80s. We've been at a sort of a point of no return when it comes to Black America, because
Uh-huh.
unfortunately, instituting any sort of proper historical what do you call it? Fucking passing that shit down to people requires the cooperation of your group, and we have been acting uncooperatively with each other for the past 40 years at least. Our collective focus uh, died with King and had been crushed institutionally by the greater society afterwards. So the chances to collectively pass down these stories and this information has been left up to the individuals and the parents. And because the parents weren't taught, how can you expect it to be passed on to the next generation and the next generation? Unfortunately, they were lost.
and I like to piggyback off of that. We do carry stories. We carry stories of defeat. We carry stories of fear. We carry stories of failure. Notice those are the stories that always pass down. We always pass down ghetto traditions.
Yep. That's true.
We always pass down niggatry. We always pass down hatred. But yet, when we can't, the reason why we can't pass down stories of successful, brave black men, for instance, is because it would change the narrative that we see today.
I'm glad you said that, Charles, because how many people know the story of any kind of prominent thing with H. Rap Brown to Fred Hampton to, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, hell, we would even go further back into Noble Drew Ali and Elijah Muhammad and Claire and all that. How many people know that compared to Tupac and Biggie's beef?
Exactly.
Uh, what percentage? At least about 5% will talk about it, but the other 95% knows about Tupac and Biggie.
Thank you,
But
man. That's been handed
but
down.
exactly. But guess what? Guess what? I'm gonna tell you a movie that
Pac woke up.
always. I'm gonna tell you a movie that made me always proud to be black. You may laugh, but I
What?
remember when I was a little kid, and I watched it recently, as about a year or two ago, was Shaka Zulu.
Man, what you talking about? That's a hell of a movie. What are
Mine
you
was boom.
talking
I
about?
hate to say it, y'all. Mine was a comedy. Mine was Boomerang.
Mhm.
As a black man,
Really? Keep
as a
that to
black man,
yourself.
as a black
All right,
man.
keep that to
And
yourself.
think about it. When I looked at Shaka Zulu, you can see things as a kid, but you look at things differently when you see it again as an adult. That's why sometimes you got to see it twice at different
Okay.
parts of your life, maybe three times. And it was funny when you look at. A lot of people don't realize this. King Shaka and General Hannibal. You got to call them by their proper terms. And I remember watching at the time one of my favorite shows I would always record was Deadliest Warrior. And this is the reason why it's always important to have historians. Guess what color the show made Hannibal?
Was it History Channel? Or
Mm-mm.
was it the
History Channel
cartoon?
History Channel had them black.
Or was it the
History Channel had-
cartoon?
Channel had them black, but it was a live action portrayal. They portrayed Hannibal as a white, blonde haired, blue eyed white guy.
Oh Lord,
Yep.
have mercy.
Yep.
Be careful. This is the reason why we do need history teachers. Be careful of the people who are against you telling your kids the history.
Yes. True.
What they say,
Be-
whoever lives at the end wind up telling a story their way.
The winners win. The winners win. The winners tell the story.
The winners tell the story.
But
And here's the crazy part. When you look at the history of, because people don't realize, when you speak of empires, imagine the empire that stretched the entire Mediterranean, northern parts of Africa, almost really down to almost central. And this man took an elephant, because remember, we see pictures and shit, and imagine the first time you see an elephant and it's in a war. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I'm gonna get the fuck out of its way, and we're gone.
That's a tank.
Alps.
On the Alps. Like
and you know what's crazy on that? I guess I'll expand on your story. That gives you the whole scope of what Spain was. That's when Spain was black. And the Celtics, they were black then. We're talking about BC.
Yeah.
They were black people. They weren't white people, you know. Because you remember Carthage is from Africa.
That's northern Africa.
Say it.
I mean, people got to be honest about that. That's the whole. And then look at Cheddar Man. Just look at it. It was a whole bunch of Cheddar men working with Hannibal. I mean, just wrap your mind around that for a second. You know, it wasn't what's the dude? It wasn't the dude. What's the guy's name?
Just say one of the white actors.
I'm looking. It wasn't Mel Gibson that helped Hannibal. It wasn't Brad Pitt that helped Hannibal. It was Idris Elba with dreadlocks and green eyes helped Hannibal. You know, let's keep it real. But you know, when they gonna put that in a movie? I don't think they will.
But guess what? You know how Hannibal got his start in military?
His dad,
his father.
Yeah.
And did you know when his father took a defeat, he kept that fucking grudge for 25 to 30 years and said, I'm gonna get these motherfuckers if it's the last thing I do.
So Charles, so guess what they say now? Now I'm gonna try to say this low, but from word on the street is this is one of the main reasons why they can't stand us in America, because they said rumors on the street has it we are those Moors that the Catholic Church expelled from Spain.
It's probably more than hate. I think it's fear.
It's fear. Think about it. True Judeo-Christianity started in Ethiopia.
Say it.
Okay? Before the Council on the Side, everybody believed that Jesus Christ was born in Ethiopia in the cave.
A brother.
Okay?
A brother.
The Arius.
And the Coptic Church, which, by the way, they still believe that the Ark of the Covenant is hidden in Ethiopia.
Yeah, Father Arius.
Yeah. So think about it. A lot of this shit that you find out when you discover history, and you start picking away the pieces, you start unveiling the truth. You start to notice, like, wait a minute. In this area, we're finding the earliest remains of mankind. We can't go to fucking Spain. We can't go to England because, trust me, one thing you learn about white history, they don't like taking L's.
I tell you, check this out. You know, like, because I talk with a lot of white academia, right? Have you guys heard the story of Saladin and Richard the Lionhearted?
No.
Oh my God, that is like probably how they came up with the chess game.
Mm-hmm.
Saladin is linked to the story of Robin Hood.
Mm-hmm.
Remember,
Where
he
you
had
have
a
Richard and the
yeah,
king there
yeah,
was Richard the Lionhearted.
yeah, Richard the Lionhearted. Because remember, they were trying to assassinate him. They tried to blame it on the Arabs or the Saracens, they called them. The guy that was over the Saracens was Saladin, and Saladin was a he was the emperor of all in that area, over Islam, I guess,
Or
and
Persia.
in Persia. But the thing was, he won every war against them. He was a major
Mm.
strategist. It was one situation where they, I guess, King Richard's own people shot him with an arrow, a Saracen arrow, and they blamed it on Saladin. That's that part where Robin Hood came about and emerged because Richard was trying to heal. And so when he was trying to heal, what's his name? Saladin disguised himself as a doctor that came from his camp, and he healed him up. He put all kinds of stuff and he healed him up. And I guess the people that were with him, which were the alliance, were pissed off because they thought he was going to die because they wanted somebody to take over that from the alliance. And so, long story short, um, when they were fighting, because there was a final fight I think at the top of the mountain in Jerusalem, because whoever won that fight, Jerusalem would be able to be declared the winner of the whole war. And so when they were fighting, it was fight to the death between Saladin and Richard the Lionhearted. And so Richard the Lionhearted and him were face to face, and I guess they were, how you have someone tied up in the sword, and they start talking when they close. And he asked, he told Richard Lionhearted, he said, "Remember the person that healed you when you had got shot?" And Richard said, "Yeah." He said, like Saladin said, "It was me." And he was like, "Why didn't you kill me now?" Because he said, I wanted to be the one to do it."
Whoa.
He said, and so I believe he killed him now, that chopped his head off or something. But the reason why I told the story, because when you hear white historians talk about it, they say, "Oh, that never happened." They don't want to take the L, but that's in the history books, man.
Hey,
That
you know what they're afraid of though? I think they're afraid of their past because they really their past is very shady. When you hear stories of Moors from Turkey who took them up to the caves of Europe. Now I heard this from a guy, King Dolo, but I'm gonna put a pause on that. I want to go back to you, Charles, when you talk about Shaka Zulu, because just because they say things, I started thinking about it. So I actually was in court and I was reading the autobiography of Shaka Zulu. They fucking lied. Shaka and his dad was cool, man. And the real guy that was the bad dude, his name was Dinge Swayu. Remember in the movie when Shaka was running away and this other clan called him and they took him
Mm-hmm.
to this dude and Shaka had saved his life early in the movie?
Mm-hmm.
That was the guy, was Dinge Swayu and Keche Swayu. In this movie called Zulu in 1969, that was Keche Swayu. They whooped the British ass, and the British still are pissed off about that.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
by me saying,
Let me put it to you this way. Sorry for cutting you off.
no problem,
People don't realize this historical fact. King Shaka never faced the British.
never.
The British were freed. See, do y'all really want me to go in about this real quick?
Go.
You go to the
Oh,
fucking Army War College. Guess whose strategies they're still teaching to this day?
Shaka, it's called the Bull.
The bull. They still teaching the. Think about it. Fucking General Hannibal introduced something that was never seen on the battlefield prior to him. It's called the fucking tank. He literally invented how smart and how, wait a minute, how brave, number one, and how smart you have to be to get this elephant that has over 500 muscles in its fucking nostril. Think about what, 500 or 5,000. I'll probably link it to the 1,000 in their
Who
fucking
who
trunk alone.
who gives a fuck? It's a big
It's
ass
a, it's a, it's a
creature.
big
It's a
ass.
goddamn monster.
It's the true king of the fucking savannah.
That
Yeah,
is
that
true.
line's
The
pretty good.
elephant is the king of the elephant. That is true.
That even though I respect the lion and he is the king, but the true king, yeah, the lion can roar as much as he want, but an elephant goes wherever he pleases.
That's
He
true.
does what he does. He is like a true patriarch. I do what the fuck I please when I please. And it's not, and it's funny because you have big ass hippos and rhinos who try to fight elephants, and they catch L's like Conor McGregor did tonight, unfortunately. But
That's tough.
number one, look at it. How brave and how intelligent could you think about if you're the first Negro to say, I could tame that. And all the niggas looking at you like, what the fuck you talking about?
Goddamn right, that motherfucker crazy.
Like, but he actually managed. And I told you, remember, we're privy, even 30, 40 years ago, we're privy to see videos and pictures of animals and creatures across the world now. And we have zoos.
Yep.
Think about it. Even in the 1800s, we had zoos. Unfortunately, black people were in them.
We can erase
But-
that. Don't worry about it.
They erased a lot of shit. So imagine you're a Roman centurion. You like, we finally gonna get this black bastard. Oh, we gonna take this goddamn sword. I'm gonna shove it right up his black ass. What the fuck is that? Is that what the fuck? It's got tusks, like a long ass tooth coming out of his nose or something. And wait a minute, it's coming my way. Yo, Romulus, what the fuck? Wait up for me, Romulus. Oh shit, Romulus breaking the 40-yard dash. Like he said, you warned me. You talking to your goddamn self. Like they told stories of fucking Hannibal, where he was the literal boogeyman of his day. Like he scared the living shit out of Romans. If he was successful, white supremacy would have been done. Think about that. If Hannibal would have been successful, there wouldn't have been white supremacy.
But check it out, man. On Hannibal, wasn't he successful? But the Romans just didn't want to admit that they were defeated.
They were too dumb to lose.
He kicked their ass. He kicked
Think
their ass.
about it.
And
I've actually wrestled people who were too dumb to give up. To the point where you damn near had to choke them to sleep or break a limb. Like, look, I had to make you immobile for me not to kill you. I literally had fucking 30 elephants at your fucking door. They are waiting. They like, oh, these the motherfuckers that were poaching us. It's on sight. They were like, oh, you remember the motherfucker stealing your boy's tusk? Yeah, that's the motherfucker, right? Oh, it's on sight when we come up here. They were too dumb to give up. I want you to finish that thought, Art.
Yeah, that's what I was just revisiting that part because, again, they try to rewrite history, but the way it's supposed to be, once you defeat one side, really they're supposed to say, okay, here's the keys, here's the palace, here's this or whatever. But the Romans didn't want to do that. They were like, you defeated us, but I won't admit it. That kind of shit.
Yeah.
So that's supposed to be declared a loss, which I never understood.
I'm going to answer this real quick to KD. I want you to go through combat sports. Okay? All your white Greek karate guys like Chuck Norris, Joe Louis, different Louis, spelled differently. And all your Greek karate guys, Benny the Jet, they all took losses. They all took losses to Victor Moore.
Isn't that the guy that beat Bruce Lee?
Yeah.
Okay.
My father is a third-degree black belt in Shorin-ryu karate. He got a second and third-degree black belt in Okinawa. He literally met Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris from Raleigh Hawkins. If you're familiar with black martial artists, he was connected to the Avengers. See, people don't understand the history of Baltimore. Baltimore was and still is a great place where you had combat athletes. You had some of the best wrestlers in the fucking country, the Chaparellis. You had, he was called the Baltimore Butcher. You had, you have Tank. You have Rockman. You have a lot of guys from the Baltimore and the DMV area who were combat karate. Like my father said, yo, movies make Bruce look great, but he couldn't fuck with no brothers.
Who said
And
that?
That's
my
why they
father
show
said,
him kicking brothers' ass in the movies. You notice.
yeah, he personally, my father personally said he tried to fight this guy who was like 6'3", 6'2", and he would take that side kick and just hold him at bay.
Hey, I'm gonna put this out there so that
Yep.
you can be a little bit mad. Victor Moore's from my home state,
Because
so
Bruce Lee's effectively just hitting. He's just throwing polos at that point.
Yeah,
Because he's so light.
yeah. Think about it. There's times when I would wrestle, I'm 5'10", so you can imagine in high school I was probably a little bit shorter, closer to 5'7", 5'8", and I'm wrestling for my weight class at 170. Average height is about 6'1". So, one, I had an advantage because I'm shorter, center of gravity. Two, I'm fast. Three, I was strong. Four, I was skilled. Five, I could go. I had stamina. I would wrestle three people in one day and wouldn't even get tired. That's how great my stamina was at that point. And it was like, because my coach believed in road work. When you have all that shit going for you, it's hard to beat a nigga. In the words of Martin Lawrence, as long as you got a broke nigga out there, he'll beat your ass for a ham sandwich, let alone a world title.
Mhm.
Okay? Like, when black people found out they could be allowed in combat sports and whoop a white guy's ass and not get arrested for it, it was just straight dominance. To this day, white people still marvel at blacks like superheroes. And
Wonder why.
every endeavor we do, Captain America cannot be a white guy.
Nope. Neither can Batman.
That was
Hell,
steroids.
hell, Superman couldn't even really be physiologically. They even did a story in DC Comics years ago where the black Kryptonians, when they came into the atmosphere or in front of a yellow sun, they were even more powerful than the fucking white ones because they were absorbing more sunlight. Hell, you naturally do it anyway. You're black.
Do you know if
Don't
children? Do you know if children can get just this energy just from us on an everyday basis? How their lives would change in 1 month, maybe even one day. They don't get this. They
You gotta
don't
get
get
them.
what we
You gotta get
saying.
them away from what is World Star Hip Hop and all
no,
this
you need
other
to
stuff.
no,
You gotta
you
get
need
them
to
what
get
away.
them. No, you need to get them away from their mothers.
I
exactly
Ooh.
mean, what
that
are they?
too.
Let's build on that. Hold on, let's build on that. What do their
Okay.
mothers watch? And I'll wait. What do their mothers watch?
Trash television.
They watch World Star Hip Hop.
World Star and hip hop. What you
Thank
just
you.
said. World Star hip
Thank
hop.
you.
All that bullshit.
All that
This is
stuff.
what you used to do. The reason why you had so many athletic kids, I'm a city boy. I have country ass ways, but I'm a city boy. We race, we wrestled, we played freeze tag, we slap box, we played it's. We were jumping fucking fences that were like fucking waist or chest high. 2 steps, you over the motherfucker. How? Guess what? I'm a black guy. I'll admit it. Shit. We ran from fucking angry store owners and the police. They couldn't catch us like niggas thought we had the speed force. You can't even get these motherfuckers to run to the fucking refrigerator without catching their breath. It's a goddamn shame. I'm not even in competition shape, and I'm wrestling with guys in college. It's funny. All the black wrestlers come back to town when they're in Iowa. Yo, I don't want to train with nobody for this Christmas break. I said, Coach Charles, yo, Coach Falk, I need this work. I'm out of breath and shit in there. And these guys are bigger and faster. And I'm like, I'm gonna get this underlock and I'm gonna wear your ass out. They're like, yo, how you stay in shape? I don't let you know I'm out of shape. And I take your wind away while I'm doing it. I put see, it's crazy because you look at this shit and you see greatness, not just in the physical, but also the mental. How do you have motherfuckers you enslaved and put under the threat of death if they even learned to read invent the cotton gin?
Say it
invent?
again. Say it again.
How does the first heavyweight champion improve upon the wrench? And what did they call the wrench to make fun of him?
The monkey.
Monkey wrench.
This is a boxer. He's supposed to be a dumb jock, but he improved upon the wrench. He holds patents for it. He held patents for it.
And guess who got paid off it? He didn't. And his culture didn't. Yo, man, he's out of Galveston, Texas, man. Him and Barry White, both. Galveston, Texas on the map. Jack Johnson, the ass kicker, is out of Galveston, Texas.
Think about it. When people talk about black man ain't building, black man ain't this, I'll say the name, even when I heard Cynthia G said it. And I said, wait a minute. Aren't you in a country that black men built on their backs called America? Then she had to backstep. Well, black men didn't build anything lately. Well, it wasn't black women who put...
What?
Oh, yeah,
I kid you. I kid you not. But yet, isn't it black people in the manosphere who are combating COVID?
Yep.
The nurses, the scientists, shout out to Nicole Ali and Dr. Dunbar.
And her baby to be.
And her baby.
Congratulations, Nicole, if you're listening.
Congratulations. And if you hear the playback, congratulations, sister. Woo!
Another Leo, probably another Leo baby, but we'll see.
Oh yeah. oh yeah, definitely a Leo or
in fireside.
It's definitely going to be a fireside. And then you got to realize you still got brothers protecting their cities, their country, their states. There was a lot of brothers who were fucking in that National Guard holding fort at the Capitol. There were a lot of the only motherfuckers that kept them fucking senators safe were black men. We not only build it, we still fucking protect it.
Hey.
So every time she had something to say, I always have a rebuttal.
You should just call her uneducated and be done with her. She probably shouldn't speak on anything that has to do with education.
That's true, PK. That's true, PK. That's true.
Think about it. If you think about it, you purposely demonetize the education of your black boys and put it in your damn hair. We don't want to talk about shit like that. We don't want to talk about the history of black greatness. We don't want to talk about how slaves built America, how slaves were cheated out of money, how sharecroppers were cheated. If it wasn't for the fucking sharecroppers that grew the damn food, America would have fucking starved.
Hey, Charles.
I didn't care, to be honest, because all that's in the history books.
No, it's not. That's the fuck.
It's not.
The sharecroppers is in the history book.
Yeah, but it's not explained. It's not explained in its entirety.
In other words, do you hear it in the history books that the sharecroppers who actually still had, because you got to remember this one thing, white people never really invented shit except the patent office to steal your shit.
Yeah, they stole everything.
If it wasn't sharecroppers, who were the only motherfuckers who truly knew how to farm and taught the white people how to grow their food, America would have starved.
Yeah. And then they were just forced into debt by the people that used to be owned by, that they never could pay off and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The generations just...
We save America. We save America. America historically gives us their ass to kiss.
I'm just asking, like, what is the point exactly? Like, when do black people just say it's enough and just like go off?
Well, because the gift and the curse is the black American is the only true American. He's the most patriotic motherfucker ever. That's why you can have people from Africa come over here and say we're lazy, but these are the motherfucking cowards that fucking crippled the economy of their countries because you can't come over to this country poor.
And I think what we're looking at was the Black Farmers Act that was based on us getting cheated out of lots of acres.
Lots of acres. And guess who?
Go ahead.
And all I was just going to say, guess who just bought up a lot of goddamn land?
Oh, I'll wait.
So the same man that's trying to give you the vaccination and take your ass out
Oh, Bill
now
Gates.
bought up land and want to feed you.
Yeah, Bill
Mhm.
Gates. So we're talking about
Shit,
we're going as
man.
far as back as 1920 when they really started putting things on the books.
Mhm.
So that is part of history, like the young man was talking about.
No,
Mhm.
so what I was speaking to when he said that it's in the history books, I said yes, it's a part of history,
And
but
I get
no,
it.
it's not in the history.
Let him
It's not
finish.
I get it
taught.
that it's surface level. I agree with you that
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
surface
was
level.
talking
I
about.
understand that because they don't talk about the fact that, like, I think that what's his name, Alexander Graham Bell, like the one who created the guy who supposedly created the telephone. I think like he had like a black assistant that made the blueprint, but not going to speak on
His
that.
Yep.
Just not going to speak on
his
that.
chief engineer. I'm glad you said that because his chief engineer. And by the
That's on
way,
Google. That's
his
on
chief.
Google.
How the fuck do you have a chief engineer and call yourself the inventor? Ain't that a
You know what I'm
bitch?
saying? So what I'm
And then
saying?
guess
But
what?
they
This is how
Thomas Edison
intelligent the
created
black
that.
man. This is how this is how intelligent the black man was. He kept all his patents, sued Bell, and won.
Yep, and got his shit
do. See,
because Bell was trying to
but
cut him out.
by you guys talking, it makes me understand why we so under attack. I just wish the women would wake up. Everything you can go from the traffic light to the fork to the iron to the ironing board to the engine for the trains. I can continue to go on and on and on about us, about what we're linked to and how everything in civilization helps civilize these mofos. You
Yeah, and
understand me?
somehow we're at the bottom. That
Yep.
shit
Yeah,
crazy. Like,
yeah.
It don't make sense.
We
The
got
reason why a lot
41
of
people viewing, 32 likes. Let's get the lights up. Let's get a couple of donations. We're educating and entertaining.
yeah,
Woo! Keep going.
yes, and the reason why we are, I mean, the place where we're at is because we're not hungry enough for power. We talk about it, we complain about it, but we ain't
I'm
willing
on.
to get up and get it.
I
And
think we're too. I don't think it's like. Well, yeah, I think it's that too.
I mean,
But I think
this is from an older man saying it's based on a lot of stuff that I've seen over the years. If you see how things were back then, there was some hunger, there was some drive, some work. But since we got this internet, a lot of people are hiding their thoughts and ideals behind a computer instead of around some people from a human feel and building. Because that's the problem that we're having. Everybody's vicariously living behind an identity on a computer instead of rolling their sleeves up and doing the work and then realizing what powers and what gifts that you have to contribute. That is one of our biggest problems that we don't talk about because people know that they're gonna be put on blast. But go ahead, fam.
okay, yeah, and I was furthermore, I agree with your statement, and actually, I've done a little research on this myself, even though that's probably not as extensive as yours, just due to the amount of time frame I've had to work. But um, basically, what I don't think the main thing is the lack of hustle. I think that like black people tend to be too generous, like throughout multiple periods of times, like with the Moors, MLK, um, MLK, African Americans joining the army to defend the early formation of the United States and the Revolutionary War, in the Civil War, because that wasn't even really about us. If we keep it real, that was about like the economy of the South and how powerful that was getting with like
Well,
the
let me ask you this, young man. What age range you are?
uh 19. I'm 19.
Okay, I hear it.
What?
I hear it. So, have you saw the movie American Skin?
American Skin, nah.
Dang, man, if you can, because it's probably what is it, fellas? $6.99 is $7 or whatever. It's on Prime. You got Prime, Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I got Amazon Prime.
If you
It's
can,
on there.
because I want you, if you can, I don't know if you can come up, if you have seven to watch it, but if you can watch that and then come back on the panel and let us know what you think, I am very curious based on what you just said. I am
What?
very curious.
What? You said
Yeah,
American Skin?
it's called American
Yes.
Skin. It's
Nate Parker did the
Nick
movie.
Parker, right, dude? I think your views on this move, because I mean, I think a lot of people heard me, Tia Johnson, a few other brothers talk about it. I want to hear someone 19 years old that get on these panels give their synopsis on what's going on with that movie and how and what ties into what you just talked about. Very important. I don't know if you know my background, but that's the stuff that I value.
He's an art teacher in college and high school, and about to be an
Really?
administrator. And about to be an
Cool.
administrator.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm not just a regular old YouTuber, but some people try to treat people like that. Yeah, man, let me tell you something. I'm like, tell me something. Okay, but yeah, I want to hear that because that's very important. Because for him to be 19 years old, one thing that I would advise you to is that try not to speak in absolutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give your opinion and don't attach it to anybody else. That would make the conversation flow and give you more validity. So it start to bounce back and forth rather than being crushed. Because
I say be 19, enjoy, keep your shit in your pants, keep your mind on the economics, get you some Ray-Bans and look at people. They can't see you. And I would advise you to look at this movie. You need to look at the first Matrix. It was a movie with a fabulous wrestler in it called Roddy Piper. The movie was called
they
They
live.
Live.
He probably saw it. Did you see that one?
I
Uh,
saw it. I know he hasn't seen it though.
you
He's
know,
19. He ain't
I
seen
think
that movie.
you didn't see. Did you see it, Truth?
No, I didn't see it.
They
Okay.
live
Oh
as
man,
a
you
they
A lot
live
of a
was a
lot of teenagers saw that movie.
they live. They making T-shirts out of it, which popularizing it.
Yeah, a lot of
They
teenagers watched
live,
that movie.
believe it or not, is before its time.
Yeah,
yep,
1989, wasn't it?
yep,
hmm
yep. You
It,
think
it
the
it
Matrix?
it it has the catchphrase, the famous catchphrase. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
And I'm all,
Yeah, because the reason why I brought this movie because you got to remember he's contemporary. He's today. He's the future.
Yeah,
So the stuff that we're talking about, what I just heard, there is a disconnect from what he said. Sometimes you got to give him some substance to chew on so he can come back to the
yeah.
table. You know what I'm saying? So
true.
he'll be able to speak to his today's language along with us from the past. Because I think
Shoot,
that's what's
19,
missing on a lot of these young folks.
You know,
19. When were you born?
Well, what was huh?
When were you born?
I was born in March.
No,
what
no,
year?
the
He's
year.
2000.
Oh, 2001.
I think it's
he
2001, right?
got me good. I was born.
2001.
Yeah, 2001.
I'm
So
talking about the
Woo,
year. The year you were born.
I said 2001.
woo.
Oh
That
my
was like
God!
that
Wow,
was that
dude.
was that was that was wild because I'm thinking about it. Like
he's three,
2001,
he's 3 years
I had
older than my
Wow.
son.
I had I had 2 years in the military. I was 19 myself, which is funny.
Let me see.
You was born the year of the World Trade Center. Wow.
I was still
You were born.
teaching.
Wow. And I was
I
in
was packing my
Georgia.
in September of that year. I was packing my bags. I was in Coppin State. Damn, it was so long ago. It was Coppin State College, now it's university. And I saw the world. I was in class, and they released class early. And I'm looking at the World Trade Center, thinking, "Wow, that's a hell of an action movie. Look at the graphics on that motherfucker."
And it was real.
And it was
I was
Yeah,
real.
I
but
was
It
that's
sitting in
was
very,
the
real.
fucking classroom watching the fucking towers come down.
but that's
So
very
you went to
important. You got to.
Choplin.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No. I was
well,
saying you went to Choplin State. You went to school with the brother that used to play for the Denver Nuggets.
No, I went to Coppin. That was a HBCU in Baltimore. We got Coppin, Bowie, fucking
Okay.
Morgan. Think about it. Morgan's one of the best engineer, if not the best engineering fucking school in the nation. You got
well,
They
white
don't.
boys going to fucking Morgan.
Ain't that something?
Charles,
And guess what? And they get minority scholarships. But go ahead.
I'm kind of confused on where I went wrong. Like,
You didn't go
it's
wrong.
No,
no,
no.
I honestly
Hold on,
want to
hold
know.
on, hold on. Let him speak.
Like, what do you honestly think about that last statement? I get not speaking in absolutes. 'Cause of course, I don't know that to be like the true culprit or
Oh,
Well,
when I
anything.
say that,
my mic went out, so you might have to repeat your statement again.
when I say that, because I tell a lot of young folks, for example, when somebody gives an opinion, especially they're much older than you, it's not your job to try to diminish what someone said before you.
Oh,
It's,
I was agreeing with you.
I know, but it's best to just stand on your own 2 feet and say your stuff as an individual, so you can add it to the party rather than trying. Because sometimes you don't know that you're doing it, but because what happens when you speak in absolutes, it try to give people the impression that you're the official of that, and you got people that's like could be your father in the conversation. They're like, hey, wait a minute, man, you gotta tone it down a little bit, but yet try to be part of the party instead of trying to be the one to say I have arrived and I got the best solution better than you got.
I'll
So
give you a good. I'll give you a good example. BGS is the same age as my mother. My father's about 2 years older because he's 2 years older than my mother. I had to speak to BGS. In most parts, as a man, I could speak to BGS as an equal, but in other parts, I had to look at him as an elder. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, I'm old. Fuck.
So in other words, I could join the conversations, but there's some conversations I have to just listen because of his experience alone trumps mine, just by living longer. Now, BGS will, like I had to explain to my boy Darren, and he wants to apologize to BGS next time
Oh,
BGS is
that
up
was
here.
cool.
That was he said I ain't gonna lie to you, I was sauced to the motherfucker, and he doesn't come off that way. And I told him, I said, BGS respects everybody's expertise. We respect the Black Manosphere, period, respects people's expertise. Think about it. Art's a legitimate professor and art teacher. I wanted him to get into this thing because he's a historian of not only art, music, but also Black studies. I like it when he's up here because it gives a lot of what we say validity. Just like when we come from a law enforcement, why do Black people and police have this adversarial history with each other? I can professionally, because it's my profession, empathize on both sides. You name one cop do you see in the manosphere, the Black manosphere, that you could talk to this openly? Name one art teacher or art professor you can speak to this. Name one PhD you can speak to openly. You got to be respectful, just like I'm respectful of your experiences as being 19 in the new millennium. It's different than when I was 19. We had our issues, but we didn't have as much issues. Like, we're more affected by COVID than we were in fucking 9/11. Ain't that a bitch?
Mm-hmm. Go figure.
A terrorist attack slowed us down for a few months to a year, if that. Not even a year.
And the thing
People.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
The thing I want to tell the young man: try to recognize when you're being empowered more than you being sunned.
Shit, 19.
Recognize the things when somebody's giving you something that you can use and build with, instead of someone trying to diminish your existence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what some people come off in different ways to where you say, "Man, why does he talk to me that way?" But the other part is too is some things that's going to repeat in your head maybe 5 or 6 years later, and you want to grasp it. And the key thing is you don't want to be. I mean, I think I was a late bloomer, but I paid for that.
I'm a late bloomer too.
And I learned a lot of stuff like late, but I think when you start learning stuff a little earlier, you're way ahead of the game. And we're talking about, I mean, a lot of independence, a lot of success, and some things that people just don't understand because you way up on game because you put yourself in the right circle of men. So you want to take advantage of the expertise and the wisdom in there, even if it does appear in a certain way. It's like, damn, who else is getting, like Charles said, who else is getting this kind of stuff? Who else? I mean, think about this. I mean, do you have a lot of friends?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What you mean you don't know?
So
If you have friends,
that explains. So the thing is, and the thing is, he eventually, as he get older, there will be more. He will have more friends. But just imagine the friend that you get when you have less information
Mm-hmm.
versus the friend that you get when you have more.
And
Think
and
about that.
I will piggyback off of that to clarify it even better. I'm not saying Art didn't do a good job, because Art did a fantastic job giving you that breadcrumb. you'll find a lot of associates, but you know who your friends are. Meaning, can I defend? Can I depend? Can I put my life in that person's hands? Believe it or not, which y'all heard from Darren. Darren is one of the few people on earth I would trust him with my life, and he would do this, and he would do the same for with me. If Darren was sick in the hospital somewhere and he needed me to guard his family, his wife, and his children, I would do it without even question. When do you need me there? That's your friend. That's not even my friend. That's my brother. You feel me? We forgot being brothers. That's one of the things. But I'm gonna answer this question real quick. Charles Faulkner Jr., where do you see black men and black women 10 to 20 years from now? Good
Black
question. Because he also says black women in this one.
Okay.
Where do I see? I see two possibilities. One, I see black men right now having a golden opportunity to be the number one protectors of the country, where we will earn our respect. I know people may not agree with this, but I think reparations will come a lot faster when we're the majority of law enforcement. When we or not even a majority, but we have a stronger presence in law enforcement than we do now. When we have a stronger presence in the military and homeland security than we do now. The reason why I say that is because of the incident and the fiasco and the insurrection, let's just call it what it is, that happened at the Capitol. White
Free
America
insurrection.
just,
Free insurrection too.
free insurrection, when white people really just gave the keys to the kingdom to blacks. I don't care how staunch racist the politicians in the Capitol may be, some of them may be. Guess what? You cannot deny a man's bravery. You cannot deny a man's call to duty. Actually, that's how you got into civil rights in the first damn place. Read your history. This is the reason why law enforcement and the military service are your history. When they saw you out there outspunking and being more heroic and having more valor than even theirs, they cannot deny it. Even Eisenhower, when he heard about blacks being hung in their uniforms, said, we got to stop this shit. There is no way in hell we can have a great country. These men fought and earned their keep. So when you look at now, we can have black men come to a point where, okay, we can join the police departments because now they have to weed out the racist element out of America, whether out of necessity or out of generosity. We don't give a fuck. Do I need to say that again for the niggas in the back?
Yeah, I'm joking.
You know, I'm in the back of the
Just to add
classroom.
on.
I'm kind of slow on the uptake. You know, I'm here learning too. So.
But just to add
So
on,
they're gonna have to weed out the racist element in American society, especially when it comes to its military, its law enforcement, and its civil servants. And guess who the only person they found out they could trust to do the duty and do the damn job was the black man.
We still
Hell
too
yeah.
fucking patriotic. We
And
still that way. We
Think
still
about
that way
it.
right to
Think
this
about
moment.
think of how clever when you look at the video and how thinking on his feet. People thought he was a coward. He threw the stick down to draw their attention. Hey, you want me? Come get me. Looking over there. A lot of people don't know the room he was looking into. Guess who was there?
and just to add on
Vice
to that,
President Biden, not Vice President Pence.
Pence. Yeah. And to add on to what you're saying, and I think this probably would help everybody if they don't already know, to answer that question is to break down the 9 areas of activity.
Mm-hmm. Neely
If you,
Fuller.
yeah, Neely Fuller. If you can look at that, was it law, government,
It's law,
labor,
government, labor,
education,
entertainment,
entertainment, uh,
sex.
sex? Because when he says sex, I look at sex like family. I put those synonymous. And when he says war, I look at that as war and protection. Because I think, I mean, because some people think that, fucking is, I mean, that's part of it because you're getting exploited in the sexual world too. You get exploited. But
Hmm.
at the same time, you got family in that. So the thing is, to answer that question, you have to assess every area of activity to make sure that we're either declining or or emerging. That's how you know. I think anybody would be able to write those things down and then start putting the pros and cons next to those areas of activity, especially
And
going
I'm a,
into the future.
and I'm gonna give you a copy of the Gray Faulkner Initiative because we actually use
And
Neely
I know,
Fuller's
yeah,
a platform, which is, I mean, brilliant platform and strategy. And this is for anybody in the chat, especially for Truth. It's in PDF form. We
Okay.
take out we take out entertainment, we take out sex, and what's the other one we take out? Media. Now,
entertainment,
so
yeah, media,
entertainment, sex, and damn, I gotta look at it again. But we
Media.
take out some media because
media is
those are the ones. Those are the three things that fucks us up as people. Okay, sex is because guess what? We're not using it wisely.
Nope.
I can't say, hey, when I was 19, why do you think I got the name Eric Hormonger? But guess what? I didn't have a kid till I was 25, and that's the only child I have, and he's been with me A1 day one.
Hey,
Okay?
Charles.
Yes, sir.
Black people got elevated testosterone levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said elevated testosterone
No,
level?
we have
Yeah,
higher levels naturally.
good
You mean
compared
in nature?
to other races.
Yes.
Yes. Do you understand why though? Because they always talk about the Son of God. That's right. We the Son of God. We need that SUN. I don't know about that SON. I know that SUN keeps our black asses alive.
Well, you got to
You
think
understand?
about it. You know the guy. You ever heard of this character? I'm gonna put him up on the screen.
Let's
Here
go.
we go.
You might have seen him, right? Might have heard of him. Little known character.
Superman. Superman, of
That's
course.
Ogun, the
Yep.
man of steel.
The Man of Steel. You know. You know how Superman's powers work, right?
You explained that to me the last show.
Hey, Truth, you still there?
Yeah, I'm there. Converting
He,
photon energy into strength,
he
power.
turns the lights to photons because his Kryptonian cells are like solar batteries. Human beings do the
That's,
same shit naturally.
yep.
That's why. That's why if you notice, the doctor says when you feel depressed, what's the first thing he tells you to do?
Get some
Go
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 out.
outside.
outside,
Get some sun.
get some sun.
Get some sun.
You notice when it's summertime, you feel more what?
vibrant life.
Upbeat. Upbeat.
Upbeat, energetic. If
Yep.
I was going to a weightlifting contest, guess what time I really want to do the contest?
In the
During the day.
morning.
Daytime.
And during the peak of the weather. Think about it. There's a reason why it took me years to figure out. Coach, we're running indoors, and wrestling's a winter sport. Why do you want us to run outside? Because you're
Sun.
more powerful in the sun.
Sun.
So he galvanizes his cells a million times over. So imagine having enough energy, which means he's pretty much producing, as if you really go through it scientifically, he's producing more energy than a nuclear power plant. And you're galvanizing the cells. So in other words, when you have elevated testosterone and you have the benefit of being the people of the sun, white people are what they were commonly referred to back in the day was the people of the ice. When you have the sun, what do you also have? It's called abundance.
Mm.
Think about it. There was no such thing as starvation in Africa till white people came.
None. None.
There was no J in the alphabet until white people came.
Exactly. You got to think. Jesus was never called Jah because
Nope.
anything pronounced with Jah was really pronounced with Yahweh, Yeshua.
Yep.
But because a lot of those cultures couldn't pronounce it the way we could, they changed it to fit their own narrative.
Yep.
So
Yep.
when you have abundance, guess what, people? Do you really have the need to steal?
Nope.
No. Stop kicking the chair. We get the young man. Do
Nope.
you need to steal if you have plenty or more than enough?
No.
When you're from the land of the ice, what can you grow?
Not a damn thing.
So if you're from the land of the ice, what must you do?
Steal.
Mm-hmm. Guess what the land of the ice developed? The Vikings, the Visigoths,
The Romans,
mm-hmm.
Greeks.
Because the first Romans, the British people, most of those was Moors. It was brothers. And just to throw a curveball at you, Charles. Rumors has it, which is a good rumor because there's a name. His name was Thoron. There was a black Viking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was. So who are these people that's portraying themselves on television to be so great?
I mean, you got to think about it. We had Thor before he was Thor. We called him Shango.
And Hercules.
You got to remember, they got their superheroes from us.
And Hercules was Heru.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! And I just thought about this. And the modern day hero was before you even the truth, because they couldn't stand this brother. Wesley Snipes came out with a movie called Blade. Dude, the world fell in love with him. They immediately attacked him.
Put it to you this way: if it wasn't for Blade, you wouldn't have seen, even though he is a Marvel character. He actually ushered in the modern superhero movie. Because Blade.
Yes.
Blade ushered in the modern superhero movie because people didn't take superhero movies as serious roles.
That's what Judge Joe Brown said. Judge Joe Brown said the same thing. He said that.
When I looked at Blade, you didn't see superhero movies cussing and fussing like that. You didn't see them fight and have to. Guess what? The craziest part was he saved the girl, and it's one of the last movies you seen the action hero who was black with a dark-skinned woman.
Dark-skinned girl. I said the same thing. Same thing. She was beautiful too, whoever she is.
Yeah,
and I ain't seen it. I don't know. I ain't seen it in nothing else.
She was fine as hell.
Yeah.
Fine as hell. And then here's the crazy part. Blade was unapologetically black. He didn't kiss any white guy's ass.
You couldn't go black.
Even Wessler, his teacher, caught his fucking shit. Yeah. And he had to actually go back and save his teacher. Remember the one scene in Superman when they had in the original the Christopher Reeve moments when they had Marlon Brando was Jor-El? There's something that you got to realize is this also pans out for you. Truth. The son will become the father. The son will become and the father will become the son, and the son will become the father. Which means at some point you're going to take care of your father when he's done teaching.
Right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. When you're done teaching. So a lot of this stuff that we're trying to groom to you, we're grooming you to be the next leader. You know, Art is on his way out the door. He's not too far. He's closer to retirement than prime years. I'm not saying he's old, but he's closer. He's been teaching longer than you've been alive.
Almost 24 years.
So
he's close. Yeah.
I got you, Charles. Charles, I got you, and I got a year on your father. I got you. Because BG say he's 60, so I got 3 years on him.
Yeah, my father will be 64 this year, next month.
Oh, so me and him the same age. He was born in 57.
Mm-hmm. February 21st.
So he
You
got
gotta.
me. He's older than me by months.
But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm a younger man as well, right? Truth, and I'm not quite your age. I'm a millennial, so I'm a bit older than you. Um,
Okay.
and the way that I approach these conversations is with the intent to learn something, take something out of it. There's always something to be learned, and it's sometimes better to keep your mouth shut and your ears open, because even a person that may know something doesn't know everything. So there's always still something to learn.
I was
You
like
know,
that when I was young.
when I approach these conversations, a lot of times, sometimes I approach them and let people know clearly that I have an opinion, but at the end of the day, I don't know best, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm here to learn just as much as the next man, and I'll always be learning. The day that you stop learning is probably the day that you won't be here anymore. And if you stop before that, then your growth was stunted, and that's a problem.
Yeah,
And that's a big
true.
problem in the black community. And I want to touch on something that Art said a few months ago that I never had a chance to ask him since we're on the learning part. We're going through BGS drift, or as I like to call it, the Faulkner wave. The conversation never stays on the same one for too long, but that's what keeps it interesting. I remember you saying that how black boys are never encouraged to be scholarly or
Mm-hmm.
scholars.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to go a little bit more in depth on that one because you said you had a mother who said about her son he doesn't need to worry about college just working or something to that nature.
Yeah, the average conversations you have with mothers, I'm saying average, not all,
Mm-hmm.
but average. Usually, especially if you have a black boy that got like a 2.5, excuse me, not 2.5, 3.5, 4.0 GPA, you would give her all this information about the Ivy League colleges or the higher end where there's scholarships and everything available. But half the time, the mothers and maybe a few fathers, usually the athletic fathers, uh, they would say, "Hey, that's too much for my boy. He needs something more simple. He ain't ready for that kind of world. Maybe he should do something, like electrician or plumbing or something, because I don't think he's ready." The child didn't even speak for himself. But that's the going thing. So you got the parents saying that, and sometimes you got a counselor that will tell kids, cut, you don't need to go to college because you got to go ahead and explore your options and go see the world. And they up there in the hood, they don't even know if they're gonna live, but you got to go explore the world, right? I mean, so
Mm.
everywhere, and then you got the dudes that's probably their peer or their uncle that haven't really made it, telling them that you wasting your time, blah blah blah. So it's like, how are we going to, encourage some of the children that do have these capabilities? Because we do have quite a bit of children that are on the pathway of learning trades, right? So we have that number. That's pretty huge, but we don't have the number where it is where you have the students that want to be doctors and lawyers. They kind of think it, but then you got these grown-ups telling them, hey, this is not for you. So we don't realize it because it's not on TV or whatever, but in our spaces, and it's weird because I found, and I was talking to other educators, and they have the same story in almost every state. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
what is with us where we have to discourage that kind of stuff, but when the girls want to get into it, oh, you go, girl. You make sure you go to college so you won't depend on a man, and
Mm-hmm.
I
that.
can answer that. I can answer that.
Go
I can
ahead.
answer that. Well, I came through the same thing, but I had a grunt. But then I came through those '60s that we had no other choice but to and go to college. I really wanted to go to. I wanted to go to the service. My grandmother said bullshit, and I really wanted to get out of Shreveport, but I ended up going to school, and I never was taught the Willie Lynch letter, how to make a slave, and somehow in college I ran into it. This formula goes all the way back to slavery and beyond. And the Germans knew this. I just found this out. I think maybe I may have found out from this channel, but I just found this out recently. Is that the Germans back in the days, the plantation owner couldn't figure out how to stop these rebellions. Because what they won't tell you is we was putting our foot in their motherfucking asses. Excuse my French.
You
You
see
know,
that sign right there in the corner? We cuss here.
okay. Well, that's okay. So then the Germans told the slave masters, well, you're doing it all wrong. You don't let them know who they are. You give them a narrative. So instead of telling us we kings and queens and all of that stuff, they gave us their story. So all this and feminists, all this bullshit, that's the way they used to act. So all they did was brainwash us. They just used the art of brainwashing. That
We'll see.
this is why truth to me, truth them, and if just the 19-year-olds alone get their head straight, they become powerful within 24 hours. See, I figured this out, and all I did was look at money because money makes the what? World goes rounds. We're so
Hmm.
damn powerful, and it's so many of us that we can pool 25 cents together. We will pool. You got about 1 million people, and they pool 25 cents every damn day. By the end of that month, you are a economical problem. Shit, by the end of that week. So the brainwashing method was basically just to keep us off our square. The colorism, like with PK, they played us with simple minded games for power, control, and money. The
And look
game
at
of chess.
highlight Nigatar's comment if you can. You know, I would, I kind, I go along with that statement, but I would put everything in the 20s, not just skills. But I put matter of fact, I even bring it up. I would put the skills in their teens and their education in their 20s. I would do it
Hmm.
that way because you got see a lot of us that are older, we don't realize the competition that truth will have to face. There's a lot of young Arabs, and Asians, especially Latinos, waiting to stick it to him. They're waiting to be his boss. They're waiting to tell him what to do. They're waiting. I mean, they're licking their chops. And so when we don't put give them enough tools, then why you can't blame him for being pissed off of his elders. We
Hmm.
got to give him
Right?
his tools.
Yep, I agree. I
And
agree with that.
That's our responsibility. He's not my son, but he is my responsibility. If I
hmm.
know something and he's listening, I'm like, shit, what you need? Okay.
Yep,
Exactly.
I mean, that's the attitude that we're supposed to have. I don't care if he's sagging. I don't care what he's looking like. He's our future.
yep,
But we don't think in terms of future in this community because people hate the word gynocentric. Our mindset is gynocentric. We think like women. Women think in nest, men think in legacy. Your legacy, every man wants his son to be a better version of him.
Hmm.
yep.
I'm
I
gonna
do.
say it again for the niggas in the back. Every man wants his son to be a better version of him. Okay? Even 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 though I'm literally twice your age. God damn, I didn't think it sounds weird saying that now.
Welcome to our world.
Yeah.
God damn, I'm a lot closer to 40 than 19. Okay, that a bitch. Like 40, this is how old I'm this old. I still know what a vestibule is in a wardrobe.
Think about when we saw Kobe's achievements. We
Hmm.
saw him in his teens, y'all.
Hmm.
We saw him
What,
grow.
Kobe?
Yeah, we saw him grow to greatness, whether it was, I mean, forget the locker room stuff. We're talking about his craft. I mean, we saw him grow. And I think that's
Hmm.
what, because I don't think a lot of people were just really jock ride the dude. I think people just really saw his progression.
We literally grew up with him.
Right. We're looking at that, and and the thing was, we gave him support.
Wow.
We gave him
Y'all,
support. Same
y'all
thing,
so damn
same thing with Michael
young.
Jackson. Same thing with Michael Jackson. Even though he's older than most of us, but even though we saw him grow, and that's the thing is that when we see him growing and then making it to prominence, that makes us feel a certain way. And I don't think it's just stardom and fandom. I think it's just the admiration that what I contribute to his success.
Mm-hmm.
You know that's
Man,
the part that we don't do enough anymore.
Yeah,
that's deep.
and it's
That's
crazy
deep.
because we don't even have we don't. How many times you felt or you heard in unison, "I'm proud to be a black man."
Shoot,
Not in unison. Used to be.
Rarely.
Not in unison.
Think
shoot.
about it. You look at my father back in the '70s. He said, "Man, you couldn't tell a black man shit in the '70s."
I
There you
loved
go.
it.
That's why.
And
That's
I
why.
loved it.
That's why I'm very beholding to the boomers, man. You couldn't tell a boomer. You couldn't call a boomer nigga to his face.
No,
Mm.
The
that's the way
kick
I
so
that's
ass.
how I am.
Unless you had
No,
some teeth you wanted to, unless you had some teeth you didn't care about.
That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, the silent generation, they were. I mean, the younger ones were emerging, but the boomers, they were the ones that said, "What you call me, motherfucker?" I mean, they
Hmm.
were the ones that did
but
that. And white folks were so apologetic. Well, I don't mean to say it that way. Am I supposed? I mean, that was the boomers that got that started.
hey, Art, it's more dangerous now though. It's much more dangerous now. And I'm not talking about as far as violence. Like I'm in Canada. And when they say the word nigga, I have a friend of mine and saying, damn, man, you said the wrong thing. So instead of, I had to learn not to punch him. So I went with knowledge. Let me get this right. So you're telling me that y'all had a famous queen who didn't take a bath till she was 23 years old, and you have the audacity to call me a nigga? You have a king back in the old days who used to put his head over a stool of shit and call it aromatherapy, but you label me a nigga. So who's really the real nigga? Nigga, man, you can't hear a pin drop. White folks look like they're deer in headlights. Oh, and my friend will say, this is why I tell you you shouldn't say words around this like Gerald, because he's gonna rim you out in public. You can
Hmm.
punch them in so many words. And when you punch them with knowledge, their self esteem goes away.
See,
You're
that's what
not that great.
that's what I was saying earlier. That's the mindset we were supposed to be giving the young, but instead, the young had to come up with their own.
Truth,
And
I hope you got that. And I'm just saying, truth, I hope you got what I said.
and then that's why some of them kind of they feel a certain way about us because we didn't give them that. You know, they had to grab things from the internet and YouTube and all that, and they didn't even know which one was uh,
Um,
solid or which
But
one was what do you call it non-factual, and then they
yeah,
had to learn things the hard way, unfortunately.
yeah, that I like to pick on what you said the other day on your channel. You
Uh,
said it's becoming a renaissance of things.
yeah.
It's a renaissance because channels like yours and mine and others are building back a better black man. You can't say, "What are we building?" I remember Cynthia asked me, "What do you build?" I build warriors and I build kings.
Tell her
What
to
say?
stop talking the next time she speaks to you. She shouldn't speak ever again.
No, no,
Not
no.
Yeah,
This is what
true.
I love it when she speaks, even though that's true. You know why?
No, no,
Because
I
this
don't
is the
love it. I hate it.
this is
She's a
I love it.
retard.
I love it. You know why? Military science dictates you never interrupt the idiot making a mistake.
mm,
Ooh,
mm.
here,
ooh,
here,
ooh, shit.
You
here.
never interrupt the idiot making a mistake. Keep talking. I
I'm
have a
more in
buddy who's
favor
a
of cutting heads off. Fuck it. Let her
oh
heads
yeah,
off.
trust me. I have a buddy who's a fourth degree black belt in ninjutsu. Their strategy is walk into your own destruction.
Yeah, but lay the
Okay,
trap first. Let's put up
the
some nice
trap that
spike traps. You know what I mean? Let her
what
fall on one of those.
what's the beautiful thing about a martial art? My words, my demeanor, my mere presence is a martial art. If I look the part, say the part, do the part, I am the part. You can't call me Dusty. you and I can be Dusty, but I'm Dusty because I'm too busy working. As a matter of fact, y'all call brothers Dusty. That was a sign of pride that you got down and dirty because you
That's
were
right.
building. Just like Art. His hands are supposed to have charcoal and all these because he draws just like I do. Your hands when you draw and you use inks and you use pencils and different techniques, your hands are gonna be black as shit. That's a sign of pride. You're talking to a guy who walked in deserts and swamps. Okay? Hell, we were so deep in the damn forest, one of the damn soldiers, a baby deer, ran between his legs. How can a man is supposed to be dusty at some point in his life? You can't call yourself a man being pretty all the time.
There was actually an old adage that Gerald may be familiar with. I can't remember the exact way that it goes, but it's something to the tune of you can look at a man's hands and tell if he's a man or not, something like that.
By
And
his hands, by the
yeah,
working of his hands. That's
yep.
true. That's true.
And if there are certain signs that you could see, and if you don't have those marks on your hands, it's to show that you haven't grown yet, you haven't developed, you're not there.
Yeah, that soft man handshake, man. That's an eye opener.
That's an
It's
eye
like
opener.
It is.
You
it's like
know,
what the
there's
fuck?
times you fucking grab that motherfucker. See, you gotta understand something. In wrestling, what's the first thing you do when you step on a mat?
Shake the hand.
You shake hands. You know what I used to purposely do?
Try to kill her hand.
Nope. I do the complete opposite.
Go as soft
Oh,
as you can. Go
I
limp.
go soft. I go almost limp. Why? Because I want him to be overconfident, thinking I'm weak.
Yep, that's strategy.
Even though I look like a goddamn anatomy chart
I was
those
gonna
days.
say, you's a
Shit.
big ass motherfucker. You
I
can't
was
play
like,
that
what's
off.
up? You can play it off because it's a
Nah,
psychological thing.
nah, you too damn
Trust
big
me.
for that.
It's
Ain't
a
no
psychological
psychology to it. I look at
and,
you and
and
I'm like, that's a tank. That's a
it's a
problem.
psychological, trust me.
he
I have
reminded
my
me of the last
PhD in this
character on
sport.
Punch Out.
I have PhD in this damn sport, at least a master's. You psychologically, it's not always the size because you get used to the size. Hell, I'm not even looking in your eyes. I'm looking at your feet. I don't even look at the person. When you wrestle, you look at their legs or their feet. They'll fake you out with their hands. If you're looking at their feet, they can't fake you out. You know where they're going. So I'll give a limp wristed. They're trying to squeeze my hand. And as soon as we tie up, they want to get all aggressive. Okay, I'll show you what a tie up looks like. And my forearm is going right to your collarbone. Boom! And then they notice they can't move me unless I want to go. And by the
Remember
time I lock,
Hurricane? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. And by the time you get to that lock, to that collar and elbow tie up, you now you can feel my strength. You can feel my might. And it's not just about strength. It's technique as well. Now I've already figured out I got 5 moves I'm gonna do, and that ain't a goddamn thing you can do about it because I'm already confident in my set skills and time tested abilities. But go ahead, Art.
Remember Hurricane, the movie that
Mm-hmm.
made the movie, but I heard in interviews, and it was so funny because he said the guy was fighting him, but he heard when he punched him, he heard like he said, "Oh shit, I got him now."
Mm-hmm.
he said, he just went for the kill and won the fight, but
Oh yeah. Oh
it's
yeah.
certain little things that they give you to indicate that hey, this is my game. This is
Yeah.
get out there.
And that worked in boxing as well because the one thing you're supposed to be in combat sports is silent because little telltale signs from your voice or from you being in pain. You kind of wanted to go. Somebody got a lot of background. You kind of want to be the guy, the man of steel, like you said earlier. You wanted to
Mhm.
be like, even if he hits you, boom, doesn't hurt. Even like you want to will yourself through the pain. Sometimes it's gonna hurt. Oh God, it's gonna hurt. But you keep walking forward. You circling. Well, you circle forward. Don't walk directly. You circle. Even if he hits you with a good one, bam! You better give him something to make him change his religion. I remember one time I was sparring with a guy, right? And he likes throwing hooks, good hooks. So I backed myself into the corner. Like, okay, we're gonna see what he's gonna do. I have long arms anyway. So he walked into the jab. And the secret of the jab is you corkscrew it and you step bow like a spring loaded action. Pat! I hit him square on the chin. And what I mean, that's just a jab, just walking forward. And he walking into it. It was like you could see the eyes roll back in his fucking head and his body said, goodbye. Like he just like his body just went down in sections. Like his eyes went back for a second. His knees were like, like Richard Pryor was like, fuck it. And he went to the floor and everybody at the gym was like, God damn.
Fuck
Like,
it, Jack.
he-
Fuck it, Jack.
and it's the same shit. Like you got to will yourself through shit. And that's part of the manhood. That's why, in my personal opinion, if you like basketball or whatever, football, yeah, that's cool. Every black male must take a combat sport or two. One, it would curb the violence we have among each other to shoot each other. Two, if you actually train your boys up to combat sports, when they want to beef, this is my belief. I mean, we have a professional teacher up here. I believe if you took the boys to the wrestling room or whatever room that has padding, and you give them headgear and gloves, and you let them go at it for about 2 minutes, 2 minute rounds, three piece, like 3 rounds, 2 minutes apiece, and you get that shit out of their system, you're doing what men naturally do. You get that shit out of them. It does, because what happens with men, correct me if I'm wrong, Art, or anybody on the panel or in the chat, anger for men is dangerous because it gives us fucking ulcers, and 2, it festers.
Yeah. Stop the heart.
It stops
True.
the
Yeah,
heart,
yeah,
and it
Poison. It's like containing a whole. It's like containing acid within your body, within a vessel.
You never know where
Highly
to
corrosive
place that
acid.
it's
testosterone.
very corrosive, and it festers that hatred, because anger within men turns into hatred. That's why it's so easy for him to go get a gun, because he's scared of taking that L. Because back in the
And you quick
day,
to react. You're not thinking. You
Yeah,
just want to react.
you're
You just
not
want to
thinking.
lash out.
You're doing lashing out, which is a feminine thing. And
Been there, done
instead,
that.
and instead of handling your business right then and there, win, lose, or draw, because if you fight a guy one-on-one, nobody jumping in, or as we call bank in Baltimore, and you earn respect, win, lose, or draw. You can't help but to respect that guy. We shot a fair one. What happens is, because under this gynocentric and this feminist fucking ideology, which is counteractive to men, you're doing what's the opposite. You know why these guys don't fight in a controlled environment? No, y'all shouldn't fight. You should talk with you should be at peace. That does not work for men. It's been proven.
I don't think, and this is just my opinion, I don't think that the current strategy is working. Agreed. I don't think that strategy on its own is enough. I think it has to be done in tandem with other issues, because there are a lot of issues that are plaguing black men.
And thank
From
you, Niktar. 9 times out of 10, they'll be friends if they fight it out in a controlled situation that they can come back from, instead of running for your life on from one situation. Or you're taking a guy's life, then you go to jail for the rest of yours,
Yeah,
or you both
Charles-
kill each other.
yeah.
that-
So
Charles,
So
so
that
I
environment-
was hold on. Let me get into this.
all right, all right.
So from
We
we have a lot of issues in terms of the black men that are in the community. You have to deal. That's one outlet, and there needs to be multiple outlets, because obviously, just because you're getting into a fight with somebody doesn't necessarily mean the problem is solved. Of course, win, lose, or draw, there's going to be respect there. But you might see that motherfucker tomorrow, and he still want to go, or you still want to go. You might feel some sort of type of way. There's no
Hey,
telling.
Angel,
So
let me
there's-
piggyback on you.
I'll tell you why.
So
Hold up, one at a time. Then we're gonna go. We're at the PK. We're gonna go to Namer,
Okay.
and then we're gonna go to Herb. All right, go ahead.
So to go along with that strategy that you mentioned, I do think that's an effective strategy, and it would be helpful as an outlet. But I think to go along with that, education is key, as well as conflict resolution. Because just because you want to jump to your hands, you might not necessarily have to jump to your hands if you say the right things. You know what I mean? Like maybe you just are having a miscommunication. You never know.
But
And that's
that's
not necessarily just trying to be feminine. Because trust me, you know, there are times where obviously violence is necessary in my view. I don't think that we live in a world where, you know, you should never be violent. That's just foolish, naive. Obviously there's a time for that, but everything doesn't necessarily have to lead to violence as an end onto itself.
Well, I've said this for 5 years. Said a lot of shit for 5 years. XR. Men have 3 ways of communicating. We talk it out, we yell it out, we fight it out. Does that mean we always got to go to the third option? No.
Kill each other. No.
No. The reason why you give the third option is when you see no other way of talking it out, yelling it out. Men are typically not given the option to even yell it out. Because when you're yelling it out, you're releasing a lot of that energy anyway. But you're like, damn, we just yelled at each other for 30 minutes. We're both hoarse and we're tired. Shit, let's chill. I had an issue like this between two of my wrestlers. They kept bickering and they wanted to fight. I said, oh yeah, y'all want to fight? Close the motherfucking doors. You know what happened? The head coach went upstairs. He said, Charles, you got it. Oh, y'all want to fight? Cool. Guess what? You got to fight the rest of the team first. And the rest of the team jumped on their asses. You're a band of brothers in my fucking view. If you couldn't talk to me first, see where they violated, they didn't come to me or the head coach yet or the other assistant yet. You feel me? They violated chain of command. And instead of talking the issue and coming to us where we could be the wise men who settle the herd, which is the role of men, we settle herds. Women are the beautiful dreamers. We're the ones who bring the dreams into reality in a practical sense. Feel me? Now, after the team jumped on them for about 5 minutes, and they had to wrestle off and fight off the team members, which they couldn't because strength in numbers. Guess what? I said, y'all want to fight? Go ahead, fight. They were so dog ass tired. They were like, oh my God. Like, yeah. I said, wait a minute. I better not see you two motherfuckers fight without coming to us first to talk it out. First. That's your brother. Last time I checked, when 5 or 10 dudes try to jump him, didn't you jump in it, regardless of your safety? Yes, coach. When dudes try to come for your neck, didn't he come to your aid? Yes, coach. So give me one good damn reason I shouldn't put my foot in both of your asses at the same time right now than to harm your brother. It better be a damn good reason. And if it's not, I suggest you shut the fuck up. You know what they did? They shut the fuck up, and we carried on with the lesson of the team. See, the problem is we don't give life lessons anymore to young men that could save their life, because we're not allowed to always go. We as black men are not allowed to go to anger like any other race in America. You're feared for a reason. Okay.
But speak on that a little bit, Charles, as far as how do you channel it? You know, how do men, maybe everybody else too, but go ahead.
Well, one, how do you channel it? You have to have the wise man come back to the neighborhoods. You have to have the man that everybody respects and have reverent fear. Okay? Your boxing coach, your wrestling coach, your scout leaders, the military guys coming back home, the blue collar guys, the smart guys who are in STEM. The wise man has to come back home, because the wise man is somebody who is very worldly. He can speak on multifaceted issues, i.e., the multifaceted man needs to make an epic comeback in the black community, where he can actually challenge these boys and say, look, why are you out here selling drugs? Well, you know, I can't get a job. I could show you where to go, where you could go get scholarships and go get training to be a mechanic and make more money than being on this corner.
Mhm.
Where I can channel you. I can teach. See, the problem with the average black male, nobody says this fucking phrase anymore to them. I believe in you.
Them and dog with an inferiority complex of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
So they feel like there's no place else to go. And even if someone tries to reach out to them, they don't believe it in themselves. So they just lash out and say, fuck out of here, old man. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm. We need to bring back the sensei. You feel me?
Well, that's the
Most
thing.
young men
The
have.
sensei is
The
frowned
thing
upon.
is, go ahead, Arden. That's all.
No, I just don't say the sensei is always frowned upon. You know, they try to diminish the status of the sensei so they can be the sensei without being trained or even having experience. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
What's the phrase?
And
Is Arden not so? I think it is young, dumb, and full of cum.
yeah. And
You
and that's the
named
part.
it.
And that's the part about being involved in combat sports that taught me life lessons. You know, I was humbled the first day I tried out. I was knocked unconscious by a 53-year-old man.
Charles, one question.
Yep.
Your coach, was he like the Iron Sheik? He was like, I'll make you humble. Humble.
He was soft spoken. He's between my parents and him. That's the reason why I'm hooked on Frankie Beverly. He would listen to
Okay.
he would
Okay.
him and my parents love the music. He would listen to contemporary and contemporary jazz. He would listen. He was a printing teacher. He had a master's degree in technology.
Okay.
So he would be in computers, teach you how to program, teach you how to use an old printing press, and all kinds of stuff, and how to use the current model that we used before he passed. So,
God rest his
Oh,
soul.
he passed.
yeah, he passed a few years ago.
Oh, thankfully it's
So
not COVID. Thankfully it's not
And he
COVID.
was
No, it's not
I
young.
just heard about because y'all heard
he was
about Larry
60.
King.
He was like 65.
Wait,
Okay.
black or white?
Black guy.
I'm sure.
All right,
But then
you
again, bro,
probably
he made it. He made it past. He made it past
Yeah.
54 because, like they said, the average black man dies like in the 50s.
Yeah.
All kinds of
You
shit.
probably heard, and Art probably heard about his son. You know a guy named Poncho Art?
I heard the name.
Yeah, that's his father, my wrestling coach.
Okay.
You've seen some of his artwork in The Wire and other shows and movies. And Poncho was not a bad wrestler either. He had a black belt in Aikido. That's how I learned how to throw people. Every time he'd grab me in a wrist lock and it'd be crippling, I'd be like, oh shit. Till I one day reversed him. He said, now you're learning. You get tired of those throws. So
what does it say in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? The masters say they take it as a compliment if you can put them in a submission or if you break their arm. They say, I take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
I take that as a compliment, you know? I
gotta
use a Brazilian accent. Shit.
And how the Brazilians is jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu. No, it's jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, that's how they pronounce
Carlos,
it.
you must know jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. And it's funny because I'm gonna just finish this namer. I'm gonna just finish this part up for Art, and I'm gonna let you talk. When you don't have the sensei to cultivate the boys, and the reason why, going to where Art is saying where he's downplayed, is because the mother does not want to lose control of that boy. Because in her mind, her son is also her pit bull.
Yes.
And when you don't have faith in him, you want him to be big and strong, like a 19-year-old Truth, who's 6'3", 6'2", 6'4", big and strong to fight off, to intimidate whatever nigga she bring home who she shouldn't be messing with. Where you can't go to college because, one, I don't think you're smart enough, and two, because you're smart enough, you'll leave me alone.
Yep.
You'll start your own family. You'll become your own man. And then I'm going to have to break up your relationship to keep my baby around.
Charles, you know what that is called? That's called codependency.
And it's a bigger drug than you think.
Oh, I know.
And that's
Coming
why.
from where I'm from, I've seen that shit happen within my own people.
Exactly.
I've seen that shit happen within my own people, starting from like the early 2000s.
And that's why
'Cause
I
a
gotta go
lot of the
deep.
men were gone by then because of without
The
going
war.
into too much detail. Yes, 98, 2000, and then afterwards they were still there.
Hmm.
And a lot of their sons grew up without father figures, and most of the men were gone. And the only men who were around were usually the teachers, who were starting to get less, who saw their jobs being diminished. I remember for me, like I was already taught to respect my elders, but I was around so many young men who had no lessons that sometimes somebody's father had to be the father figure for most of them. I mean, my father, while I was coming up, most of my friends they didn't have their fathers. The only person who had their father was my dad, but my dad wasn't always there for me. It's not that he
Hmm.
wasn't there for me; it's that he couldn't be there for me under certain circumstances. And so there was a
Hmm.
lot of young men who were lost and confused, and they had that toxic energy. And like PK said about picking fights and whatnot, they don't fight fair. It's just that and that's when we were taught to learn to pick your battles and stay away from people. And sometimes my mom would give me advice that was not the most, it wasn't the wisest advice. The
Hmm.
only people who would probably give me advice who may sound were probably my aunts, because most of them were war veterans. And I'm like, okay, nah, I gotta find, and I'm no grandfathers around because most men die early. In fact, there's a saying in my mother tongue: the men are the first to die. No, the men are the first to die, but the women are the first to grow old,
Hmm.
i.e., menopause. But
Hmm.
like I said, pick your battles. Some people don't know how to pick their battles, and everybody, like they said about anger, becomes this corrosive acid within the body. I mean, have you ever studied the effects of stress on the human body?
Hmm.
And that also, shit, there's like in certain places you have generational PTSD when you think about it.
And not only that, to speak on it,
Generational PTSD.
and not to and just to piggyback off of that for a second, Namer.
Okay, go ahead.
A lot of, and I'm gonna let you finish your thought
Uh-huh.
afterwards. Then it's gonna be Herb.
Okay.
A lot of our PTSD is self-fulfilling prophecies handed down through culture, which is usually through the mother.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to finish your thought.
Oh man, I can give you the best example. Well, among my people, in Eritrea, also in Ethiopia, the best example of of the generational PTSD is like how the boomers and the Gen Xers were living in the late '70s and throughout the '80s and '90s. Because under the military regime that was in Ethiopia at the time, they had a campaign called Red Terror. Lots of it was a Marxist dictatorship. So you had, and those who opposed saw themselves disappear. There was torture. Uh, there were executions and whatnot. That's what forced a lot of people to flee, or they disappeared into the bush and joined certain rebel groups. And even though they try to come to terms with all that, and there was justice eventually, although some of the people were tried in absentia, people haven't really thoroughly processed it. I mean, some would try to use the church, or some would look to the next generation as a means to try to overcome it, because they need to raise us to become the next generation to continue on the legacy. But they inadvertently passed on all that trauma towards us. And then when 2000 war happened, that fucked us up. Just like how many of your brothers in arms came home with PTSD and whatnot and destroyed themselves, and it affected their families.
I'm gonna tell you, one of the worst wars ever
Uh-huh.
to affect people
World
was
War One.
Vietnam.
Oh,
Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Yeah.
See, I'm gonna say this just to edge.
Vietnam vet, and I got some stories. Not
Mm.
many, but let's just say when he left, he was one type of man, and when he came back, he was
No.
never the same,
And
ever.
I'll give you a good example, right?
Oh
And
wait,
then
PK,
it's
you're talking
after.
about your dad?
No, my
PK, you're talking?
grandfather. No, my
Oh,
I'll
grandfather.
I'll tell you because
oh, okay.
my dad was a Vietnam vet.
Okay.
And then after I finish, it's gonna be Herb's turn. Um,
Oh, go, okay.
my dad never really talked about the war till I came back from the war. And when I came back,
Mm-hmm.
we talked we talked in the kitchen for about 8 hours straight.
Mm.
See, that's a lot of shit as having fathers. That's shit that you can never gain again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
a lot of men never, unfortunately, a lot of boys in our community never have that to talk to your father about something that you experience as well. And how do you cope with it and deal with it? He says, number one, a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of your handshakes that you see us do in the black community was invented in Vietnam.
True.
Because that handshake was a sign of solidarity, because you usually had those racist ass commanders who would drop your ass off into some bushes and you had to watch your back because some of them would shoot you.
Fragging.
Where they fratricide, yep.
Yeah, it's called
And
fragging as well. It's
mhm,
called fragging.
that's the short version.
Yeah.
And you would do the DAP for solidarity, to watch your back and you watch his. Imagine you give your buddy some DAP and he going into a helicopter to a mission. The next thing you know, you turn your head and you see a fucking flaming fireball out the sky.
Yep.
And that was your buddy. Imagine you having to give a fucking American flag to your buddy's widow. Imagine you coming back home, fighting for your country, and a bunch of fucking hippies spitting at you and throwing shit at you, calling you a fucking baby killer.
Yep.
Imagine you being exposed to Agent Orange.
Yep.
And that, see, the difference is my war, people were friendly. Okay? Rich white guys made sure they came out of my way to walk over to where I'm sitting waiting for a plane. Whole family bought me food and shook my hand and wanted to take pictures with me. My father didn't get that. Okay? He was called a baby killer. He was spat at. Thrown shit, debris, full. Imagine somebody trying to hum a fucking soda can, a full soda can at your fucking head, and you duck it. And you want to fucking kick the motherfucker's ass, but you're in formation down a fucking parade. Imagine that shit. Imagine they didn't even want to give you benefits. Nobody wanted to hire you because they thought you was this crazy Vietnam vet that was going to go postal. See, a lot of people don't talk about that shit that happened to our black veterans. But we're going to give it. We're going to give it. Oh, we got the captain up in here. Herb, it's your turn.
Hey, thank you, thank you, Officer Faulkner, soon to be sergeant of the goddamn law, Faulkner.
Oh yeah, let's make it happen, baby.
Going back to what you said earlier about combat sports and boys, I think that's imperative, and the reason why I think it's imperative is as young boys, we are conditioned to be physical first. Women are not. So when you start to take that physicality out of boys for fear that they get hurt, you're teaching them to be timid. And when you teach a boy to be timid, he can't reach his full capacity and his full potential as a man. Because being hurt, doing something is a part of life. Bones break, they come back twice as strong, you heal. You move on. You have to learn how to work with a certain level of discomfort, because everything you do in life is not going to be comfortable. It's like my boys say on a show that we host. You have to get uncomfortable to get comfortable. 2, we have to watch how we, as black men, define violence. Fighting is not violence. It's like the song that KRS said, what I call violence, I can't do because your kind of violence is stopping me. Fighting is a natural thing for men. We have to stop allowing women to dictate to us what's toxic and what's violent, because it's that type of quote unquote violence that keeps this society in check. Men who are about structure have no problem resorting to physical altercation to keep law in order. And it's that threat, as Kevin Samuel says, there's always a low-key threat of violence from a man to a man. This is why a man watches what he says to another, because he understands that he can end up on the underside of a boot, just like this. And you're going to appreciate this, Officer Faulkner. Bad Leewood Brown messed around with that man's wife and got dusted off.
What was that? Herbert, what was that?
There's a song by Jim Croce called "Bad Bad Leroy Brown."
Oh,
Yep.
bad Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town, badder than old King Kong, and
Yep.
meaner than the junkyard. I remember seeing the video of it and just fell in love
Yeah,
with that song.
and at the end of the song,
He got fucked
the
up for
song
messing with
about
an
the
old
man
lady.
was messing around with his wife, and the dude was a smaller guy, and he whipped the bigger dude's ass. That's the threat of low. Now that's violence, but fighting is not violence. And I was just saying we have to be careful how that's defined, because once you start allowing somebody to define something for you, they can tell you what you can and what you can't do, and that's a very very dangerous slope. We don't want to go down there.
Yes. Herbert,
Oh, there's a
you
there's
still
a
there?
there's a lesson I like to say real quick that I learned from a game you might have heard of it. It's called Street Fighter 4.
Ah.
My favorite character of all time is Dudley. He's a black Englishman who's like Ryu is the eternal warrior. Dudley is the eternal gentleman. Think about that. The Japanese sees the black man as the eternal gentleman. Ain't that a bitch? We get more praise. We get more praise for being the eternal gentleman outside of America. But I digress. He made this statement. There's a difference between uncouth violence. Excuse me. There's a difference between refined strength versus uncouth violence.
Mm-hmm.
Even as an officer, a peace officer, out of all the training and out of all the power that is bestowed to me by the people, if a guy gets out of line, I can legally fuck him up in certain situations.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, badly. But you got to know when to pull off. Unfortunately, one fight I had with the guy bigger than me, and he wouldn't stop and, submit. I had to go even further. But to know when to pull back is sometimes the greatest strength, and know when not to is you got to know the difference. A lot of men are not taught to refine their strength in this country. We got the captain, Sandog. What's up?
What's going on, Officer Faulkner, man?
Woo.
What's good with you? Woo!
Who and who? God damn it, goddamn Cash.
Yeah, man.
Assalamu
Peace to the
alaikum,
brothers
Sandog.
on the
What's
panel.
good?
Yo,
Assalamu
what's
alaikum,
good?
Habibi. Welcome back.
Yo, the thing is that for many men, right, there are many things in life for you. Like you said, again, for me, fortunate enough, I had my dad, but a lot of that stuff starts at the playground and then it builds up, right? I'll never forget, I was being bullied by some kids, and I told my father, and my father came to the schoolyard and said, point him out. And I pointed him out, thinking that my dad was going to do something about it. And my dad said, well, you're going to go fight him. And I was like, what? He said, either you fight them or you fight me. Take your pick. Right? And for the next month, and for the next month, my father was resigned to the fact that he would have to come up to the school, talk to the principal or whoever, because, I was going to fight these dudes, right? I was going to fight these dudes to get them off me. And that's exactly what happened. Right. And so as a result of it, right, my fighting skills started to go up because for some of the dudes, right, I made sure that they fought me more than once until I won. Right. Then, you know what I'm saying? That's the first step. Then again, like I said, I was a nerdy kid at first before my muscles and everything kicked in. And my dad, I really wish I kept it as a collector's item. My dad bought me a beautiful purple and gold Magic Johnson basketball, but the signature was in silver, like a kind of a metallic silver marker. And I was
You were a Lakers fan?
Huh? It was
You were a Lakers
I grew up
fan?
as a Knicks fan, but I love Magic. Showtime basketball, man.
Right.
Yeah, and so all of a sudden, all the kids played with me, and I saw my father at the other end of the park with damn Superman laser beams looking at me, and so I ran to him. He didn't say a word to me, not one word. I ran to my father, and my father said, "Son, them motherfuckers couldn't care if you lived or died 2 days ago. Now they playing with you. If you could play by yourself 2 days ago, you could play by yourself now. Right?
Ooh.
You know, so hey, either you get that ball and play by yourself, because if I have to go get it, you and I are gonna have a problem, right?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so, and like I said, and so you take that, right? You take that, and like I said, and you evolve, right? You know, you take these, and so these were the things that began to kind of build my confidence, right? And then when I'm a teenager, my father, again, he's giving me life advice, right? And I'll never forget, you know, my dad was teaching me about racism, right? And this was his stance. And he said, son, listen, in life, people are not going to like you for many reasons. They might not like the color of your skin. They might not like your haircut. They might not like the way you dress. Matter of fact, you got people who ain't going to like you because they just don't want to fucking like you, right? And he said, and you know what you do when that happens? What? You move on and you handle your goddamn business, because if you want people to care about you, you got to give them a reason to. Cure cancer, cure AIDS, jump off the Empire State Building and fucking fly like Superman, right? And so, you know what I'm saying? And so all of these things, and so that confidence and everything, you know, again, the being class president, the ROTC, just like Charles said, all of those things built me up, right? And so Charles had a show that I missed that I wanted to come talk on. The whole thing of, you know, I'm your son, not your husband. So even between me and my mother in my first marriage, my mother called me and said, hey, you know, what are you guys doing? Oh, you know, we're out shopping, doing whatever. And my mother jumped out of her skin and said, you know, you're always doing stuff for her. You never do anything. And I said, time out. I said, Mom, listen. I said, one, I'm busy, right? And whatever money or gifts you get, she's the one that sends it. Two, you have a husband, right? And if you are dissatisfied with your lifestyle, I recommend you talk to him. Three,
Ooh.
you know what I'm saying? And I said, three, this woman, you're a stay-at-home wife. This woman makes $90,000 a year. So how she comes and goes with her money is her own damn business, right? And then my mom shuts down and goes, well, I don't want to talk. I said, no, we're going to talk about this. And I kept my mother on the phone for 3 hours, and the conversation ended as follows. And I said, guess what, Mom? New rules, right? Whether you like her or not, right? Whether I like her or not at that time in my life. I said, my wife will not be made to feel like a second-class citizen in her own house. So this is what's hot. You're going to be where you are. She's going to be where she is. And I'll come see you and we'll groove. And then her and I'll be fine exactly where we are. Are we good? Right? and that was the end of it. And so, and I think I was shit. At that time, I was probably 20. I don't know, 20 something. I wasn't 25.
Doesn't matter. Let's not go
You know
there.
what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I wasn't 25, but the thing is that for what a lot of dudes don't know is that one of the things of crossing the threshold of being your own man is a point where you have to separate yourself from your mother.
Yes.
Right? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to take that stand. And like I said, and be on your own 2 feet. Like I tell a lot of young dudes here, I said, at the end of the day, you guys beefing with your moms about girls you're gonna marry and all of that stuff. I was like, yo, your mother wants to control you. So if you marry that Pakistani girl knows the program, right? She's gonna acquiesce to your mother. She's gonna live with, because they live with their parents, and she's gonna acquiesce to that. You marry a girl from Germany, the problem is that she loses control, and that's what the issue is.
You
know what I'm saying?
And I'm glad you spoke about that, Captain. If all you don't know, he was a former captain in the U.S. Army. That's why I call him Captain. Okay, that's why I call him Captain.
Yeah.
He's probably tickled. He's probably tickled about it sometimes because I call him, "Hey, Captain Jack." He be down by the railroad track.
With that M16 in my hand, huh?
Lord knows I'm gonna be a shooting man. Good God Almighty. Lord knows I'm gonna be a shooting. Even with that bottle of whiskey in your hand, Lord knows I'm gonna be a drinking man.
Oh, no. There gonna be no drinking. There gonna be no drinking. Charles,
oh man,
Charles.
I tell people this. This was one of my shows. Yo.
First of all, guns and liquor, Wrong combination. No. I've seen
Usually,
too many people fuck themselves up with that shit from
usually
personal
I've seen
experience.
too
So let's
many.
not go there.
I've seen a lot of officers lose their job, especially rookies.
Mm.
I can drink with the best of them, and I tell rookies, look, I'm 280 pounds. I'm 5'10",
Oh
280
shit.
pounds. I'm a
We gotta
tank.
drop you. You gotta drop 15, son. We gotta get you back in fighting shape.
No, I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop it anyway. I'm gonna take birthday photos, but it's hey, I'm a little vain in that way, but but it's the point that I made on my show. I wish that Sand Dog and others were there when I said things that men need to know is okay. It is okay for a man to outgrow his mother.
Yeah.
You're supposed to take care of her. She's supposed to follow your lead. I'll give you a quick example. My mom was over here when I had COVID, helping me around the house.
Mm.
I don't care what arguments we had. We always had each other's back in my family. My mother, my brother, my sister, my father,
Mhm.
my son. We're tight. Even my nephew and my niece. One time I told my son to do something, and my mother told him to do something opposite, like something else. I said, Peanut, what did I tell you? He's Charles III, but we call him Peanut, and it's funny that he's allergic to peanuts, but that's a story for another day why we call him that. Okay, the quick part is his mother said he had a body when he was a baby that looked like Mr. Peanut on the peanut wrappers. So I told him, like, Peanut, didn't I tell you to do something? And my mother was like, I said, Ma, I told him to do something. And he failed to do it. You know what she said? Okay, you need to listen to your damn father. She doesn't give me any backlip when it comes to raising my boy. Hell, I call him man. My father called me boy, and I called my son the boy. Like, you think Kratos was in the fucking house? Boy, boy, boy. And
Like Chris Judge.
oh yeah, who's sleep?
Well,
Let me
Herbert.
see.
It's either Herbert or Gerald, or maybe Sandog. What time is it? Where you at?
Oh man, it's 2:52 p.m. in the afternoon.
All right.
Yeah, so
I
not
think it
yeah,
was
man.
Gerald. I think it was
Yeah,
Wait,
Gerald.
so but I just wanted
No,
to
I'm
say,
still
man,
here.
for
I'm still here.
yeah,
that could be
Okay,
Herbert.
might be
yeah,
It could be
but
might be
Herbert.
Herb.
Officer Charles, man, what you do for the manosphere is so important because I was talking to Art, my frat brother, and
Uh-huh.
and the thing about it is that when you're talking about breaking control of the gynocracy or the gynocratic mindset, again, martiality and what you get from the philosophies of military science and also the martial arts, right? These things are quintessential. These things are a part of the rites of passage, right? So
Uh-huh.
when Green Gorilla talked about a common ritual that most young men will go through, right? So when you get to, when you get to things like being on the football team or being on the wrestling team, right? That comes with the whole kind of swagger and aura that comes with a confidence. Like I said,
Because you became a man underneath that culture.
yeah. Yeah. So like I said, so you get that. And so what happens is that, it's funny because, even me and the nameless protagonist, we rap about it. And like, and sometimes, when I talk to guys in martiality type terms, there's an adverse reaction to it. And I was telling Nameless that, again, I guess Yoda was right, man. Some people are too old to be trained.
Yeah.
Right.
And,
So I'm listening.
yeah, because you got to know, Cap, that you and I came from a lineage of a warrior class. That's what you also got to figure out. The same shit your father did to you, my mother and father did the same thing else. Hell, even my grandfather said, "Don't you ever run from another nigga.
Yeah.
You'll never get your respect." Like, I'd rather have a motherfucker spit in my face and we fight it out than me run into that goddamn house.
Yeah.
See, you got to be see, as a man, this is what my exes didn't understand, and she respects it about me. I'm willing to be the shield and the spear. to protect you from ugly shit that you don't have to do nor see.
But they don't care.
Some do. Majority no, but I do it for the ones who do.
Okay.
See, I had a conversation with a female coworker of mine, and she thought, "Are some of your views? Do you think they're misogynistic?" I said, "No." I said because I am a lover of history and truth, and I seek out both, regardless if I like it or not. You think I like the way we are viewed in the eyes of majority of black women? Hell no. Do you think I like the fact that majority of black women will not see marriage? Less than a quarter of you will die unmarried? No. That's shameful. That's shameful on your part, and it's shameful on our part.
Yes.
See, as a warrior, you are the guardians and the warriors. There's times I gotta be the guy who steps in front of fucking evil people and say no. And I gotta write a check up to, including my life, up to, including taking a life. One of the hardest damn things you could do is take a life and live with it. A lot of people don't understand this. This is one of the few places in the manosphere you're going to get it raw and dirty. Okay? I kid you not. People don't understand. What I did in Iraq was called counterinsurgency and counterterrorism when I was part of the QRF. If one of his tanks, if one of the captain's tanks were stuck in Fallujah, guess who they were calling to come fucking escort these motherfuckers and rescue them?
You.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. Because correct. Yeah.
And how do you tow a tank? With another fucking tank. And guess what? You can only go as the slowest vehicle. That's how fast you could go.
Facts.
So imagine having snipers trying to shoot you while you're the fucking 50 cal gunner, and you could fit the bullet so close you could feel the goddamn heat of it. See, I believe in two types of people: the brave, the phony tough, and the crazy brave. There's a difference between Sandog, one day me and you gotta go and we gotta do some online shit and get paid for this shit, because a lot of people are getting free game off of this military fucking science.
Yeah, man, but Chuck, I'll give you, because I'm gonna tell you something out, guys. If any of you been in Iraq, when you're coming from Kuwait, right? First, you're on Highway 1. If you stay on Highway 1 and go to Baghdad, you're straight. But there's Highway 8, which is a left turn, which takes you to Fallujah, right? That left turn, yo, for people who took that
called a left turn to hell.
All credit, you get all the credit in the world, because for me, I went Highway 1, Charles, Baghdad to Crit, Mosul, all of that stuff there. But Highway 8, when you make that left turn, yo,
it's your motherfucking ass.
It's your yo, you ain't lying, man.
You become black pill real quick.
That road had its own energy. I swear to God, like that road had its own aura. That's how hot that road was.
And think about it. We had to rescue Marines in Fallujah, and people don't know it could take 8 hours to conquer a house or a block.
Yeah.
And we had to go in the dark of the night to get to these motherfuckers. But go ahead, Namer.
Sandog, let me put it this way. أهلا بكم إلى النار. You know what I just said?
No, what'd you say?
أهلا بكم في النار. Welcome to the fire.
Yeah. Yo, I'm telling you, man, look, it was real, but that's the thing, is that for us, like I said, so for us as men, and that was something. So even in the manosphere, right? When you that would be the missing component, is the martiality. So like like when I talk to a lot of men, right? Again, because I might be on a house I might be on a certain side of a political environment, but at the end of the day, the terrain is the terrain. You can't pick and choose what the terrain is, right? So like what Charles was telling you guys earlier in terms of taking opportunity, right? So I sent the email. Matter of fact, I'll send it to you too, Charles. I sent the email to BGS and them. And so, now there's, like I said, now there's something rising up called the Patriot Party. So all the people all the people who still are going to remain Trump supporters post-election and everything else may go off into this Patriot Party, which does what? It leaves vacancies in the current Republican Party, right? And so now, if you're smart, we can fill up that Republican Party, and then we can define what conservatism will be for the 21st century and going forward. Right? So what happens is that the Patriot Party is going to take or absorb the far left fringes. The far right fringes. It's going to absorb the far right fringes that kind of kept Black people or other groups of people from being apprehensive about being in the party. So if those people all jump ship, right, just like the Dixiecrat, right? So again, the Dixiecrats jump ship from the Democratic Party, go to the Republican Party. So if they jump ship and they form a third party, then you better be, because like I said, what will happen is that the Latinos and Asians will be there, right? And so you better damn sure be there, right? Because now, and then again, and the language will be different, because now at the end of the day, you're talking about America, right? And then you can go from the legacy of the first Black senators that occupied the Republican Party, who said, look, we came from slavery, and you can use some of those taglines. Again, 1865, we were freed as slaves. By 1875, we were
65.
building colleges and universities and all of these other things, right? And so now you could have a more progressive and more inclusive form of conservatism, because for a while the Patriot Party may be a fringe party or not as mainstream or whatever the case might be, and this is your opportunity. But the language that I was getting back from brothers when we was discussing this was like, well, how are they going to win us over? Like, there's a power vacuum. Why do you want to be
fill the void?
There's a power vacuum.
You fill the void.
Yeah, fill the void.
You fill the void, and then from there you can build and grow from within, not from outside.
Correct. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, by the way, Sandog.
Yeah.
You need to get your side. Let's not forget one thing. By the way, it was 65 when y'all liberated, but the thing was, in the 19th century, the Democrats were where the Republicans are at, and the Republicans are where the Democrats were at that time. The roles reversed. They didn't switch roles until like the beginning of the 20th century, especially around the time of Teddy Roosevelt and such. Something to keep in mind.
Yeah. So again, and that's all I'm saying. So all I'm saying now is that you now have, like I said, all I'm saying now is that we now have an opportunity, right? Again, it's something that Charles and I had talked about before on the panel with BGS, right? When you're looking to breach a defense, it's called, you find a point of penetration. If you can bypass that obstacle, right? You know what I'm saying? But for Black America, because we have that gynocentric mindset, right? The whole thing is like, breach that obstacle and show me what a man you are. No, that's stupid. That's idiotic.
You go the path of least resistance.
Correct. And I said it from the rip. And a lot of guys in the ministry, I said, and I told people from the beginning, I said, Trump for us is a point of penetration, because if you remove your emotions, no Republican, I saw Donald Trump stand in front of a sea of white people in Iowa and talk about Joe Biden in the 94 crime bill and how he messed up the lives of African Americans. And those people cheered, right? When he said, and we're going to fix America for African Americans and Joe Biden in the crime bill. And those people cheered. And I'm just like, if we could just separate ourselves from our emotions, that's opportunity, right? And Charles said a very powerful word, and I'm going to mess this word up. And Charles, I'm begging you on bended knee to maybe in another forum or a show on your own to dive into
Oh, not a Boys to Men's
unitarianism.
reference.
Into what?
Unitarianism.
I know what you're saying. You need to ask.
It's
Utilitarian.
utilitarian.
You need to be talking to Gigi about that. Gigi would be the best person to go into detail about
Utilitarianism. Because it's the two sides of the black pill, the nihilist and the utilitarian.
Yeah. So what happens, PK Angel, is that
Yo, there's an echo.
Yeah. So what happens, PK, is that the reason why, and I'll reach out to Gigi, and then inshallah, maybe between me, him, and Charles, we can do it, because what happens is that in the military, that's where you see it used. Right, at least in my experience. So that's where you've seen it used, because it's to your point. Gigi would have it down pat.
You got to be careful with that, though. The thing is that unfortunately, if you use that as a strategy, it can breed something that you probably don't fully comprehend. It's not all it's cracked up to be.
No one philosophy. Listen, no one philosophy has 100% of the answer. Like I told anybody, when it comes to politics, comes to politics or any tactic, you have to treat it like your diet, right? So at the end of the day, I know that chicken breast is not going to give me potassium, vitamin D, and everything else. I'm going to eat other things. And so it's not a wholesale thing. The understanding is to understand when and where to use anything. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say. So, for example, for lack of a better term, I would call it economy of force of philosophies, right? So economy of force, by definition, is the level of force that you use against the threat. That's what it means colloquially. So if you were a dismounted soldier and I decided to shoot you with my 120 millimeter cannon from my tank, guess what? I'm going to prison. Right? Because the United States military, or the Uniform Code of Military Justice, will say you have, Captain Ruffin, you had a sidearm Beretta, you have an M4, right? You have an M4, a 50 cal from your tank, and a 7.62 and two 7.62 coaxial machine guns. Why did you need to shoot one individual with the tank round? Right?
Because it was the most efficient way to get it done. That's the utilitarian approach. All right. So I mean, it's kind of like it's inconsistent when you talk about it and when it's practiced.
Well, this is the difference between, like I said before, this is the philosophy between the black pill. The utilitarian is a person who says, you know what, I know shit's fucked up, but I'm going to keep order. The nihilist is the one who says it doesn't matter. He's going to use the cannon. The utilitarian is going to say, you know what, there's a duty, there's a sense of duty, and I'm going to do it to the best of my duty.
Correct. So he would use the cannon. They would both use the cannon, but
no, they wouldn't both use the cannon. They wouldn't both use the cannon. The utilitarian doesn't blink. Okay, it's the best part is Owlman versus Batman. When you see the scene, and he tells them the difference. We both looked into the devil's eyes. The difference is you blinked, you fell.
Well, the difference. Okay, so the nihilist would do it because it doesn't matter.
The nihilist would do it because it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't care. It doesn't matter. But the person who's the utilitarian, he's the one who keeps order. The utilitarian is the other side.
Situation.
In other words, he makes the best of the situation. You put me in a position. Guess what? If I got a guy beating his wife, I could restrain him with a joint lock. I could punch him and knock him out cold. I could use my nightstick. And if I shoot him and he's unarmed, and it's not an exigent circumstance, excuse me, if it's not something that it has to happen, guess what? As a utilitarian, I had a 14-year-old with a knife, about to fight 3 guys in his yard. And I said, you better drop it. The utilitarian in me says, the utilitarian will pull the gun out either way, just like the nihilist. The nihilist would have shot him. Either way, are you legally covered? But you want to take the path of least resistance. Either way, I would have been legally covered. He's going towards these people. He takes one step forward to those people. Boom. But the utilitarian still sees duty in life. He sees purpose. He knows the world's fucked up around him, but he still sees purpose.
He's not going to give that toxic energy any energy.
He's going to control it.
I've been on both sides of the spectrum, so I mean, for my analysis.
Charles, what you drinking?
Yeah, something good, because I'm about to do the same thing in a sec.
Water.
Oh,
okay, because I hate hearing the cork pop and everything.
You got that fancy water. You bougie, man.
Oh yes. I put my pinkies up. See, when we look at
Charlemagne, he's Charlemagne now.
I'm Charlemagne the Greatest.
No, he's Charlemagne. Charlemagne, that's Charles Lawrence in French. Charlemagne.
Yeah, that's what they call me in parts of Europe. Charlemagne. And it's funny because when we talk about utilitarianism, that's something that you kind of need in the black community, like Sandog said. See, you got to look at the military and say, look, we all have our role to play. In a gynocracy, you don't have all the role to play. The only role you have and ever will come up to is in subservience to a woman. If you have a PhD, guess what? You have a PhD to make me look better. You have a PhD to make your wife look better, your sister look better, your mama look better. Remember, they always look at what you can do. They don't look at who you are.
It's your
if
utility.
That makes sense. Your utility.
It's your utility. In fact, anybody subscribe to Ron Wills' channels?
Yeah.
Because if anybody, you might want to look at. There's a couple of there's one video that I remember he brought up something. I think he gave me a shout out for. It's called "Denial of a Black Man's Humanity." Y'all need to see that as often as possible. That also that, and he had a couple ones like the Masked Woman, the Bait and Switch. Those were some that was very insightful. Of course,
he had a good point that you brought that up, the humanity aspect. I think utilitarianism can be very useful, but the thing is that at a certain point it will cost your humanity, and so there's a balance that has to be struck.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Remember, Batman's a utilitarian.
What was it Nietzsche said? Oh, go ahead, Charles.
Batman's a utilitarian. But Superman's a what? Anybody?
I actually don't know.
Actually, not
humanitarian.
Oh, right. Humanitarian. Because he doesn't want to hurt anybody. He doesn't hurt anybody.
They feed off of each other. In other words, there was a story called Trinity, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. There was a scene where it clearly states who's stronger physically, Wonder Woman or Superman. Mm-hmm. She was fighting Superman's clone, Bizarro. And she said she hit him so hard that it felt like he hit him with a country or a planet. And even Superman said, growing up on a farm in Kansas, even I know when there's a time to put a mad dog down. Think about that statement. People call him the Boy Scout, but what does he say? Should I say it again for the people and the niggas in the back? What do you think, Captain?
Say it again.
He said, and I quote, growing up in a farm in Kansas, even I know when the time is right to put a mad dog down. Does that sound like a humanitarian or utilitarian?
A humanitarian. That's a humane thing.
He's both.
Oh,
correct.
Yeah, I was just about to say that Superman is technically multifaceted, especially if you want to bring in the injustice stuff.
Yeah, it's about balance. All of it is about striking the right balance and having to swing from either
because the main thing we learned from Injustice was that you can only be in humanitarian for so long.
Yeah, you got to be both at some point. Because when he said
Injustice?
Yeah,
did he say Injustice?
Yeah.
You mean like the Injustice comic books? Because I played the game.
Yep.
I played both games.
It's based on the game and the books. The books
That's
are actually some of
because-
the books
Right.
are some of the best books in the last 5 years. Pure comic book. That shit is gold and silver and platinum.
Oh,
And I'm gonna tell you what, when he made that statement, that put me back in a minute. You know what he just said?
yeah.
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 He
There's a
used
time and place for
Ecclesiastes.
everything.
He basically went through that chapter in Ecclesiastes. It said there's a time for peace and there's a time for war. There's a time to live and there's a time to die.
Yeah.
He said people don't understand the character of Superman. Once
But
again, for the niggas in the back, even growing up on a farm in Kansas, even I know when there's a time to put a mad dog down.
But
Which means he was willing to do what?
He was willing to kill him.
Kill. There's a time
He
to
was
kill. There's a
willing
time
to
to
kill. And
In
guess
certain
what?
What?
He knew that if Bizarro got out of line,
He
the
would have to destroy
totality
him.
of death would have destroyed. He would have killed Wonder Woman and countless lives. So it was his duty and what? Responsibility to take him out.
Mm.
Should I say it again for the niggas in the back?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It was his duty and responsibility to take that fucking monster out.
Well,
But this is not
Charles
what you're
you're a cop though. So now, yeah, I just want to say this real quick. You're a cop, so you of all people would know you can only be the goody two shoes hero for so long. And remembering Injustice, Superman was like, he pretty much admitted, he said he kind of got tired of just saving people back after back after back, or over and over and over with like little recognition, or it got to a point where people expected him to be there, and he felt like
They
he
took
didn't
it
get
for
much
granted.
respect for it.
Not much
Well,
appreciation.
Well, you got to think about it, right? And Sandog can attest to this. Correct me if I'm wrong, Captain.
Yeah.
At some point, a failure to act is just as bad as a failure of misconduct.
And to speak to what Seattle mentioned just a little bit, in the Injustice art, if I'm correct, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not 100% polished up on the lore, but that whole arc had a lot of bloodshed and death that went along with that. And so there's a high cost to be paid for utilitarianism. It isn't a very it isn't a good thing to follow unto itself at all.
Well,
it's
yeah,
a
look at
good
the
thing.
embodiment. Gotham City is the embodiment of that. But yeah, go ahead.
It's a good thing because the one thing that kept, and I love using comic book references because everybody know them and they teach you lessons. The one thing you got to understand, people looked at Superman as a goody two shoes. No. The reason why Batman and Superman didn't kill is because, in their words, it's too easy.
It's far too easy.
How many times have we heard this parable through the Abrahamic religions? To thy own self be true.
Yes.
Okay?
Facts.
I have to know myself to say, can I handle? Before I could take an oath, because you take 2 oaths. You take one when you get hired. You take the second one when you complete your when you graduate the academy. You take those oaths. You must understand. And I had to tell rookies this shit when they asked me to speak to them. You do know that you're taking an oath to possibly take a motherfucker's life and to deal with it. So you're for conscientious objector, this is not the role for you.
Facts.
If you're somebody who cannot carry out that duty, leave. Because guess what? To save your fucking life, if I had to go rescue your daughter from a drug house, I'm going to kill every goddamn one of those motherfuckers. And I'm not saying it to sound fucking important. I'm not saying it to sound like a fucking tough guy. At some point, people forfeit their lives doing heinous shit. Okay? People may say, "Oh, you're talking violent." No, I'm talking real.
Yeah. Well, but you know what it is, Charles, and this is why Zack Snyder is a genius. And most people, and I'm going to come back to the point, but most people understand Superman on a very superficial level,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because Superman is, why do I like Superman? Because he's always in the process of self-actualization. He's a thinking man, like how we are,
Mm-hmm.
right? We're supposed to be
Mm-hmm.
thinking men. And self-actualized people accept themselves and others as they are. They
Mm-hmm.
tend to lack inhibition and are able to enjoy themselves and their lives free of guilt. Not only do self-actualized people fully accept themselves, they also embrace other people for who they are,
Mm-hmm.
right?
And
Spoken like an empath. Shit.
trust me, we get deep on this channel, don't we?
Yo,
Bro,
So,
so
I'm loving this shit.
for
yeah, that's
example,
hella deep.
so for
Would you
example,
not be able to say the same thing about Bruce Wayne?
I'll give you
Bruce
brothers,
Wayne. I'll
yeah,
finish at the Sand Dog, and I'll answer that.
yeah. I'll give you brothers a quick story, right? There was a certain young lieutenant who was in Iraq, right? And there was a paramilitary organization that was harassing villagers in the village that this certain young lieutenant was, right?
Okay.
And so this young lieutenant, right, witnessed it because at night they would come through and they would shoot around to intimidate people, right? So and the tracer rounds from their AKs were green. So that young lieutenant goes to meet the leader of said organization. And that young lieutenant talks to the leader and goes, "Hey, here's my knife." And he said, "Why are you giving me your knife?" And then he goes, "Well, that's the only thing I can give you because the rest of it belongs to the United States government." I said, "Do you see the tanks on the ground, the helicopters in the sky, the smaller tanks over there?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Those are your troops." And that young lieutenant says, "Do you know why I lead those troops?" He said, "No." I said, "Because I don't fucking need them. The next time I hear that you harass these villagers, right? I said, the knife is for you and your men. I will kill 2 of your men every day with my bare hands. And Friday after Maghrib, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to crucify you right there on the water feature. I'm going to slit your throat and pull your tongue out of your mouth and let you drain out like the dog that you are. Let me hear from these people one more time that you harassed them, and I guarantee you it'll happen." And I said, "I'm very capable of acting how I look." And he said, "How's that?" "Fucking ugly." And then after we had that conversation, a rainbow came over the village. Dogs and cats started living together. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The lions laid with the fucking lambs, right? Because at some point, just like what Charles was saying with Superman, at some point, you have to fucking turn on the heat.
You're gonna love this one.
You know, so at
Yeah.
some point you're gonna have to turn on the heat. That was the loudest shit ever. That speech he gave Charles, like, I feel
Oh,
like
that was
I'm in a
beautiful.
world made of cardboard.
But yeah,
Oh my
well,
god.
it's gonna come a time in a man's life that a man is gonna have to speak to another man, and he's gonna have to speak to him in such a way that no matter what language he can speak or interpret, it is fully understood.
But you know what though? Let's go back to this, Charles, in terms of Superman compared to black men.
Bro,
Think
Darkseid.
about when
Ooh.
Zod found. He said, "Clark, is that what you let them call you?" Right? And so I want you to think about it. Think about you and I having the opportunity to meet
Oh,
Shaka
wrong
Zulu.
pick, Charles. Wrong time for that.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We don't need
about,
to juice up this motherfucker. Thank you. All right, that's more fair.
yeah. So think about you and I, or all of us, having an opportunity to meet Shaka Zulu, and they saw us in our current state, which is the Clark Kent state, right? The humble, the meek. Because remember, one of the reasons why Superman is Clark Kent, because just like, look what happens for African American men. At some point, you get the talk, right? You're told that you have to tone yourself down. You're told not to be angry. You're told, you know what I'm saying? So again, and so what happens is that you go off into this world mild-mannered, right? Mild-mannered, and never actually, and never actually living in your complete self. And so in the comic books, every time a Kryptonian saw Superman dressed as Clark Kent, they were like, what the hell are you doing?
Why are you hiding yourself? Matter of fact, son, Doug, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm gonna say this real quick. I wrote a paper
No, I'm
on that in
listening. I'm
college.
listening.
I wrote a paper in college about that. This paper was so in depth and so awe-inspiring. The teacher said, you literally don't need to write shit else in my class. I never thought about this. I compared the plight of the black man in America to Clark Kent and Superman. Number one, similar to Superman, he was brought as the survivor of a damaged or destroyed world.
Yes.
Our connection to Africa is almost destroyed.
Yes.
Practically.
True.
Not to mention very different cultures.
I guess that makes me Zod in a sense. I guess that makes me Zod, doesn't it?
No, you're much more nicer Kryptonian than Zod.
Yeah.
You're much more.
I'm the only African in here, actually.
Yeah. Think about it. And notice, nobody ever gave you hate. We love you here.
Yeah.
I feel very appreciated here. You know that? That's why I like being here. Because this is a place where I can go around like...
You're actually got bright ray of sunshine, man. And number two.
I'm going to get to that in a little bit.
And number two, Superman is the physically most powerful being on the planet. What are black men in America?
Stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound.
That's not a politically correct. That's not a politically correct statement, Charles.
I'm never a politically correct nigga either. Who as intelligent as I am, who ever called me politically correct? As a matter of fact, every woman that I've been with or attracted to me said they love me for not being politically correct. They loved me because they couldn't control me. They had to bow down in some way and submit because I was
from the hip, motherfucker.
I'm a shoot shit. You know who my parents are? My father said, I never raised your ass to be henpecked. I raised you to lead us when I get too old.
You were raised to be a bad motherfucker. A bad motherfucker.
Trust me. My parents, see, a lot of kids nowadays, and I'm going to get to the third part. And it touched on what Sandog said, but I'm going to get to my childhood a little bit. My mother and father didn't really want me to watch Sesame Street. And sometimes we'd watch it if there was nothing. I was allowed to watch He-Man, Thundercats, Brave Star. Shit, part of the reason why I was allowed to watch Hercules, all these action movies. One of the best times is watching Gunsmoke and Bonanza and Rambo.
Oh God, facts.
With my father. I wasn't allowed to be soft. Chuck Norris movies, Bruce Lee, Black Belt Theater, pro wrestling. For God's sakes, I was brought up to be a
Jim
fucking...
Kelly. Don't forget Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly? I was brought up to be a fucking... You straight out of a comic book, man. Shit. I was brought up to appreciate not only my blackness, but my goddamn masculinity. And the third reason we're similar to Superman, like Clark Kent, we have to hide our abilities, hide our power to make everybody else feel comfortable, if not superior to us.
In other words, Charles, you're supposed to speak silently while carrying a big stick.
And then guess what? Black men were never even allowed to carry the damn stick.
do that.
You know
Hey,
what, Charles?
I gotta hop off, man. It's actually
Okay.
fucking 6:30, so I just wanted to, say to dive more into this because obviously Gigi has a philosophy major, so he can speak to this much better than I can. But
Or
also
any of
some of
us.
it, yeah, also some
Yeah.
of it
I
esoteric.
gotta meet this motherfucker.
Yeah,
GG.
Green Gorilla. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
good dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he most likely, I don't know, but my approach to that particular philosophy is that if you hold it to its fruition, you'll end up with some pretty seriously bad outcomes. So I wouldn't recommend it. But I do understand it following it to a certain point, and I agree that the best outcome is to what's the word, keep a balance, in my opinion. It's
I'm
just
I'm
my opinion.
Kind of like
gonna say
Taoism.
this. I'm gonna say this to you to give you a perfect example of what you speak of. Being a police officer, you become very what? Utilitarian.
Yeah.
You can actually become nihilist. It doesn't matter. Law and order, and that's the way it goes. See, of course, you have the people who don't live in the neighborhoods or never came from the neighborhoods who don't want to spend time with the kids when you have the outward bound. I don't mind it. I'm a coach. I go to my old high school and wrestle around with kids and teach them life lessons. See, the reason why I like it is because it keeps your humanity. You have to be both Superman and Batman. What's the one thing that kept Batman from going to the edge?
The Joker.
Alfred.
Oh yeah, Alfred.
Yeah. Well, Dick, if you wanted
Dick
to add
Grayson.
to it, but Alfred.
Dick
Yeah,
Grayson.
you're right though. Yeah.
Dick Grayson. Alfred would not allow him.
Alfred
Dick
was like his
would
father
not
figure.
allow him.
Alfred was like his
Alfred,
father figure.
Alfred was the first day one nigga ever in comics. Alfred,
Absolutely,
even
sir. Absolutely, sir.
Alfred was former SAS.
Well, yeah, I think, but like I said, I think that maybe you, Sandog, and if GG is free and I'm free on whatever day you guys plan this out and talk to him, please do talk to him because it's an important conversation.
This is important because I'm glad. Well, finish your statement. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we should all sit down and have the conversation on it. I'm not a complete, like I said, for me, I'm inconsistent on it because I do acknowledge the usefulness in it. However, I do not believe in following it to its fruition because I understand the outcomes of it.
You have to have a heart.
Yeah,
if I can't do what I do without a heart, because there's times I take out of my day when I would go to the group homes and I would play Madden with the group home kids.
Right, and I acknowledge that. Sorry, go ahead.
And that's part of the reason why you can't be full utilitarian. Now, when people say that I'm red pill, sure. People say that I'm blue pill, sure. There's nothing wrong with having a little blue pill. I have to be. I have a son to raise. I have to be nurturing. Am I black pill? Fuck yeah. Because that mission has to go. If that guy pushed me to a point where my life or somebody's life in jeopardy, you forfeit yours.
I agree. And so, yeah, that's why I said I don't think the absolute black pill is to be a full-on utilitarian, and none of Batman is a good representation, but he doesn't reach the peak of it.
No, he doesn't.
But PK, all of this is compartmentalized. So what you have to remember, what Officer Charles said, right? Again, so for us in our training, right, we're taught there's escalation and there's also de-escalation, right?
Absolutely.
So somebody who walks off the street that's full on UT or nihilist is a problem, right? So let's say for example, like if you have a cop, and I was arguing with people about police. I've never been a cop. The closest thing I've been to a cop was touring the streets of Iraq. And I was telling people, I said, what you need to understand about cops, right, is that, think about it. I said, let's say if you took somebody that had a heart of gold, right, and wanted to do the right thing, what happens to you after 5 years of constantly seeing the very worst in humanity? Do you know what cops see? So that's what I'm saying. So because people ignore the fact that cops are amongst the highest people for suicides, right? So at the end of the day, if you work it backwards in terms of, yo, I'm seeing babies in the trash, all forms of abuse, right? Let's say before you get the gangbangers and crime, you are seeing horrendous things, man. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, if you're watching, if you found a baby in a dumpster, right? You know what I'm saying? Again, all these things takes tolls on you on certain times. Like, so for me, I remember when I was in Iraq, right? Some asshole blew up a gas station and it killed and hurt dozens of people. And so when we were doing the investigation, right, nobody had anything to say. But if an American soldier went to an Iraqi and stole half a pack of gum, right, they would protest the base. And I'm like,
What the fuck? Yeah.
and I'm like, what the fuck? And so what happened was that gave me some insight into how cops in America may feel when it comes to certain situations.
I
Or certain
understand. I
neighborhoods.
do. I have a unique
You're
understanding
an invading
because of
force to them. You're
different.
an outsider. You're outsiders to them. A threat to the neighborhood.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I have a unique perception of this because of my life story, which I'm not going to go into. So it's I do understand. That's why I said, for obviously, like, we agree. We actually agree almost entirely. That's why I'm telling you, for the most part, you guys aren't entirely consistent with the view of being a utilitarian. Because if you had no ability to compartmentalize, you would be you'd be a little bit different. Let's just put it that way.
Even our generals are utilitarians, but it's compartmentalized. So that there are situations where it's going to be called for, right? So it sucks for me to tell these 18-year-old kids, take that machine gun position or take that hill. Right? It does. But there will be times where the circumstance calls for it and it's unavoidable.
You got to make the tough decisions.
Yeah, we agree. Yeah, hold the conversation with Gigi and let's all have it. Let's sit down and have it.
Yeah, we'll definitely we'll definitely try to get the Green Gorilla. We're gonna have and we definitely. If Jay Sean, if you want to come up, hit the link, man. If you want to come up, I understand it might be late or early or mid-afternoon.
No, it's
or you might be
12:30 over
Yo,
here.
Charles, I got a question for you.
Yeah, you guys take it easy. I'm out.
All right, later, PK.
What's that? All right, later, PK.
So
Always a pleasure.
So if black men are the standard Superman, then could injustice be like a clairvoyant future, so to speak?
Well, that's if you really want me to break this down, I need everybody in the chat, everybody in the panel to give me a woo, because I can break that down for you.
I can't do the woo. Sorry, tonight I can't do the woo. I'll explain why in a little bit.
Yeah, you got
probably
mine.
because it's like.
No. There's something wrong with me. I
don't
confess
know how
about.
old you guys are, man, but if y'all were old enough to see the Four Horsemen, man,
I'm 38.
The Ric Flair. Anderson.
Huh?
The Ric Flair.
I'm 38.
Ann Anderson.
Yeah, you will never see.
26.
When it comes to wrestling,
you a baby.
You will never see that again. Charles, make your point. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, the Horseman, baby. Oh yeah. A couple of days ago, we had the 29th anniversary of the greatest Royal Rumble ever, where this guy won. Woo! Let me make the point of this.
Okay.
Injustice Superman is the Superman that white people fear. Because Injustice Superman, if we're looking at the black man, is the Superman who says, we're paying you back what you owe.
Worst case scenario.
Every time we blessed your people, we civilized you. We showed you how to conduct yourself in orderly fashion. How did you pay us? You ran us out of Spain. How did you pay us when we helped you when we helped you and cured you of the bubonic plague? You enslaved our descendants. How did you repay us when we shot and killed and died for the country before it was a country? You still enslaved us. You raped our women. You fed our babies. You used our babies as alligator bait.
Facts.
We are the only one. We're the reasons why you still have a United States of America and you don't have a Confederacy anymore. How did you repay us? You stole our 40 acres and a mule. You gave us Jim Crow. You made us fourth degree citizens.
Don't forget the black codes before Jim Crow.
And the black codes. And the black and the sundown counts. And you federally funded and state funded the Ku Klux. Woodrow fucking Wilson had fucking Birth of a Nation plan at the White House Theater.
Yeah.
Charles?
Yep.
Sounds like injustice is overdue.
Yeah,
it's like that's the shit that they're scared of.
Don't
that
forget,
if we got
there's footage of the KKK. They were having marches in D.C. in like 1911, just before the outbreak of the First World War. Don't forget the race riots that took place in that same decade in places like Chicago, in Washington D.C. and whatnot. Then this is before what happened in Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, we'll get to that in a minute. When you said make your own shit, we're separate. We were making, believe it or not, we were making more money than the average white person. Fuck a wealth gap. We didn't care. We made money. But you bombed us. You gave these motherfuckers bombed us. Wealth. Generational wealth. You destroyed us. How did you repay us when we won World War II for you? When we defeated one, two. We actually fought Vietnam for you. What did you do? We fought for civil rights. What did you do? You made everybody benefit but us. We gave you the renaissance of the 70s with all the classic music, inventions, clothing, style, and profile. How did you repay us? You gave us crack cocaine. Crack cocaine did shit that slavery couldn't. It broke up our families.
Destroy you from within. Charles?
And then, hold up. And then on top of that, that's the reason, that's the Superman they fear. Because once they think black people are going to be in control, they know that they are going to owe 10-fold, 100-fold. They know that every goddamn thing a black man touches breeds life and creation. But how many times everything a white society touches breeds war, destruction, famine, and decimation?
If I may.
They're afraid of it. But go ahead.
Well, first of all, to sum up some of the things you said, like what they say, that fear, injustice, Superman. I remember there's a saying they say a hero has two choices after he's done what he's done. It's either he can fade away and come back to see a brighter day, or he can stick around long enough to become the villain.
Oh yeah, you either die the hero or you become the villain. Live long enough to become the villain.
I mean, in Injustice, the first game, I remember because I played the first. I played both. I love the first one, but the thing is, like Injustice, it's like if you remember, like Dark Knight Rising. What was it he explained about trying to preserve the face of Harvey Dent and not show Two-Face, because he said the Joker wanted to show that he could destroy you and corrupt you from within. So you need to protect that symbol. He wanted to destroy everything. In fact, the Joker is Black Pill. He's a nihilist because he wants to see everything burn.
It's fun for him to burn. And this is the reason why. Oh, go ahead.
Because he knows he controls. It's like they say he's a psychopath or a sociopath because they do whatever they want because they know it's about controlling the world.
And yeah, and I like to tell people I'm not a racist or prejudiced individual. I just see shit for what it is. I hate you because you're an asshole. If I got a disdain for you, you proved my disdain. You showed me your disdain, not because of your color, because of your character. And this is
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
And I learned this also from my people. We talked about y'all did this, but how did people repay you? I remember they warn us about trusting the whites, because they said, like, unless you were Armenian, then you're just cool with us. It was like what they said is like, be careful who you trust, because whatever they give you with one hand, You're always going to take something with the other.
Uh-huh.
That's how it goes.
It's
That's
like
how
the
it
old
goes.
saying. It's like the old saying. What's up, Bay? Blotter? News. Woo! It's the old saying from the African proverb. Be careful of a person handing you a shirt with no clothes on.
Yeah. Yeah. I like
You
that.
said be careful of a person handing you a shirt with no clothes on.
Mm-hmm.
If that person's
That's
naked and
deep.
he offers you a shirt, you're like, where do you get that shirt from?
How
And
can
why
you
is this
tell me?
motherfucker naked?
How can you tell me? It's just as simple as my father used to tell me, and my mother used to tell me. Be careful of the person who says they love you but hate themselves.
Yes.
That's some
Yeah, that's
deep
the
shit.
same philosophy. Yeah,
Same
that's true.
philosophy.
Because like, what
How
would they
can
say?
you
How can you love someone else if you don't love yourself, right?
exactly? And this is the point that I get at when it comes to injustice and warfare. See, military science, if we want to dictate one part of it, if you do not command the land, the sea, and the air, the captain's here to correct me if I'm wrong. If you do not command the land, the sea, and the air, you infiltrate the system from within and make it your own.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because remember, right? But that's what happened with the barbarians, right? Over time, because Rome overextended itself. So you had to make barbarian senators, regents, and generals.
And
Uh-huh.
and the more exposure they were to the Romans, the more they learned the Romans. Hell,
Yeah.
When you
use
say
the
Rome
word,
overextended themselves, I didn't mean to cut you off. Well, what do you mean? Can you
huh?
elaborate on Rome overextending?
Over in regard, remember, right? So when people think of the military, everybody thinks of guns, shoot them up, bang, bang. But all of that is logistics, right? You only have so many men to spare, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's only so many swords and so many shields that can be made, right? Resources are finite. So when the military expands beyond its logistical capabilities, right? Whether it's material assets and personnel, that's overextended.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh, okay,
can't
I get it.
go. You can only go as far as the food can go.
Yeah.
An army
Yeah.
marches
What
on
they
its
say, an
stomach.
army marches
And
on its
munches on his
stomach,
stomach.
Yeah.
right?
If you can't feed your troops, how effective
I
are your
can't talk
troops?
about my shit, but I relate to y'all
And
in
this
certain
is
things.
another topic, but that reminds me. Basically, he's talking about only being able to have so many soldiers. I just saw a stream I was watching today where they connected basically how low the fertility rate is in the West. Period. I'm talking like from the United States to Norway, and how when
Don't
the
forget the rest
fertility
of
rates
Europe,
are low,
motherfucker.
who's gonna arm the military and stuff like that.
I'm
So
glad you said that. Fifty
Mhm.
yeah.
percent of 50% of white men in Europe are sterile, so you can make a safe assessment that it's probably true about the United States. That's why birth rates are so low for white people.
Yeah.
The only reason birth rates are low for black people is because child support.
Yeah.
Yep.
And lack of compliance too, right?
No, child support.
Okay.
That'll deter you from getting a girl.
Can't stop niggas from fucking shit. Fuck that. Can't stop them. But child support. Black men wear condoms the most.
Well, the only demographic in the United States that even has a replacement birth rate is Latinos, Latinos and
Be-
Latinas.
because one, the overwhelming majority of Latinos are what religiously,
Catholic,
and what's
Yeah,
against their belief.
abortions, and divorce.
abortion. Yep. So they don't believe in it. So they're
Yep.
not. A lot of them aren't aborting. Yeah.
So one thing about it is the reason why black women abort their babies is one thing you find out throughout history. When abortion was illegal, guess who had 99% of the 90 85 to 90% of the abortions?
White people,
White women.
white women.
Well, you said white women had 95% of abortions.
85 to 95% of the abortions were white women.
Wow. Okay.
When what happened in the South, way back in the day, when a chick got pregnant as a teenager, they sent her away, and the parents raised the child if it was their own, and they would lie to people. Oh, they would tell how many times you heard stories that such and such had a younger brother, but that was really her son.
Yeah.
I can think of somebody who was raised in that certain situation. And we all familiar with this particular white person for one of the heinous crimes he committed. Does the name Ted Bundy come to mind? Because he was raised like that. He was
And
raised by his grandfather.
And most black people, guess what? Most black people are conservatives, believe it or not. Most black people were traditionally conservative. We're actually more conservative than conservatives. We didn't have this. If you look at gay parades, you don't see too many black folks out there, do you?
Nah.
When you look at most liberal rallies, you don't see too many black people, do you?
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
Especially if you want to talk about black men in particular.
Oh, don't get me started on that one.
See, when people want to tell truths, black men were utilitarian. If it didn't have any sense and it didn't make sense, we just didn't do it. Now, even in the black community, did we hate on our gay brothers and sisters? No. As a matter of fact, when they tried to
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Now,
was just going to finish this.
It depends on where it is, man. You know, because like a lot of people would say Atlanta's real gay, but that's just in the fucking Piedmont Park and what's the other area? Midtown area. You know, every town has one of those areas. But
Our
in the
Midtown
hood,
area, our Midtown area in Baltimore, that's where you're going to see the majority of the gay populace.
Yeah.
So,
but if you go to a hood, you go to a hood, like a real hood. They ain't having that. You know, they
ain't gonna have too many of them.
Yeah,
and
they
guess
just
what?
simply ADOS.
Yeah, and you got to remember that black people traditionally protected gay people. Think about it. Them discos, they couldn't go to their white people to fucking party. They came with the blacks to party because we're so accepting. That's the mentality of the people of the sun.
Charles?
We don't. Go ahead.
I believe D.L. Hewley once said this. You know, black people are not homophobic. I mean, if it wasn't for gay people, there would be no gay choir director.
Yeah. Everybody knew fucking Luther Vandross was gay.
Charles, you said people of the sun. What's the sun? What's some symbol? Yes, it sounds like you're pulling from some symbolism on that one.
When I reference people of the sun and people of the ice, people of the sun are usually people of Africa and African descent.
People of the ice.
When you have any place that has tropical weather, they usually have an abundance of materials, abundance of food, and abundance of animals. So you can literally fuck up a whole harvest and wait a couple more weeks and you'll have a brand new harvest. When you go to the Nordic countries, where the only thing that grows is poverty and hunger,
during the winter,
during the winter, you only have one season to get the shit right. If you can't get the shit right, if you can't get the shit, if you can't get the shit, guess what you had to do? You started doing Viking raids,
pillaging.
You start having Visigoths. You start having the Germanic tribes and shit.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. That would play into the fact of why Europeans are more innately violent then.
Yeah, it had to be. When you look at the people of the sun, we're like, we don't know what starvation is. We give food away.
I would. Because the region I come from, because if you're from the Horn of Africa, every so often we get hit with a drought, you know, and we always remember the dream of of the Pharaoh. 7 years of 7 years of bliss, 7 years of good harvest, 7 years of drought, 7 years of good harvest, 7 years of drought.
Oh yeah, but guess what happened?
We get hit. You ever seen Ethiopia? At least once a decade, they get hit with a fucking drought.
Yeah, but you know what happens? You know what happens?
They bounce back.
You have not only the bounce back, but historically through Ethiopian, Eritrea, and all those countries, Historically,
especially Operation Poor
Somalia,
Hope.
guess what? Many centuries ago, those were the masters of storage.
Yeah, right.
Facts. The land of Punt.
The
Yeah.
land of Punt.
They could store food.
Sand
They
Dog,
had
say it
to-
with your chest. Say it
You know,
with your
that's why.
chest. The land of Punt.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. That's why a lot of people from Africa always say, "Do not waste food." My dad used to always say, "Do not waste the food."
Yes. Yes.
So that's very
Nino,
important. Yeah.
Nino, did any of your I'm sorry, I know in Nigeria they don't say aunts, they say aunties, but do you remember any of your aunties would always pack large meals and they would like put away storage for later?
Oh yeah, all the time. They still do.
My mom would do that. I remember my mom, anything she was cooking, she would cook like large amounts of it so she could like, and they love Tupperware. They love Tupperware.
Oh yeah,
The Tupperware would always come in and they have like, because I remember whenever I would go visit one of my aunts or whatnot, she said, "Hey yo, there's some leftovers in there. Go enjoy yourself." I said, "Yes, okay, cool, all right." Instead of having to cook all the time, they'd like cook large amounts for like that'll last us like a week or so.
As much as beans and rice you can get on this earth, they still don't want to waste that.
But think about it. How big were the festivals for all my African and African descent? First generation brothers and sisters. How big were the festivals of food?
Hey, depends on the holidays. Like, for my case, it'd be like we had a holiday like last week. Was it like last Tuesday? There was a big holiday where I'm from.
Because one thing about it,
baptism. They were like having, of course, with COVID, it's not possible, but
By the way, I wanted to say this, but so in Mexico, right, I learned that the Africans that are very standoffish towards me, they all speak French. So I don't know what countries those would be, but
most people,
interestingly, some of the Mexicans down there, they would. The other
West
day,
Africa.
one of the Mexicans came up to me. He was like, just out of nowhere. He was like, "Do you speak French?" I was like, "No," because he was assuming that I did, because I'm pretty much the same skin tone as him. But yeah.
Where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yeah, where you from?
I was born in Cleveland, Ohio.
Where's your family from?
Half is in Cleveland, half is in North Carolina.
Okay. Oh, we talking to a white guy here?
No, he just likes skin mix.
Oh, okay. I'm a little confused sometimes because sometimes the voices throw me off.
I'm dark skin. I'm dark skin.
I mean, like take Sand Dog for Sand Dog.
Okay, I got him. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to speak for you. I thought you was one of the other dudes that was.
You thought he was PK.
Oh,
no, no,
Oh, sorry. You in Seattle?
So you?
No, I was not anymore.
You're in Mexico, right?
Yeah.
So you got to remember this.
What city?
Millennials, a lot of millennials don't have accents because they have standardized language speaking.
Okay. Oh,
so a lot of them don't have it. Like my son, he has it because one, he's around me, and one, he's around his mother. But he can speak. He could actually speak. He's proper but Baltimorean. How about that?
Yeah, but that's a culture where you are. Just like Atlanta has a culture. California has a culture, but you'll know the difference from Northern California and Southern California.
But the way they got the millennials speaking, you can tell them apart. It's almost like he almost speaks like a Californian. If you think about it, if you took a California,
I spent a lot of my life on the West Coast. I've lived in like 8 different major cities, so I'm really a hybrid by this point.
So you're a little bit, because your accent's a little bit of everything. There's a little bit of Southern in there.
Because my family, I spent like a lot of time in the South, in North Carolina, but then the other half of my family's in Ohio.
He can definitely fool you, because I'm gonna tell you, brother. Like, if I don't know what part of North Carolina you were born in, but the thing is, North Carolina has a certain dialect too, because they use they have words like "I declare." Claire means I declare.
I declare.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was born in Ohio. Half of my family.
Oh, okay. You say you live in North Carolina.
Buckeye.
Yeah.
Buckeye territory.
He says we have
for sure.
We have Negatar, who's he said but is that but is that also why Europeans are so ridiculous and calculating?
That depends on the European.
they place a decimal and keep calculating. Well, you have to be meticulous when you don't throw your own shit. Let's look at America, right?
Mhm.
What do we manage? What do we manufacture in America anymore? We don't even manufacture American flags in America. Ain't that about a bitch?
Made in China.
And the thing
With
is,
the
if anything is made here, you have to be more of a person that's very creative and exclusive. Like if you're a designer, all your shit would go into an exclusive boutique. Like if I wanted to design for Adidas, it would be Adidas by me, by who I am, but it would be an exclusive boutique. That's where you find most of the very nice,
And you
unusual
couldn't work
stuff.
with Puma either. And you couldn't work with Puma.
That's right. You're right. But that's the brother
Have you
to
ever been?
Adidas.
Yeah, I
but
mean,
you got to remember. I was gonna say
sorry,
this
what was
real
that you
quick.
said, Nino? What was that you said? Because I said you could, if you're working with Adidas, you can't work with Puma. What did you say?
Yeah, I said because that is the brother to Adidas. That's who Adidas
Rudy
is.
Dassler,
Adidas.
yeah. Yeah, the Dassler brothers. The city is called the city where they're from, Herzogenaurach. That's like that's like 15 miles from Nuremberg. That's where both cities. That's where the headquarters of both companies is at, and they're divided by the river.
Are you there?
No, I'm in Norway, but I know my history. I do my research.
Hey, that's
Oh wait, hold on a second. You're in Norway?
Yes, I am in Norway.
Oh man, I looked up to like some. I'm actually probably want to talk to you about that because it seems like that's one of the hardest countries. I looked up so much information on like first and foremost finding someone of color up there was a task in itself. And then two people that I contacted, they didn't hit me back, and it's like a whole. Yeah, I've got some questions for you on that.
Yeah, well, there's also there's a couple of websites you might want to check out that where they talk about expats living there. Let me type it in for you.
Hey, that's just like living in Reno, man. When you see black people and you try to hook up with them, they weird as fuck. So it's kind of hard. And Charles, I'm sorry for talking to you.
I got that. I got that in I got that in Seattle, but I also got that in Atlanta too, because of like stuff like how I talk and everything. So yeah.
Wait, hold on, brother, hold on. So what part of Atlanta?
Everywhere. I was in the city center, Marietta, Alpharetta, everywhere, even Stone Mountain. Like it didn't matter.
Well, of course, if the way you speak very well. If you're in a place like Decatur, Stone Mountain, Tucker, those places like that, they talk a little bit different. And I think there's still some nice people there. But the thing is, it's just that if you kind of sarcastic or if they don't understand it's just like you wouldn't understand how they talk.
Yeah, I couldn't, but I went to my ex-girlfriend when I came back from the war. When I came back from the war, I went to Atlanta, and I was staying at this this nice studio apartment that I got for a really nice price because they were pro-military in downtown Atlanta. And I was staying with her, and I was visiting, walking around, chilling. Went to a damn McDonald's, and they were like, you know how if you ever heard of a Georgian or Atlanta accent, it's nothing fucking like it. Just like there's nothing like any accents in Texas or, I guess, Baltimore. Like if you heard my boy Darren the other night, Darren sounds like the quintessential Baltimorean with that mid-Atlantic Southern accent.
His is strong. It's stronger than yours, Charles.
Where compared to mine, I went to private school, where a lot of people can't really pick up on where I'm from. But it's funny because his is strong because he's the quintessential Baltimorean. He works literally for the federal government. Smart guy. And it's funny because when I went to Atlanta, I had to ask the guy. I said, "I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but can you repeat that to me again?" Like it was like he literally sound like who can I say? He sound like a combination of Little John and the Hot Boys. Like could you?
You know what, Charles? The thing is, let me tell you. The thing is, when a black person in Atlanta back in the day, if they thought you was trying to be funny, they'll say something like, Nigga, what you think? You think you better than me or something?
Yep, and I'll tell you this one right now. Like my earliest memories when we first moved to Atlanta, I was like 6, 7-ish. All the kids just kept asking me constantly, "Are you from New York? Are you from New York? Are you from up north?" Like just constantly. So I was ostracized the moment I got down there, and to be honest with you, that pretty much pertained all the way up into my teens. So I went back up to Ohio, so I never even felt like a part of the black people down in Atlanta. To be
So
real,
how do you feel now, brother? How do you feel now? Because
similar. Like
at the end of the day,
like
with
don't like I
your
don't
dark
get.
skin, you're black.
Well, yeah, but here's one. Like I like Atlanta because of like I like the seeing black people do well and things like that, but I never fit in there. So it can't, even though I
Try
have good
not to.
memories there.
Because there's
Yeah,
other people
even though
that
I
are
have good
just like
memories there, it's not a home to me.
there are other people just like you. You can't make what's to become. Well, I'll put it this way: you never know what good could come out of what you have to offer. You just align yourself with people who are just like you because you have some people that are just not
Find
where you
like-minded
are.
people. Find like-minded people,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
by the
yeah,
way,
I know
It's
that.
funny
Seattle.
because that's
And
why.
and I remember, I
That's
don't get it twisted. When I was in Atlanta, I used to go to Duluth, and I went to like the Tekken game tournaments there. And it's not like I couldn't find people there, but
And
there
that's
are
where I
other
live. I
cities.
live right out there. So there are a lot of people that are
Yeah,
just like you.
yeah,
Seattle.
exactly. But
Excuse me, Seattle.
as far as the major city as a whole, there's other cities I've been to where I felt more like I could be myself. And I'll just put it to you like
Excuse me,
that.
Seattle.
I'll put it to you this way.
Excuse me,
When you
Charles.
see
1 minute,
my
please.
when you see my black ass at a comic book and anime convention, and it's funny
Oh.
because I'm such a fucking fan, and so is my son. It was funny. We were talking to Dan Jurgens. If you don't know who Dan Jurgens is, he's the guy who killed Superman with Doomsday.
Yes,
And
Nate, Cyborg Superman, which he can't get enough of. Can he tell other stories besides Cyborg Superman?
probably not, but Cyborg Superman was the shit during that time.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because my son and his best friend was like they understood the concept of the story enough of Superman, but they were like, "How could you? How could you kill Superman? He's freaking Superman." He's like, "Don't worry, I get it from my grandkids all the time." They were like, and it's funny. It's so funny because I'm a big I hate to say it, Dexter. I love Dexter Vines. I have a hand of one of a kind drawing in my art book by Dexter Vines, and I was like, "Oh shit, you're black." He's like, "I do that shit sometimes, Sometimes I'm an Asian guy, sometimes I'm black." Today I decided to be
You know
black.
what though, Charles? It's so good to be able to blend and being a police officer, you're able to identify with every person in every walk of life, addition to the dialects that you hear. Like you just have a lot of people. If you don't go places, even dwell in some of the most grittiest places, you'll never understand. I have a cousin that was terrified of Tupac. She would never. She would not go to a concert with me.
Wasn't that
Like that.
5'7"?
Yeah.
Wasn't Tupac 5'7"? He was a big man, was he?
Yeah, but
He was a
ever
big
since the movie,
Ah.
she when he played in Juice,
Mhm.
she was afraid of him.
I remember
He
Above
was
the
too
Rim.
convinced. He was too damn
afraid-
convincing.
She
Well,
was afraid.
he spent a good part of his time in Baltimore too.
She was afraid of New York. She was afraid of New Jersey. You couldn't get her to come from the South to go places like that.
Yeah.
That's because I mean, goddamn.
Hey, yo, by the way, hold on. Seattle.
Yeah, what's up?
In the private chat, I gave you a website to check out. It's by an
Oh
Englishman.
yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I'm on it now. Yeah.
Okay, it's by an Englishman in Norway, so you can. He's also got his own podcast, so you can understand what the expectance of certain expats living there. It's mostly European and Westerners, but
Where are you natively from?
I'm from a place called Eritrea, but I live in Norway. I'm East African.
Okay.
But you lived in New York too, right?
No, I was born in the Middle East. I just went to an international school, and I was around a lot of Americans and Westerners and whatnot.
Okay. I
got people on my channel from Eritrea. Who can say that?
I know, man. That's wonderful. And
yeah, I gotta talk to Chaos. Shit happened with Chaos. We gotta sort that shit out.
So which So you got in on a visa, I'm assuming, right?
I don't want to get into it. You know, I don't really want to
Oh,
get into
okay.
it.
All right, yeah, no, it's no problem, bro.
Yeah, this is I don't you know this is sometimes you never know who's listening. Don't want to get doxxed. And
Yeah,
shit.
Probably want to talk to him private on that one.
yeah. Hey, you want to drop your email, bro? I'll be
I'm kind
great
of reluctant
for
on
that.
emails, but there is wait a minute. There's a
Wait, you kind of reluctant on emails?
There's a lot of things I have to be reluctant to. I mean, as Dave Chappelle once said, "What is a black man without his paranoia intact?"
Oh yeah, I read there. I read. I gotta say this. I gotta answer this.
Oh, the Rocky King. The Rocky King.
All right,
What's up,
Charles,
Rocky King?
put on your costume.
I will when I go to Bluricon this year. Fuck that. When I get from my surgery, I'm gonna go. I have an autographed hard book edition from Neil Adams himself of Superman versus Muhammad Ali.
Oh man, I love that one.
I have a hardback autograph edition. I met
Superman
Neil
versus Muhammad
Adams and
Ali?
his wife at the Baltimore Comic Con. Every time Neil Adams has a nickname for me every time I see him, and he calls me Arms. And he always and Neil Adams has an incredibly strong handshake, so he loves it when he shakes hands with me. So he always loves my son and his best friend. He's like, man, he's like, I have so many grandkids that are not even grandkids. He says the beautiful thing about being an artist is that I get to meet the beautiful people in the world. He says I don't care if they're black, white, yellow, blue, green, orange, whatever. He says this is the beautiful thing about comic books. It's the one thing, no matter where you're from, no matter what color you all are loved in some way, in some imaginable. He says, think about it. I don't know who sees my art. I don't know who's going to read the book that I've drawn in, but it's going to be appreciated by somebody centuries after I go. Think about that.
Charles, that is true, but at the same time, black people have started to say, "Hey, look, let me start, working for Marvel so that I could draw some comics. Let me see some people that look like us." They did have a couple of black people back in the day, like in the very old comic books, but they never.
Shout out to Dwayne McDuffie. Hallowed be that name.
Yes, sir.
Rest in peace. And it's crazy because you wouldn't have had Justice League think about it. You know, one of the reasons why the Green Lantern movie bombed is this. Guys like around Seattle's age grew up watching Justice League and Justice League Unlimited on Cartoon Network.
Yep, sure did. I was about like 5-6 years old, and sure did.
Yeah, they
Guess
didn't know
what?
Hal Jordan.
They don't know Hal Jordan. They know John Stewart. That ain't Green Lantern. Green Lantern. Imagine a bunch of white adults now. That ain't Green Lantern. Green Lantern's fucking black, man.
Sure did.
That's the power of the Wayne McDuffie who said, we're not using Hal Jordan. We're using, and by the way, I also have the first appearance of John Stewart in my collection.
Sweet.
Whoa, I had to do some finagling for that shit.
Charles,
Jackie Ormes. How do you say her name? Jackie Ormes.
Oh shit! Don't get me lied.
Ormes.
She was born in 1911, and she died in 1985. And she was a American cartoonist. And she did
Ormes or Orme maybe.
Orme,
is it French? Orme or Ormes?
Yeah.
Ormes? Is she French? What's her background? French or something like that? Because
I think she changed her name to that. Her real name used to be Zelda Maven Jackson or something like that. She was born in Chicago, but I think when she left and went to another country, she went to just saying her name was Jackie Ormes. But anyway, she was a person that did comic books. She was the first black woman that did comic books. If you Google her, you'll see all of that. And she does them just like Marvel and all those. And she do make the black woman that's inside of it look more on the black, black features and all of that.
Oh yes,
hey, Charles,
salute to her.
Speaking of comic book heroes and whatnot, you realize African American men have been saving the world for a long time. I mean,
Centuries,
Will
actually.
Smith, for example, in in all his movies. Wesley Snipes in Blade. Michael Jai White in Spawn. Al Simmons was a bad motherfucker.
Oh yeah, that's funny because Todd McFarlane,
And of course,
he actually he
the
actually
late,
patented
the
he
late,
actually
of course, the late, what's his name? Black Panther.
oh yeah
I keep forgetting. I
the
keep
late
forgetting his
great
name.
Chadwick Boseman.
Chadwick Boseman.
And I
Have you ever
mean
guys?
Todd
Have you ever guys watched Message from the King?
some of it.
Because he plays a South African cop and everything. And that's where
Yeah, and
he
he
got his
takes that goddamn chain, I believe.
bike chain. It was a
Speak,
bike. It was a motorcycle chain
speaking
or
of
a bicycle chain.
immigration, speaking
Yeah.
of immigration, it seems like as an American, immigration is turned up on hard mode. It doesn't matter what country you're trying to go to. You got to pay the $500 visa, then you got to get approved through the company. Then they got to see if the language proficiency is it. But for some reason, it seems like it's hella easy for people to come here, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it does. But I want to
Yeah.
ask Screwball
Yeah.
a question. So back to you when you said that you're very private about doing different things. I understand why. Because
Reluctant.
I know I'm
Private.
reluctant, but whatever you want to call it,
My own
I
personal
understand
safety.
that you are. Just hear me out. Just
Okay,
listen.
Listen.
I feel that I feel you on being very private, but
Mhm.
a lot of people, unless you're a hacker, can't do anything to you through an email. That's the safest way. And sometimes it don't even have to be an email. That's your direct email.
Sure.
And so you made me question. Now you said you're more like a Middle Eastern African.
No, I'm East African, but I was born and raised originally in the Middle East, and then I went back to my homeland.
Okay, so what is your look? What is your look? Do you look like how Nigerians look, or
No. Eritreans, Ethiopians. I'm an Eritrean. Eritreans, Ethiopians have a very slender look. But then again,
Yeah, I know it.
and then the way I look to most people, they think
how
I'm
do you
Somali.
spell that?
Let me spell it. Let me type it for you.
I actually had an Ethiopian friend. There's actually a lot of them up in
Oh,
Washington State.
Okay, but
Yeah.
I like to say the name or fuck you with your good hair. So let me stop.
That would be my sister, but okay.
But I used to have nice hair.
But
They have a
my
very
hair,
distinctive face.
people always say, "Hey, man, you got good hair too," but that's the Dominican side.
Yeah, the Dominicano side of you. Hey, by the way, Z, Mr. Z,
And believe
he's
it or not,
Haitian.
and believe it or
I just
not,
wanted to ask this. Oh,
What
no.
you say,
Go ahead,
Charles?
Eric.
I was about to say this. Believe it or not, all hair is good. It's just
Yeah, right.
I say the term out of just like comedic purposes.
Yeah,
But
we
when
know.
you're
I
a
love
black
you too,
man,
Charles.
when you're a black man, a black person, period, mixed with something else, thank God you can do different things with your hair.
Mm-hmm.
I got a homegirl. No, actually, my brother. He's got a friend of his up here. She is half Eritrean, half Guyanese. When I found out she was half Guyanese, I was like, "How the fuck did that happen?"
God damn, that's like wow.
She's half Guyanese, half. Because I've met some Norwegians here who are mixed, and they're like some African with some. Because there was one chick I remember, she was like, she was Norwegian through and through, but her parents were from Cape Verde or Cabo Verde.
I bet she was beautiful.
She was fine. She had that good
Most
hair.
unique chick that I've
But the
most
friends
unique-
around her, I know I was looking at them because they look like one of my people. I was like, are you guys East African? He's like, yeah, we're from Eritrea. Then I started talking shit in my mother tongue, and we're like, oh shit, what's up? What up?
How is the fashion industry over there where you is?
So. I mean, then again, it's too fucking
For
cold
men,
to do.
menswear. I'm not speaking.
Oh, for menswear. Well, I say this. A lot of this shit is tapered, but it's mostly for European fits.
Okay.
So me, I can't wear I can't wear slim fit, because first of all, like I gotta live up to certain stereotypes.
Okay. It is true. Proud to be a black man.
Dude, you know what I wanted to do? I really wanted to fuck with. I've been insisting on getting the prostate exam, and I realized I wanted to fuck with my doctor. So I figured I'd take a boner pill just to have him just overreact to shit, make him uncomfortable as possible.
Oh god.
Oh man, that's crazy.
That's how like some
But-
angry
but-
shit right there.
But I will.
What's going on with you, boy?
No, he's like, no,
That's-
what? No, it's a grow. Oh, sorry, I'm a shower, not a grower. When in truth, I'm actually the other way around.
Okay.
Hey,
I'm glad.
in
I'm glad
in
you.
the words of R. Kelly,
I am
best of
fucking.
both
I am
worlds.
fucking twisted like that.
Yeah,
But the truth of-
he's the ray of sunshine over here, the crazy
Yeah.
ray of sunshine. But we love him.
Yeah, those
Yeah, I know.
those Nordic countries. It seems like a lot of them pretty much the same story as far as immigration goes. You got to get sponsored and stuff through their visa. And in Denmark, just to apply for theirs, it's like
Denmark
500.
has some of the strictest
Yeah, dude.
immigration.
You need
laws.
like
Sweden is
$555
the
US
complete
dollars
opposite. Norway is somewhere in the middle. But the thing about
just to
Norway
apply.
is, they're not part of the EU. They're part of a sister organization called EFTA, EFTA.
Mhm.
So they're part of. They're like associates to the EU, but they have to be part of. But as part of the whole single block, they have to be in the open borders policy.
Let me
But
ask
they
you
don't-
something.
Yeah.
Do you are you Muslim too?
No, I'm Christian, but I grew up around Muslims. I have
Okay.
Muslims in my whole family. I mean, Sand Dog, you might remember we had that discussion about Islam, the history of Islam in East Africa and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Oh,
course.
by the way, Sand Dog, before we continue, I gotta be honest with you. Since you sound like Biggie Small, I get all hot and bothered, and I want to start dancing like Diddy. Take that, take that, take that, take that, take that, take that, take that. Hey, I bring the joy, I bring the laughter. But
I bet you over the fucking PA system. First time this young butterbar come over there, they be like, I didn't know Biggie Smalls joined the army.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Screwball, when I get ready to
I hope, please. If you ever come to Norway, probably for meet. But I will say this,
Charles,
Charles, I gotta get something off my chest. Charles, I gotta get something off my chest. I gotta get something off my chest. When I said I can't give you the woo, Charles, you gotta understand. There's something wrong with me, because you see, I've been dealing with the madness lately. Cause you know, I know you be styling and profiling. Yeah, brother. You think you limousine riding, jet flying, kid stealing, wheeling, dealing, son of a gun. But you, no, you can't deal with living on the edge. No.
What's going on, bro? What's up with you?
I'm doing Macho Man Randy Savage. Come on, man.
You gotta do the. But Macho, when I come to town, you gotta understand. You gotta understand. Elizabeth said she want to be with a real man, and I tell her to come over to the Nature Boy.
Oh no.
Yo,
You think you take it to
before I
Space
roll out,
Mountain?
man, yo, wrestling.
you ain't-
I'm gonna tell you something, man. You got, like I said, man. Yo, if you not a kid, yo, you miss peak wrestling, man. I'm talking about Jimmy Hart, the Mouth of the South, the British Bulldogs, Coalition,
Junkyard
you know what
Dog, SD. Hey, you remember when Bush Reed came to WWE with
the
Slick?
natural.
You know what? This is what bothers me. This is what bothers me about the Hall of Fame. Why the fuck is Kenneth Johnson, Reverend Kenneth Johnson, aka the Slickster? Why the fuck is he not in the Hall of Fame? The first he should be long overdue.
I mean,
it took him how long? 20, 30 years to get the Honky Tonk Man in?
I mean, I don't like the rules. I mean, you're right, Sand Dog. You miss peak wrestling.
Right.
Think about it.
I mean, the Attitude Era was great, but you need to have. There would not have been an Attitude Era without what was going on in the '80s with the rock and wrestling and everything.
The rock and wrestling. It's funny. One of the best conversations I ever had with a pro wrestler in Baltimore was with Bret Hart.
Oh.
So they call this guy Slick.
Yeah, Slick.
Yeah, Slick. The Doctor of Style, Slick.
Mm-hmm.
And he was 6'5". He was 6'5". You believe that?
Yeah, he was tall as shit.
So it seems here, if you're, regardless if you're black, it doesn't matter. If you're American, you're in a whole nother pool of immigration process versus if you were like from Somalia or.
Oh yeah, because the EU, it's like a tiered system, especially considering when you're in the EU.
There is like there are exceptions to European citizens because open borders and whatnot.
Yeah.
Of course now they had to switch that up on the Brits because of Brexit and everything.
Because I'm looking on the Wikipedia page, it says here that in 2017, out of the people that immigrated to Norway, most besides Polish, Lithuanian, Swedish, most of them come from Somalia, Iraq, Syria, and Pakistan.
Yes. In fact, the Poles make up the vast majority. They're like of the 800,000 plus immigrants. Wait a minute, hang on. I gotta give you a.
But I guess I'm just more so surprised at how some people in the Middle East are able to.
Seattle.
Yeah.
That website I just clicked in for you. That is that's the Central Statistics Bureau. They got an English page on the top right corner where it says English. Click on that. They give you the exact English translation of that shit.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, because there Westerners, it's easier for you guys to come in. A lot of Latin and Asian women, mostly they come in because it's usually through what you call family reunification, because many of them are the spouses of Nordic nationals who were living overseas and whatnot. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, immigration is an interesting topic in itself.
I've seen that I've seen how immigration has been like a really, especially with the whole 2015. What happened in 2015? Like when they saw all that we saw that train of humanity coming from Greece, entering into Western Europe to Germany.
Yeah.
But that's nothing new to me because I remember people take it like the Africans who were fleeing from various parts. They had to cross the fucking Mediterranean and shit. But that's nothing new.
Let me ask you a question after he done talking.
But that shit's nothing new because since the 90s they've been dealing with illegal migrants and whatnot as a whole. But anyway, Nino.
Yeah, I guess I'm just more so surprised at how many people from like Saudi Arabia and Syria are able to immigrate there.
Not Saudi Arabia, but more like Iraq, Iran.
Turkey. Oh, well, I mean, it says here on Wikipedia, Saudi Arabia is one of the top ones too.
Oh yeah, but that's like to the UK and stuff like that. I don't know about Norway.
Yeah, it says about 20,000 people from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, mostly on immigration visas. On university, on student visas and whatnot. I know some cats. What's it? Wait, the Rocket King. What's he said? Charles, you talked to Bret Hart too? Damn, I thought I was cool with sneezing on J-Lo's limo windshield.
Well, I talked to Bret Hart for about an hour. It was funny. Bret was like, and it was funny because I was pissed I couldn't get the day off to go see wrestling. It was the 15-year anniversary of Wrestling with Shadows. So I went to go get gas downtown because it was Sunday. And I was like, the guy there, the security guy, came out the patrol car with my partner. I said, wait a minute, let me go see if they're here. I was like, wait a minute. Y'all showed the Bret Hart thing. Is Bret Hart here? He was like, yeah, he's right there. So while the theater, it's a big little mini theater showing Wrestling with Shadows, went to shake his hand while the movie was playing. I was like, oh shit, Bret Hart. He was like, oh shit, a cop. And it was funny because I was like, dude, can I get an autograph for you? Because everybody knows I'm a huge Bret Hart fan. Hell, I got detention for putting a kid in a sharpshooter in like 8th grade. It was worth it.
Charles, we've all put people in charge. We've all done the sharpshooter.
It was the most profound. Yes.
Do you go to cosplay and all that?
Well, I haven't cosplayed. My son has. When I sprayed his hair, the tips of his hair, and he was like Black Naruto.
Okay.
Ooh.
All the girls love.
Hey, what did you want to ask me?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to ask: is the Afro-Latino community? They have a community there in Mexico. Is it separate from regular Mexican people?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, you wouldn't even think that would be such a problem.
Yeah, actually, it's separate. It's separate from, like I said, it's separate from other blacks. Like whenever I try to chop it up with them or talk with them, they kind of give me like, nah, bro, we're good. But, and they speak.
Do you speak the Spanish?
No, they speak French. Most of them they're talking in French anyway. But they know. They know a little.
The
Africans in Mexico.
Yeah, the Afro-Latinos. They
Oh, Afro Latinos.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
don't know.
yeah, because they do have a community over there where, like the girl Amada La Negra.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have her. They have
Yeah, you
More
don't
La
see that.
Blanca. What was it they said?
I'm sure they're down here, but it's not like I feel like the West Africans are more of the majority as far as black goes here.
Oh, okay.
Seattle. Are you sure they're West
Yeah,
African? Because they could be French West Indian.
possibly. All I know is that they're
Nino, you know what
African.
I'm
They
talking
speak
about?
French.
Nino, you know what I mean? But I'm talking about by French West Indian.
Yeah, exactly.
Not Haitian, not necessarily Haitian, but like the islands of Guadeloupe and
Yeah.
and what's it? Oh, I forgot.
It could be. I don't know.
Guadeloupe, no, the islands of Guadeloupe and what's that other one?
And what they did,
Martinique, because they're still because they're not French West, they're French West Indies, which makes them automatic French citizens.
And it may be that they don't understand.
Actually, most of them can speak Spanish. Many can speak Spanish because Haitians, because they're bordered with the Dominican Republic, a lot of them can speak Spanish as well.
Mhm.
And it's just that they probably don't. They probably had like bad experiences with the Latinos and whatnot.
Yeah.
And Latinos, they hate each other. I can see parallels with that with Arabs, because Arabs, they hate each other on based on nationality, or within a country based on region, or
They're
based on
very
class and shit.
they're
Same
very
thing with
tribal.
Latinos. Yeah, I
They're
mean,
very
what's his name,
tribal.
Mr.
Yeah.
D, Mr. D.
Africans too. Africans.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
Mhm.
to that. Mr. Z, he's of Haitian descent. He talks about how segregated the Latinos are or the Latinos and the Caribbean folks are down in South Florida. Where is
Mhm.
Mr. Z? We gotta talk. We gotta
I
get
didn't know
him.
Haitians spoke French.
Haitian?
That's who they kicked
Yeah,
the shit
French
out of a
Creole.
lot of their country.
They were a French colony, dude.
They're French colony. That's
I
why
agree.
France always. That's why France is always pissed with them, because they kicked the shit out of the French.
Yeah, and also they didn't have to fight them always. Sometimes they just let the diseases take them out,
Oh,
i.e., yellow fever.
Yeah.
Oh, so they might be from like Haiti or something. There.
It could be, or they could be from. But then again,
I would have to. That's the thing. I can't even ask him anything because like every time I try to talk to him, like what you want? I'm like, all right, I'm good.
I just need help.
But the thing is,
Rosetta Stone is our friend.
Yeah,
just
but
not a few freezes.
But the thing is, I know you like dwelling in different places, but sometimes you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. But the thing is, you got to, try to deal with your own. Don't try to be a part of something that don't want you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yeah. Trust me, I know there. When I was in Atlanta, that's definitely what happened. Like Atlanta and Cleveland. I'll be honest, Cleveland too.
Like
So
Atlanta, man. I just think you was around the wrong people. How old are you again now?
26.
Okay, so if I was in Atlanta and I still lived there in my 9-bedroom home, I'd be like, yo, bro, come stay. You can stay. Come get familiar, see what it's see how you like it as an adult. Just visiting. And I would have taken you to all the places I know that you would align with. For one, you would align with Little 5 Points, if you know what that is.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, Little 5 Points. You would align with, especially Duluth, Gwinnett, and you skip over the Hispanic community. You go further up by Beaufort, by the Mall of Georgia. You would probably fit in there in Chateau Elan.
Okay.
All up through that way. My house was there, so it's like a lot of people I knew that's up there. I know personally. I personally know Teddy Riley, if you know who he is.
Okay.
Jam.
Yeah.
Jam.
Yeah.
Did he live in Virginia as well? He also lived in Virginia, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He's from Virginia. He's from New York. But
he spent time in Virginia. Especially after split with Guy, he went to Virginia.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Virginia City.
Look, you know more than most people that are from here.
This is my history. And plus,
I love it, brother. I love it. I hope you come here.
There are East Africans. There are East Africans in Atlanta. I know because I had like an associate who's from there.
He'd be rich because he would just do stand up.
I'll tell you one thing, man. I saw
He has that witty
stand-up.
dry humor combination.
Yeah, he does. Let me tell you, but the East Africans from where you're from, they live in Stone Mountain, and they also live in Avondale Estates and Scottsdale.
Isn't there like a place called Fayetteville, I think?
Yeah,
Fayetteville,
Avondale.
something like that.
What is it
Fayetteville,
called?
something like that. Fayetteville.
Oh, Fayetteville. Yeah, but Fayetteville, that's more south where all of the athletes live. You know,
yeah, because I think she was upper class. Because this person I know, I think her family was like upper class.
Fayetteville is not upper class.
No.
It's okay, but it's more like that's where Rick Ross. That's where all the hood people live.
Oh, okay.
You know, like rappers.
Like maybe. Oh, I could be wrong. Yeah.
That's where Evander Holyfield had his home. It's hood in the area, but still at the same time, you got some people that of status there. They're all throughout the whole city. But if you really if you really celebrity like, you'd be living somewhere like. See, I live close to the Atlanta Falcons training camp.
Okay.
You know, up by Johns Creek, Buford,
Flowery Branch, right?
Yeah, Flowery Branch. You're right, brother. See, you fit in right there. You.
Well, no, my mom took me there once to watch the Falcons train before.
Yeah.
It's funny because I always wanted to say, Seattle, do you like anime?
Oh, I'm not as much as I used to.
But are you a gamer?
No, man, he's in the sex industry now.
Again, not as much as I used to, but yeah.
Yeah, he's more the comic / laid back brother. You know, people looked at me weird, like in Iraq, because a couple of the white guys, wanted to listen to my music. This is old again. When we had CD pouches.
Oh, I remember.
I barely remember those.
They actually in Iraq they wanted to listen to my music. So when they saw a bunch of Frankie Beverly, Gap Band, and everything else, they were like, "Oh, I'm good." I'm like, "No, you got to listen to Frankie Beverly." I'm a bad motherfucker because I made my first generation Mexican American a fan of Frankie Beverly.
But the crazy part about it now, Charles, a lot of them love that kind of music.
Because it's like it's ingrained because they love that culture.
But
and it's funny because when I listen to guys like Namer and Seattle, I listen to them because they're like their own man. They remind me so much of me. Like, you just can't put me in one box.
And multifaceted.
Although
that's the term, multifaceted. That's why I come here.
That's the best way to put it too.
All kinds of experiences.
Because I feel like all the cities that I lived in, I got a little bit of all of it. Cleveland, a little bit of Charlotte, a little bit of Atlanta, a little bit of Seattle, a little bit of San Diego, whatever it may be. But from my experience, in Denver, Colorado too. But from my experience, the more further out west, the more out west I went, the more I was able. It was like, you didn't have to be a certain, like most black, like when it wasn't as many black people. When I would meet another brother, it would be like, it didn't matter if I talked this way or I like this. It was just that we were black and we were chilling, we linked up. Whereas I feel like in the South, especially North Carolina and Georgia,
I believe that you
got the majority, and then you got like the kind of like the outside. And I don't really like that feeling as much, especially like growing up. Growing up that way.
I believe that you're genuine by what you say, but most black people who say what you say, they seek attention. They're serious attention seekers. Like one girl said in class one day, she's like, "Well, like everybody think that I'm trying to act white because the way I speak, and I don't get along with black people." No, you want that attention. You was a reject, and you did not understand that no matter what you did, you were still going to be black. And you find black people that are that way. Not saying you are, but the thing is, you got to be a little bit more engaging addition to, if you want to be able to understand people who are just like you, because everybody's not going to speak proper English.
Yeah, well, no, but that's what I'm trying to say. I meant the further out west I went, I met Not to say I didn't meet him in the South. Again, I used to hang out in Duluth all the time. In Charlotte, North Carolina, I had my gaming group, even though the only people I really hung out with are the ones in my gaming group in at college when I was in Charlotte. But I'm just saying, when you go out west,
Charlotte.
yeah, well, yeah, once you go out west, it just seems like it's less about, okay, you're black, so you should or shouldn't do this.
It's more liberal.
Yeah,
It's
or
more
like you're black.
liberal.
Like an example, the whole bougie thing. Like here's a perfect example. When I go back to North Carolina, and let's say, and I love my cousin's cooking. Like I love the Southern food. I love all that stuff. But here's the thing: when I order some Korean food, oh, you bougie. Or if I want to do something that's not, if I want to listen to classical music, oh, that's white people music. Or so I'm just like, okay. So I feel like I fit more in where it's more mixed. It's not completely like ADOS, but it's at least like a Denver or an LA or something.
But let me tell you guys. Let me say something real quick. Like like for me, a lot of people would think that
Charles,
he won't.
I'm still here.
I don't know, because you like breathing funny. You okay?
Yeah, but one thing for sure though, a lot of people, man,
we had that talk. We had that talk. Remember about the sleep apnea? We need to talk about that seriously.
Hey,
sorry, as you were talking, Nino. Sorry, Nino.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got sometimes I'm an empath and I'm very I'm always watchful of people.
He's like my Eritrean fairy godmother or father.
I'm just a twin who, because Charles and I are like 5 months younger.
What I was gonna say, brother.
I'm sorry. It's just I'm very protective of everybody. I'm very protective.
I definitely appreciate it, because not too many people give a damn, and I appreciate everybody who does.
But look, anyway, as you were saying, let me say this. I just want to say that a lot of people would be surprised of my catalog of music. Ooh. And I do music based on the history of, not because of what's popular or because you expect me to listen to a certain type. Like in Reno, when I lived in Reno, I would ride down the street in my car and you find two big fat ass white girls that would come on the side at the light, would come up on the side of me and start pumping Ain't Nothing But a G Thing by Snoop. And I'm like, that ain't what I listen to, baby. And I just laugh because it's so funny, because that's exactly what they expect from a guy like me, the way I look sometimes. You'll never know what I mean. I could look like an executive today, and tomorrow I could look like a dope boy. See, that's the versatility in me, and my style is just a look. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I've never played.
By the way, I was wondering, how do you do that? When you can like share things on the screen, because there's something I wanted to share on the screen.
All you got to do is bring it up. If you could.
I don't know how to do that.
I think it's like if you could share a screen or something like that, or if you put it, if you open up another port and or something, if somebody else has any idea how to fucking do it.
But you have to give him permission to do it, though, right?
Oh yeah, I just got to bring it up, whatever screen he has.
Okay, yeah, because that's what I tried to do once on Kevin's channel, but he would never tell me how to do it.
And plus when they're using Zoom, it's a bit different, I think. It's funny because I got to get with you with the fashion tip, because I think a lot of brothers can benefit from that.
Hey man, my channel is coming up real soon. I'm doing some real.
We gotta collaborate, because man, I would love to get the camera ready, get his cam up, and shit, just be like wearing a nice suit. I had to steal that from Kevin a bit, and it's funny because part of the confidence is when you customize things for young black men. Like if I had a guy like Seattle, how tall are you, Seattle?
6'2".
How much you weigh?
180.
Oh God,
he modeled.
God, I hate you. God, I hate you.
And look at me, Charles. Look, I'm right at 5'8".
Yeah,
and I'm right. I'm 5'8", around about going on 170.
Oh man, I can't. I'm built like a Neanderthal, man. So when I wear suits,
I saw you, man. I know.
It's like man, it's funny because when you It's one thing I had to enjoy again because I wore uniforms because I went to private school. So I kind of at first I was kind of anti tie and shirt because I wore it every fucking day. I wanted to
Yeah.
try to do. But the older I got, the more I appreciate it. Like, oh my god, people don't know how great a black man looks in fucking linen.
But you know
It
what
was
though? You do, Charles. But the thing is, I think that all the way around, you have to be comfortable in
Mhm,
everything that you wear. Like you want a specific fit. Like you may see a
mhm,
shirt that you wear all the damn time because it's the perfect fit. Whether it's a t-shirt, whether it's a pair of pants or whatever, you want that same fit. So I'm that brother that you would come to and be like, "Hey, I need you to make a set of patterns strictly for my body type." And I
mhm.
can and what your favorite shirt, your favorite pair of pants. I would do what is called a mock-up and do a set of patterns strictly for that size. And I can
Charles, what's your
Yep.
email address? Because I'm having a hard time trying to share this.
Um.
Can you type it in for me? Just type it in for me.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just
yeah.
because there's this meme. This is this meme I wanted to share with BGS because I think this is relevant to a lot of things.
Mhm. Why
And if you
don't
can
you have
type
a
it in,
show, man? I think you speak. You bring light to the panel. You know, you
yeah,
laughing. I mean,
I
you
want to
laughing
do
type. You
I
funny.
should do a podcast. It's just just I just got to be careful of myself because there's a lot of things where I'm from. There's a lot of turmoil and shit, and there's like
I get it.
sometimes you got
I
to be
get
worried
it.
about getting doxing and threats and shit like that. It's a lot of
Hey,
political
I
stuff.
get that. I get that. Yeah. But do you think people will know who you are by your voice?
No, but I gotta be. There are those who might, but I gotta be
Okay.
careful who's listening.
Well, I'll tell you what. Whatever you feel like you need, you think that uh you whatever message you feel like you want to get across on my channel, I don't care what it is, I'll talk about it.
Yeah,
Meaning, I'll
I
put it.
appreciate
I
it.
have a filming crew and everything because we're doing documentaries. We're doing
Uh-huh.
fashion tips. I mean, I have the gimmick report that's going to be coming up on in that whole segment. I will do like 2 videos per week, and everything else is going to be live where we do a review of everything that I talked about in the news. And I'm also letting people call in who want to report news that don't make the actual news. But they can't call me with false stuff. They have to they have to show me facts before I
I gotta
do
be
it.
careful with that shit. You gotta be very careful with that shit. There's some things that are just highly sensitive stuff.
Yeah, I don't care about highly sensitive, brother. I got a master's in
No, there's some
criminology.
things that can be highly sensitive. No, I mean like there's some things that get highly sensitive. There's some information I
Problem
don't want to
is,
put out right there
people are too
because
soft on certain issues. I'm not
yeah,
being soft on nothing anymore.
I know there's certain things you have to be soft. You have to be sensitive towards. I didn't say soft,
Hmm.
but there's some things you
Yeah,
got to be
I
sensitive
understand. I
with.
understand certain issues. Like,
Yeah.
one thing about me, I like Charles said, I don't
Hmm.
even I don't have a problem with letting some of the alphabet community come on the show, but you got to be a man to be on the show. I don't want no crazy acting stuff. I don't want that. You don't have to wear what your bed look like on your shoulders. Just be a man. You
Yeah,
know.
I know.
So
I
I'm gonna
understand that.
have that. I'm gonna have maybe some of my white friends on it. I'm gonna have some of my Latino friends, but they all somehow it's all about Black manosphere, but somehow we're all connected to these different people who are about us and who have dwelled in our culture, and not just as like a study, but they're truly your friends who have sat down at your table and ate dinner, who you've shared your deepest secrets with, people that you've talked to about, you know what I'm saying? Just
I
different.
know.
Yeah.
There was that. I remember. Was it like on Dr. T.S. Johnson's show? When Charles, you remember when they did the tribute one, or one of the YouTubers who passed away?
Yep.
Yeah, when you guys were talking about suicide, remember what I said on that?
I didn't hear your point on it.
Because I was talking because because I got a chance to
Because
get in.
I think you were stopped and it
No, he
drifted
let me
onto.
in.
Oh
No,
yeah.
I was. Or maybe you were just out of it. But I
Yeah,
was
that's
like
one
talking
thing.
about.
I would never stop you, but I don't want a lot of arguing. You know what I'm saying? I don't want a lot of complaining. My place would be about finding solutions and teaching.
What I was trying to say
On
was like
different
on that
people on
one
there
was
like
like,
yourself,
oh
Seattle
yeah,
and Charles.
yeah. What I wanted to say was what I said in that one was like, you know, like y'all need to be each other's rock, help each other out because I remember was like Busta Rhymes said this about Chris Lighty. He said like, you know, this dude was there for us when we needed help, but no one was there for him when he needed help. Who does he go to?
That's true.
I mean, like I said, like when I said about the forgot the gentleman who died. Sometimes you know you want to be vulnerable. There's some people you want to share your fears and recognition with because y'all have something coming together and something in common with. But sometimes you're afraid to share certain things with them because you're afraid they're going to use that against you. That's the problem with trust.
Yeah.
'Cause that's why trust is hard to come by.
Yeah, but you know what? That's why you get a space where you fit in.
Yeah.
Like I feel that the manosphere space, all men should be able to fit in it, but because you have certain type of guys that's in the group that have different views, they impose their views on you and think you're supposed to believe what they believe.
Mhm.
You know, that's a problem as well. You know, I'm neutral.
Yeah.
Anyway, nobody need I don't need anybody approval to be with the fucking capital BE, and you don't either. You know, I
Because we're
pay
all
my own
looking
bills.
at ourselves. We all are individuals.
That's right, and that's what I look
appreciate.
at.
You know what? You my brother, man. I appreciate you understanding everything.
Of
I'd
course.
hug you if you were over there, but I'm a fucking germphobe. But yeah.
Hey, yeah, you got to get out of that because germs is everywhere. I'm a
I
clean.
got OCD. That's my problem. I have
feel
OCD.
it. I'm
But
clean as hell. I'm cleaner than the
it's
Board of
cool.
Health, all
You
the way down.
You cleaner than you cleaner than like one of them suits that said the entertainer be wearing. You know, clean as a fucking whistle.
No, I don't wear stuff like that.
No, you know I am. But what you said about them two white girls when they pulled up on you, played all that hip hop, what was it the song they played? Ain't Nothing But
I
G-Bang?
kind of laughed, you know what I'm saying? But I could have really pulled out some Biggie if I wanted to, or some Tupac to let them know that I was down. But the problem, just listen.
Oh, sorry.
But the problem is that that's what they expect.
Uh-huh.
And that's what they do, thinking, well, let me get this nigga attention. And that's what they feel. And I'm like, nah, baby, it don't work like that.
I want to tell you something. I'm gonna open about something really personal.
Okay,
there was
go
this
ahead.
one lady I got with, but guess what music we vibed on? The artist we vibed on.
What?
It was Michelle and Cello.
Oh man, that's nice.
She's Norwegian, and she's Norwegian. And I remember, like, I was joking about how much I love the song. If that's your man, if that's your boyfriend, he wasn't last night. And she was like, I listen to Comfort Women, and that's how we vibe. The next thing you know, one song that I cannot get out of my head because it reminds me of her is the song "Beautiful."
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just like it is what it is. But it's that kind of camaraderie, and a lot of people like and most of my people, most of the Norwegians I know, they're into metalhead. But sometimes just to fuck with them, I play Nickelback just to get on the goddamn nerves. They can take the joke, but sometimes they're like. But I was surprised none of them knew about Living Color.
Okay.
And they were like, "Whoa, okay, that's cool, because they thought I was just hip hop."
Let me tell you.
Oh, you go ahead.
When I'm in the hood, or if I'm around my friends from the hood, or if I come pick up a friend, and I'm in my car, and I have a variety of music, they would frown up, just like how Seattle say, they would frown up and like, man, what are you playing? Because I don't know if Charles, have you ever heard of Phoebe Snow?
No.
Charles. Damn, did he go to sleep?
No, he'll be back. I think he had to get something. All right, now he's back.
I'm back. How do you use the restroom?
Charles, have you ever heard of Phoebe Snow?
I've heard of
Phoebe
it.
Snow?
Yeah.
Phoebe Snow, okay.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
Phoebe Snow is the person who every time you go in the fucking department store, she's singing. She was on the coffee commercial. She was on the cotton commercial. She was also. She sounds like Aaron Neville from the Neville Brothers.
Oh yeah. Hercules.
Yeah, more like that. And people laugh because they like, oh, what do you know about that? Where did you get that music from? I listen to everybody. I'm mainly right now on the London tip of music.
All right.
because I don't have respect for American music right now because it's all a lot of bullshit that's on the radio unless they're
Yep.
legends already.
You know, speaking of music, my father, you know, he grew up listening to like, you know, soul music from the States. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
he was a big James Brown head and everything. Also was in the Motown. That exposed me to all that. And and when I was looking into like Ethiopian music of 60s and 70s, like Ethio jazz, I was surprised to realize that they were actually inspired by American jazz, like Coltrane and Parker, Miles Davis at that time.
Yeah, indeed.
So they what they did was they took their own traditional music and they infused jazz with it. That's why in those days they were big on the horn section, and that's why one of the most like when you have a band, you got to have a saxophonist at least.
Dude,
You
let me
got to
tell you, I listen to Etta James. I listen to fucking Ella Fitzgerald. I listen to
Nina.
Nina
Nina
Simone.
Simone.
Yeah, I listen to all those, you know, uh, and people who are
Mary
American.
Wells, my guy. Ooh. Oh, Mary Wells was just
I mean, I don't listen to the top 10 Motown shit. I ain't gonna lie to you
I
because
don't blame
it's too corny.
you.
You
Okay.
know, for me, it was too. But the way London people do it, it's totally different. Like Amy Winehouse, you know, Estelle.
Mark Ronson,
Yeah,
Duffy. There's a chick named Duffy who sings like who does
yeah,
that stuff
yeah,
as well.
yeah.
In that vein, there was like I remember listening to a chick. I remember when I was young, like in the '90s. I remember there was one lady, Gabrielle. She had the eye patch and everything. You remember her?
Who?
Gabrielle. She's an English soul singer. She was known for originally. When she came out, she had like an eye patch. She used to
I
rock an eye
think,
patch.
yeah. I think I do. Yeah.
Dreams can come true. You ever heard a song called Dreams? I remember a song called "Forget About the World." I was drawn to her because of that stuff.
Well, let me tell you who I'm listening to now. I'm listening to a girl in London named Cleo Soul. Of course, this other one called Leanne LaHavas.
You ever listen to Georgia Smith?
I don't even know how
Yeah.
to spell that.
Oh,
Which,
you ever
which
listen
one?
to?
Which one? Seattle.
Leon Lahavis.
It's just like she's part Spanish or whatever, but she claimed black. You know, like anybody else, that look more on the black side. But it's Leanne LaHavas. Leann La and then Havas. Havvas. And she has a new song out now called Bittersweet.
There's a where is it? There's a group I remember. I was like bumping theirs for a while. There's like the front woman, the lead singer. She's like Zimbabwean, no Central African, no Southern African descent. I think she was originally from Zimbabwe or something like that. Let me find that. Hill
Oh,
Street Soul, I think they're called.
Say it again.
Yeah, there's a Hill Street Soul, I think they were called.
Okay, I think I've heard of Hill Street Soul.
Yeah, because the front woman is west of Southern African descent. I was like listening to that, and I was like, oh god damn, I'm fucked up. This got me all fucked up with that neo soul.
I even listened to but they from Augusta, Georgia. Sharon and the Dap Kings.
I gotta check that shit out.
Yeah, Sharon and the Dap Kings. They're originally from Augusta, Georgia, and they've been in the business since the '60s. And they got that same sound that London has, but they always played it over here.
You know, another thing I really like too from England's in their 80s new wave was really good.
Don't get me started on that.
Charles also talked about having the culture of Baltimore, which is like a disco house music. I never really got into it unless they were already mainstream. You know, like CC Peniston, this group called Alias. There's another group. Alias is spelled ALLYUS.
ALLYUS. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Alias.
Made a song called Follow Me.
Follow Me. Gotta make a mental note about that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna just email this to BGS. This is meme because it's very important to him. Anyway, what else? So, 70s music, like the funk, soul.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I'm deep
Charles,
into
Charles,
funk.
I gotta fuck with you with something. Charles.
You sleep.
He's
Oh,
sleeping.
Nah, that's the
oh,
muting
sorry.
button.
Oh, okay.
he,
Hey, Charles.
he was scrambling for the mute button, but anyway, what I want to say was like, Charles,
Yep.
there's one song
What's up,
I
Gold
have to. I gotta
Professor?
play
What's
the.
up, buddy?
Oh, go, Professor. Have we met? You look familiar. Go, Professor. Are you liking
Yes.
up in the Dakotas, by any chance?
Say again?
Are you up in the Dakotas, by any chance?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm in Cali.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do.
Oh,
Sorry,
you
I
are
missed.
Gold?
I
I
missed
didn't
what
know that, man. What part?
Oh, you out here with me on the West Coast. It's about to be 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm in San Diego.
Oh, you down that way, man.
Oh, shoot, bro. You're like 30, 40 minutes from me then.
Yes, sir. There you
Damn,
go.
Gold. I didn't know that, brother.
Wait, what part of San Diego?
Off in La Mesa, Lemon Grove area.
Oh, I know, bro. I legit, I go up there all the time. That's like 5 minutes from where I go like 3 times. That's cool.
Hey,
Y'all closed down there, right? Y'all closed down in San Diego, right?
Technically, yes.
Tijuana?
No, maybe so.
You mean like Tijuana shit?
No, man, no. Tijuana ain't closed down. They say it is technically, but
Baja
like,
California.
yeah, they say it is, but like they've got like an example when you go to like the clubs and stuff, they'll have the first floor, they'll make it look like like it's nothing much going on, but then it's like 2 and 3 floors above, it's like packed. So
A lot of underage people go there to drink if they don't.
yeah, that too. Yeah.
Hey Charles, how you feeling, brother?
I'm just chilling, getting ready for things this week coming up. So hey, gotta love it.
When you coming back? This forced anyway, by the way.
Probably late summer, early fall.
But that depends on how well this shit clears up, right?
Well, no, surgery Monday.
Yeah, that too. No, I mean about because COVID and the pneumonia and shit.
Yeah, well, COVID's good, that's cleared up. And it's funny because they're looking at me like, wow, you look good for a guy who was in the house. A lot of people don't make it. I'll say this for COVID. There are people who don't make it out the hospital with that shit.
Like, man, my uncle died about 2 days before Christmas from it.
God rest his soul.
Yeah.
Yes, Lord.
My condolences.
I appreciate it. You have 8 daughters behind.
Oh.
And a wife married to for 60 years.
Was it paternal side or maternal side?
Well, asthma run. On my mom's side.
Okay. All right. Vaya con Dios. Vaya con Dios.
But hey,
Hey,
and go ahead, bro. Go.
I seen the title. It said multifaceted black men or men. Was it black men or men?
Men.
Okay. I wanted to ask, what is the context of that?
The multifaceted man is a man who has many different tastes and many different standards and many different walks of life. Meaning, in the black community prior, could you be a comic book fan and be a thug? Usually that's a no-go. But how many street dudes who are fucking comic book fans? There's a lot. Just like how many guys can actually tie a tie in our community? Go out to different events where, formal dress. It deals about the man who has many different hats that he wears in life. That's it. So the multifaceted man can have intellectual conversations about race, religion, politics, you name it. He's not going to be the stranger to it. It's not only just the way you dress and the way you act, it's also a state of being.
Yeah, and because you don't agree with something, it doesn't mean that you act a fool.
Yes. Doesn't mean it's like you have to be able to respect other people's opinions. You know, we have to define our masculine gifts on our own, but we get to be multifaceted about that choice. But go ahead.
Oh, I just I was inquiring about, to make sure when I have the, we have the conversation, I stay on topic. That's why I asked that
Oh no,
question.
go, you cool, man. I've been on the panel with you a lot. I know who you are. So whatever you talk about, I'm good with.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't
but
have my glasses on, but I got closer to the phone. I can see it's Nino. I'm like, oh, okay, I know who
yeah,
yeah,
and
yeah,
the thing is, man, uh, I guess you don't. I guess over here, it's all about respect. I like that. Nobody cutting each other off. But also, you can't cut off, or like in the other channels as well. That way everybody can get their point across. Because with everybody talking at the same time, you can't, really stay on topic.
Mm.
yes,
So that's important too.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Uh, and that title, um, multifaceted. I'm attracted to that. Because when it comes to especially the black man, and if you're familiar with my channel, and before I
Oh,
continue
you got
on,
a shot of gold?
yes, sir,
I didn't know that.
yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah,
Yeah, put the link to your channel in the chat.
just type
Definitely,
in,
because I
just
didn't know
type
that. I just
in,
always see him on other panels.
yes, sir. Just type in "Gold Professor" and you will see me.
But one thing for sure, Go, when I think about you, I think about Rael, I think about all the knowledgeable brothers, that kick knowledge,
Yes,
more respected, BGS, that type, I'm a neutral guy, that. I may say something totally different from everybody else, but it doesn't make me wrong. You know what I'm saying?
yes, sir.
And I think the reason why I get along with Charles, because we kind of think alike, we have some things in common. I used to be a correction officer, and I used to work for the prison system. So, uh, I learned to look at things from a wide variety of angles. Not no one answer is right. With me.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Go Professor.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, you just got a new subscriber.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
My
So can
father
I
always
go?
said, huh? Sorry, Nino.
Now I was gonna say, can I go directly to your channel? Is it called Gold Professor?
Yes, sir. You see Gold Professor. This same avatar. You see Gold Professor.
Okay.
Nino, you got your own channel, right?
I do, but I took a whole lot of things down because I'm a singer, man, and I took all that
Oh
shit down.
yeah, you got to protect. Yeah, you got to protect your brand in a sense.
Yeah, I took all that down, and so everything that I do is gonna be basically on the news tip, like professional news. You
Mm.
know, the
It's
whole
so good,
video
man.
and everything.
My brother and I grew up singing as kids. We love soul music. I love music. Music has always been a part of my life, just like it's been a part of my father's life. So it's a beautiful
Um,
thing.
uh, I wanted to say to Charles, thank you for having me up, brother. I'm thankful. I admire your channel anyway. I've been
I'm humble.
say again, sir.
I said I'm humble and I'm always appreciative of the support, man. You've been a real big supporter.
Yes, sir.
And it's a humble thing. I can't wait to hook up with Nino to do the fashion tip, man. How to different patterns, different styles. Like It's
Different
when
body types, all of that.
yeah, different body types. It's funny because when I talk about the multifaceted, guess what? You don't all have to wear a necktie. I've actually learned how to make a necktie, make a bow tie out of a necktie.
Yeah.
There's different ways to express yourself and your life.
Yeah.
So when you miss out being multifaceted, you usually miss out on being worldly, more engaging, more,
People are just too
you know.
pigeonholed.
Oh yeah.
And there's so
They're
many
pigeonholed.
things that you could teach people, man, you know, outside of the same old topics. You get what I'm saying? And when people talk about the same shit over and over and over, man, it makes me feel like it's a gimmick. And even in my news channel, I will be talking about gimmicks. And I don't give a fuck who get mad about it. I don't
It
like
is what it
gimmicks.
is.
You know,
It is what it is.
your channel should be a teaching point. Now, right now we're just shooting shit, you know. But we're all different type men here, you know.
Charles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's, you know, like when you guys were talking about in the previous stream, but mom, I'm your son, not your husband. There was I think there was a concept that was that may have not been brought up. Something that women experience. You know, like when a woman gives birth, she ends up having what's called like postnatal depression or postpartum depression, I think it's called. You know what I mean?
Postpartum.
Postpartum depression.
My son,
like
yep, my son's mother had that.
Yeah, like you know, when we grow up and we move away, we leave our mothers and become men and start our own families. They experience it all over again in a sense. I'm not saying this to say like we have. I'm not
You're
saying that
not
to
too
like say.
far. I'll put it to you this way: you're not too far off. You're probably
It's
the
like a second
closest to
form
that.
of that. It's a
You're
second
probably
form of that.
it's what they called empty nesters too.
Yeah, empty nester.
Because usually what happens with
fortunately for me, you know, my mother, my parents are still together.
Yeah.
So when me and my siblings all left the house, my father was like, "Thank God, they out my goddamn house."
Like shoot, you know. Ah, shit. Ooh, it's almost that time, but it's almost like an empty nest. It's like an empty nester. Think of an empty nester, and that's what happens with the reverse. And then she's got to deal with this by herself. But when you put yourself in certain roles, you gotta understand different cause.
Yeah. I know some people who like but thankfully where I'm from, you know, they have that sense of community, so they don't have to worry about that. I mean, old ladies, they got the church.
Oh
Old
yeah.
men, they got the church. I mean, my father's generation, they usually have like they have like the men always have like a certain place where they can all meet up and hang out and shoot the shit just like this. Usually it's to be like a coffee shop, and they'd be like just whether we in exile or we're back home, there's always like a certain place where men can meet up and hang out just to get away from the women and talk about this stuff.
Yeah. And that's the thing. See, you're in a different country, and that's what we're trying to get black men to do from all angles, from different stages of life. Because I hate a guy that think that because you're intelligent, then they, like Charles, you know, the other day we were saying that people in the manosphere are using words that they don't even understand, and they're using them wrong. And that's what
not in context.
We're trying to get away from it.
I mean, you just heard, you know, literally an army captain, a guy. Sandog is a great and highly educated guy. You just heard him agree to 99.9 of the shit that I've said. And I even agree with him. Like, guess what? If these crazy nuts leave the Republican Party, you goddamn right we'll fill the void. And then when there's more of you,
go. It's like tonsils, you know. It's like tonsils, you know.
When you feed the void, not only will you change how masculinity will be for that, you know, chapter or that political party, you'll also change masculinity greatly, because now you made it a point. You put it on front stage and said, "Hey, we'll join your shit. What do we get out of it?"
You know, the beauty of it, man, is when you had your best friend up and you let him express himself. Because trust me, if you did not say anything about how the way he was talking, guess what? Those goons was coming up in here, and they was ready to attack. You know. You can't make people be who you are, who you are, and you can't make people be wrong for how they see the world.
No, you cannot.
Sure can't.
No, you cannot. Because guess what? The beautiful part about the world is that you're never truly alone, and to always trust and mentally be there for the occasion.
That's right. Yeah, but that was one of your best ones, man. You know, he brought light to the whole situation.
Oh yeah,
That shit
it
was
got funny after he even admitted that he got sauce, but it also brought to light like his points of view when he was talking to them. They were pretty good, and a lot of us do not appreciate that ability to just sit to another man and say, "Look, I got an idea, you got an idea. How can we put our ideas together and make it grow?"
and I like how everybody just let him and BGS argue. You know what I'm saying? Without jumping in, BGS can talk for himself. You know,
Yeah,
he's well respected.
BGS,
this is a
BGS is his
man
own
space,
man.
man,
He's,
Yeah, they got into an argument, but hey, it is what it is.
and they settled it like men.
you know,
That's right.
We're
So
gonna
let me
do
ask
some
you
last
guys this.
words.
What
We're
you
Let
gonna
me
say?
ask
start.
you
We're
guys.
about to do some last words.
Oh, okay.
About to start with Gold Professor Nino, then Namer. Let's go.
Uh, I I would have loved to have been on here a little earlier because I uh, really appreciate these kind of conversations, and I like to ask questions because uh, it's about learning something. So I appreciate the conversation. I know I'm late, and I know you probably gotta close your eyes, Charles.
Don't
So
we all?
You know what, Go? I'm late too because I normally come in here early, but I was
yeah.
all in Sacramento, man, shopping and shit. So
I was thinking
early.
Sacktown besides the shopping.
Oh, Sacramento is cool, man. It's the capital. I like being up this way because it is the capital. I can get more sponsors for the things that I'm doing because it is the capital. You know, I'm the owner of California Capital Fashion Week, which was supposed to start last year, but
But
due to
it's
COVID,
COVID,
yeah,
yeah. Oh,
so
speaking of
hopefully,
which, oh yeah, you're finished. Sorry.
and everybody will have to come to the capital instead of it just being a LA Fashion Week. No, we're not going to do that. It's going to be the capital where we meet up halfway in California.
um, I just want to say thank you for having me up, brother. And my channel, uh, uh, I consistently speak about the black man and his family, the plight of the black man and his family. So this conversation, I really appreciate when it speaks to the different parts or beings, or the multifaceted areas of the black man or the man. So,
And the thing is, Go, a lot of us still have problems with our women, man. You know, I'm single now, I'm divorced, but a lot of us have problems with women still. But I think when you're in this space, it's not all the time worried about because we don't have those problems. It's for the men who really don't have all those kind of problems. Now we're going to talk about what women do because shit, they have a lot of uh, uh, responsibility that they need to take responsibility for. They don't, you know, and we
well,
are they are the problem why a lot of us are fucked up.
well, I was posed a question,
Okay.
and the question was uh, it was posed to me by a young lady. She asked me, "What is the black man without the black woman?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Uh, for one, he's still a man. That's what he is.
Yes,
That's
Mm-hmm.
sir.
dry, straight to the point, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to me, I tend to like to build on those type of questions, because that is a typical question, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the woman, because that question being posed reminds me of that question when Cube was on with the Fox Soul,
Oh
right?
yeah.
It goes right to that question, right?
Mhm.
What is you know the woman talking about? Well, what about the black woman in this? And Cube response was, well, if you're talking about the black man in his family, you're talking about the black woman. Don't let yourself, don't put yourself out that way, right? But that question is still being posed, right? Just it is still being posed. Now, as I said, I like to, build on these questions because it's important we have. And I am doing a segment. I've been doing a segment lately called "The Perils of Queendom," right?
Mhm.
And the perils of queendom, it talks about us dealing with the pitfalls and the mindset that goes along with being a queen, right? And it deals with how we deal with each other, black man and black man, how we deal with each other, our conversation, our agency, you see, and the mechanics of our agency to do what? Maneuver through the perils of queendom, right?
Yeah,
we have to be able to, understand it because it ain't going nowhere anytime soon. It's in their face,
that's
you
right.
know, it's in their face. I refer to BGS, right?
Mhm.
BGS said, hey, look, you know, we have to understand how to maneuver through the gynocracy, right? Because it ain't going nowhere, right? So you have these spaces to have a conversation about how to maneuver through, how to navigate through these, through it,
Mhm.
right? So this is what we deal with, So when we have these conversations, we build on the mechanics of our agency,
And
right?
also think that the manosphere is trying to build on different. Is there space for a nerd guy? Is there space for a guy who may still be with his wife and kids and have a happy home? And is there space for help for those who are trying to get shit right? They're on child support, the court
Right,
system. You got to find those kind of solutions because we can sit and talk about it all day and it don't work. You see
right,
what I'm saying?
right,
We need to find solutions.
right. That's what I be talking about on my channel. When you mention, like topic,
Mm-hmm.
and on my channel, I formatted the channel to where it's about uh, how we talk with each other, how we build with each other.
That's
You
right.
know, the Tuesday, or Monday, we start out with what's going on in the week, what we have to deal with. Our prep.
Yeah.
What we have to deal with when we go to work, and that's the Monday morning jump start, right? And then Tuesday is State Talk Live. We talk about travel. I push that. Hey, get your passport, travel. And this comes from a
Oh
military.
yeah. I remember you talked about that, bro. Yeah,
Yeah,
about the passport. That's important.
yeah. This comes from a military mindset. You know, I constantly say the world is bigger than your neighborhood, right?
Mm.
That's true. That's
You
true.
know, get your passport. I push that heavily, and also
You,
I also
Gerald,
speak
and
up.
Rael, y'all do push that.
Yes,
I
sir.
like that. Yeah.
I also push talk about our states of being.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, our states of being, the four regions of intelligence: your physical, your mental, your spiritual, and your emotional state of being. Okay, these regions of intelligence. I speak of that. So this is on my State Talk Live.
Mm-hmm.
And then on Wednesday is dedicated to reading. I call that the Wednesday work. It's random reads. I pull from stuff to read. Because we constantly hear that saying, put it in the book if you want to hide something from black people, right?
Right.
So I want to dispel that. Okay, it's going to be there, but I work to dispel that. So I talk about, I read from books. I literally pull the book and go to work. We go to work on it. And I've said that if you're one who is who doesn't know how to read, or who struggles with reading, or who struggles with comprehension, you can hit me in my email, and we will go to work. Okay, I wouldn't broadcast that. We'll go to work and learn to read, because in my 9 laws of self-governance, law number 4, read. Okay, you gotta read, man. And
Right.
it's not only about it's not only about reading your books. It's reading people.
Yeah.
It's about reading your body language. It's about reading things that are in the universe. It touches it touches the 4 regions of intelligence when you
Being
read.
fully aware of everything revolving like the sun.
Yes, sir. You know, you learn to read. Okay, so on my Thursdays, I have Health Talk Live. See, we talk about the health of us.
I
See,
like
that's a conversation we got to have, you know, and it doesn't only mean our physical health. It means our economic health. It means our environmental health. It means our relationship health. It means our spiritual health, our emotional health. You know, it talks about our health. Okay, that's a conversation we have.
And what I found out, when you have that, you're able to, because I'm a visual type
Yeah,
guy, because I'm in the fashion industry. That means you can also, when you have your mind right, then you can talk about the things you feel are so embarrassing. As a
yeah,
man, like hygiene, that's important too.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's what I work to build on, you know. And then Friday, you know, we have the week wrap up. Okay, and what we're gonna go into in the weekend, you know, we you know, it's decompressing to a degree, unless there's a topic that I desire to build on, in which, on, you know, as of late, my Monday and Friday has been about the perils of queendom, right? Because we have to have that conversation. Now, mind you, I never go at uh, the woman in that manner, in a way of, you know, I'm cussing her out and tripping on her and stuff like that. You know, on my channel, I uphold a magnitude of courtesy. I don't desire to have a conversation that is not productive, and that means if I'm speaking, you speaking, everybody speaking, then it's not a productive conversation.
You're right, man. The brothers need to learn how to stop being rude and over talking each other, because you'll never get nothing out, and
Right.
never stay on topic.
Right. And that's what I'm about. So, you know, when I do my broadcast, which is, you know, Monday through Friday, you know, Cali time, in the morning, um, I start with a prayer, because ain't nothing wrong with a little prayer now, you know, whether you believe or not, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with a little prayer. I start with a prayer, then I go into my support and subscribes and stuff like that. And then we have the conversation, you know. So I formatted it in that manner, which speaks to the topic here: multifaceted men, right? Being able to build something, stay on it, and work it,
That's
okay, and be consistent with it.
That's right.
You know, consistency, and you know, and in the 9 laws of self-governance, law number 1, discipline. Okay, because a lot of people don't really understand what discipline is. They don't even know what discipline is. And when you tell them, they still don't get it. You know, so, you know, and being military, one, and also being one who is an instructor as well, I may
You an
apply.
instructor like at a college?
I'm an instructor. I've been an instructor for the past 20, 25 years. I've been a martial art and health education instructor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So hence professor, right? I'm
Okay.
referred to as such. So I and when you understand discipline, because that's in the 9 laws of self-governance. Number 1 is discipline. When you tell a person, okay, look, first law is discipline. You have to have discipline. Well, somebody will say, well, what is discipline? Because they don't know. Well, discipline is the application of order. Okay, the maintaining of order. Okay, this is what discipline is. Okay, so what is the order?
Taking notes.
What is the order? Well, the order is being able to understand direction, move on direction, follow direction. I equate it. I always use the best analogy. The best analogy is your own body. Okay, when your body is out of order, what happens? It don't work, right?
Don't function. Yes, sir.
It don't function. Order is functionality. Okay, that's what it is. Order is functionality. When it's out of order, then it's not functioning.
And you
Right?
know when I know, it's all about knowing your body too and your mind. When I'm out of order, when I feel that when my body is not in sync with my spirit, when my body when my spirit is not in sync with what I'm thinking, I can't function. So I get where you're coming from.
You're out of order.
Yeah,
right?
out of order. Yeah.
You're out of order. So I give you another analogy. When you break a bone, right?
Yeah.
What does the body do? It works to be
repair
and be put back in order.
Yeah.
Right? Because order is functionality. Order is discipline. It is discipline. Okay? Your body is disciplined. The body is equivalent to the universe. The universe is discipline. The sun is disciplined. Okay, what is it? The sun has been disciplined since we've known Earth.
That's right.
Right? It remains disciplined to what it does, to its function.
Mm-hmm.
So
let me ask you a question.
Yes,
now,
sir.
Even with your body being out of whack, like say sexually with your woman,
okay,
is that because you're kind of like out of order too?
Okay, so when it comes to your sex with your woman, and you're not able to function, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not able to function. What does that say? You're out.
It's your body is like not having it. First of all, you want to sleep with this woman, but your body is rejecting it because you may not be sexually attracted to that woman, or the body's
You're right.
tell you thumbs up.
That's true. But my thing is too, if a woman tried to tell you if a woman tried to interrupt you in your stroke, that strokes your ego, that fucks with you. So that's one thing. And then your diet.
Yes, sir. Okay, so let's. I mean, we're going into the different areas of order. Okay, now if I go with your scenario, if you're in your you mid stroke, and then she says something, that's not how to do it. I don't like it that way. Okay, now it's a question of where you are in your order. Okay, are you gonna what functionality are you going to apply to what she's saying? What function, what order are you going to apply? How disciplined are you going to be to what she's saying? Now, does the discipline apply to her or you? Being that she's telling you, I don't like it that way. Okay, so now you're faced with a choice, a question. Well, are you there about when you're hitting it, right? And you in mid stroke, is it about you or her? Okay, at that moment, okay, you're gonna have to make a decision. See, that's a question, okay,
Yeah.
and you have to be disciplined enough to answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so she says, "I don't like it that way." While you hit mid stroke, you going back down, for the next stroke, right? And she's just running it to you. Then you're gonna have to say to yourself, well, you know what? Either I'm here for me or I'm here to please you. Now, if once you come to that decision, then you go forward with it. You continue what function you are implementing. Now, if you're about you and you're knocking it down, you say, "Shut up, girl. Shut up. I don't care what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm knocking it down." Or you don't even say nothing. You continue your stroke. Like, what you're talking about don't matter, right? It's about your decision. Now,
Very true.
Especially when
now,
it comes to that, you got to be like in tune with each other. Because if she just sees you as just a dick, then you're like, you know what? Don't even bother. I'm just gonna go someplace. I'm gonna go somewhere else. But you gotta be
well,
careful about that shit because if you pull out, sometimes you could call the cops on you on some false shit, false charges.
Well, once again, I constantly say it's about you, bro. It's about you, bro. You know what I'm saying? If she's telling
Sometimes you
me,
just gotta sometimes I've been with some people, but they didn't know how to please themselves, right? So I had to try to find a way to just work them in. And once I found that spot of what that favorite position of theirs, oh man, the sadistic side of me came out. It's like this is gonna be fun.
hey,
What I'm saying?
listen,
But yeah,
hey,
because
listen.
I like to please. And what was it Eddie Murphy said, if you can make a woman come a certain way, woo!
But you know what though, man? But he on a more serious tip about this. So just listen.
Sure. I'm trying to be serious, but I can't help but put the funny in this. But just sorry, Gold.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it comes back to where you're at, because when discipline, it carries so much weight, and a lot of people don't get it. They don't know how to implement it. Okay, when you have your own body that's teaching you from birth to death what it is, you just have to be able to see it, uphold it, apply it, and when people see that, then it's hard for others to follow, especially when it comes to your woman, because your woman, we're talking about the black man and black woman. She's been walking through this world, not held accountable for so many things. So, discipline hasn't been implemented as a collective, in my humble opinion.
It's usually somebody that's not your woman.
Well, even if she's your woman, if she's your woman, she will, if she hasn't been subject or cultured to understand what discipline is,
And
then
if she's not my woman, I'm quick to say.
Then she's going to constantly apply undisciplined action towards you, even though she says she loves you, she supports you, but those cultured ideas that she has, those cultured energies that she has, that she puts forth either subconsciously or unsubconsciously, you're going to see, because you as a young boy have been cultured to take that trash out, mow the yard. When you turn 18, you go to work, you get out, you do that. You see, you've been subject to so many ways from childhood up to you've been held accountable more than anybody before her, right? So you're under you could take hold of discipline before anybody, especially being a black man, right? You can be subject to any and everything. So you have to mentally be prepared to handle any and everything at all times above the average person. The woman hasn't been subject to this. So being that she hasn't been subject to this, the discipline would be uh, far lower on the scale than it would when it comes to you. Okay. So, I build on this because this thing carries so much weight. Just like being an officer, right? You and Charles, and then we've was military. There's you have to be disciplined to you have to understand discipline to be in these occupations. Okay, we handle things differently. Okay, we move differently. We have to. Why? Because we understand that we can be subject to so many things before anybody else.
You know what? What I had to learn, man, is that you can't have a motherfucker make you feel wrong for their satisfaction or not being satisfied. If I'm making sense.
It makes sense.
So my thing is, I know I'm a man that's really good in bed. I know that shit. And I am a dominant man. But I would tell a bitch in a minute. Excuse my expression. I'm not your ex-boyfriend. I'm not gonna do what he do. You know what I'm saying? Any of that. You don't need to fantasize about him when I'm with you. So it's either we gonna do this shit or we not. Hey, I'm cutting out.
Well, I put weight on this. I put a lot of weight on this. It always come back to you. Okay. It always come you. I constantly say, the black man has been a center of all things, period. There's no way around that. His history has shown this constantly, consistently. It is about you. So if we're speaking sexually, right? Yeah, of course you want, your woman to be, pleased, of course, but you're not raping her, right? Yeah. You're not beating her up or nothing like that, right? You're not just straight taking it to her, taking it from her or anything of that nature. So, she is the one who's welcoming you, right? So it comes back to you because you had enough understanding of yourself to make it there, right? Now, I'm not speaking of hold them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel
it. I'm speaking of, the man has to have so many ways to get between her legs where she just opens up. If she just says, hey, I'm ready, babe, she just lay back. Yeah. Right. But we have to have a conversation. We have to have other faceted, we have to be multifaceted. You see?
And the thing is, man, a lot of us as men, we look at things like, damn, we got the proper equipment, and
yes.
And damn, I know my shit right, blah blah blah. But no matter what you do, at times, it's never going to be enough for a woman who's not satisfied anyway, and it's been since the beginning of time, like you said. So you have to take that initiative. You have to make her want you just as much as you want her. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Well, in actuality, you don't have to make her, right? Because when you understand yourself, well, she will see that.
She will see that. You're right.
She will see that. It's not about her. I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, but this is just a conversation that's piggybacking off of something me and my homie talked about today. It'll never be me. So I just wanted to understand, you know, get a different opinion, you know.
Yes, yes, sir. When I say you know, when she sees what your position is, and she see that you have self-respect, and I constantly say self-respect is self-love, self-love is self-respect. You know, she will, because it's in her being to, you know, either get with that or destroy that.
Yeah,
You
because
see?
a woman like her, a woman like
God,
her, a woman like her. I'm gonna say this. I know Charles want to go, but a woman like her, really made a man question who he was, and I was like, damn, man, you feel that bad? You know?
you know what? We're gonna have to start open up something later tonight.
Cool,
'Cause we're gonna
Charles.
talk. We're gonna talk about that shit because we're gonna talk about the style, and profile walking that aisle, and we also gonna talk about why is the black man the face of masculinity, but so questioned, like you said.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well,
I
Charles,
mean,
Because I was listening to you and you were just, I couldn't even stop it because you were too damn good on the roll.
Oh yeah, he is. Gold Professor is.
That's why we call him my golden professor, man.
And I'm
Fuck
definitely
that.
gonna
Well,
be.
fuck a silver
he's
surfer.
gonna
We
be
got a gold
platinum
professor.
soon.
You know, so that's why
He's
fuck a
the
silver surfer. We got a
gold
gold professor.
standard, man. He's the gold standard when
That's
you think
that's what the
about it.
gold standard because we're gonna have to invite him. Even though I got to get a little bit of sleep before I do my major cleanup.
You know what, Charles? After that last one you had, man, I had to sleep for a whole day.
Phew. Yeah, buddy. Because I know for damn
Here's,
sure. I'm just like,
that's strange.
I'm
I wake
listening.
up
I
to
was
these
about to
things. I
end it,
usually wake up and I see,
but I'm like,
oh.
but I'll be like, God damn, he's flowing. And then everything you said made so much fucking sense.
Really did, man. He's disciplined. You know, when a person is disciplined, you can listen to them. You know, you can listen to them, and that's what.
Charles.
You.
Hey Z.
Morning,
Z.
y'all. What's going on,
Hold
everyone?
on. Hold on, dude. Hold on.
good morning, Mr. Z, brother.
I love this motherfucker. Hey Charles. Check your email. I just sent you an email just now on your email account. Oh,
Okay.
and don't mind the email address. You have to understand, I was heavily influenced by The Undertaker and the Ministry of Darkness.
Oh,
Just
man.
don't tell. Just I don't need you to read out loud. Don't read out loud the email. You know.
Cool.
Hey man, go. I subscribe to your channel.
Thank you very much, brother. I
I've
appreciate
always,
I'm
being
gonna
on
check
the
that
panel,
shit out. Yeah.
being on the panel with you, man. You know, I never knew, but you do. You know, when people like you talk, Rael, Gerald, sometime roguish, I listen. Because one thing y'all do have in common is fitness, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I'm not no fat dude. I'm a stand to medium built dude, but I look at everything that y'all. I listen to what y'all talk about.
Yes, sir. Well, even with this conversation, right? If you pay attention to how I deliver my conversation, I stay disciplined to how I deliver the conversation, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't. I mean, people speak how they speak. You know, I'm not against how I'm disciplined to myself,
Yeah.
right? So when I speak to you, I desire to be courteous to you, and I desire to listen to what you're saying.
Yeah.
I desire that because I desire to get a understanding of what you're saying, so I can render an understanding of where I'm coming from, gain an understanding of where you're coming from,
Find
and
a solution.
we can get to that solution. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. We can work on the solution. We can acknowledge the problem all day, You know, if you having a health problem, okay, yeah, we know you got health problems. So, okay, let's address some solutions here.
Yeah.
You know, did you take your vitamins today? Did you exercise today? How was your stress today? Did you have emotional stress today? You see, you know, and then we address how to resolve those issues. You know, okay, look, you know, I when I get up to bring my stress levels down, you know, I say a prayer first, and then I do some stretches, do some cardio, and you know, prepare myself to deal with whatever I have to deal with before I go out the door. Okay, this is working on yourself. This is pulling yourself together. Okay, because before you go out that door, you understand that this is a military world. You have to war with things, whether it's subtly or harshly. You have to go at it, right? So what do? You prepare. Okay, there's no war that hasn't had some type of strategy implemented. Okay, because what you have to either win or take a L. One or
Right.
the other. There's no middle. You don't almost win a basketball game or a football. You don't almost win. Okay, it's either you win or you lose.
That's right.
Either your math is correct or your math is wrong.
Or go back and do it over. Do it over until you get that shit right.
There's no middle, right? You're gonna have to prepare to win. That's how it goes. Okay, there's no middle. No car almost works. Okay, either it's gonna start or it's not.
No in between.
No in between, bro.
Right.
Well, damn, I didn't go to church today, but I came to church today.
Hey man, you know, you always in the other groups too, but you know, like
Can I get an amen? Amen.
Church.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam, brother. So are you Sunni?
Are you Muslim?
Okay. I'm God.
We're Muslim.
Okay.
Oh, you 5%. Okay.
I'm God.
All right.
I'm God.
That's what's up.
I'm of the 5%.
Oh,
you know what,
okay.
man?
You
It's so wonderful that you are able to understand other people and know that these problems exist in the world. A lot of people can't get past that. You know, I was raised Sunni myself. My dad was Sunni Muslim, but I also switched over to the nation. Then I left the nation. I never really left, but when I started getting introduced to other cultures and how other people live in different countries and different things, man, I started to take truths from everywhere. Because all together we're saying the same things, but in different languages. But I know in America, you could be a part of a church or some kind of congregation for many years, and it takes one falling out, whether it's money or whatever. You find people dividing the church, and hey, I'm going to open up my own church. And sometimes they have to be like that. But
yes, sir.
You get what I'm saying?
It's meant to me. It's meant to be. If it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be. Just like in life, there's gonna be people, like what they said earlier. Like there's gonna be people just don't like you for whatever. You gotta understand. There's some people you just cannot. You're not gonna get along with.
But you know what, though, man? It's even deeper than that, because it's not what people think of you is none of your business. You know, I look at it that way.
That's true.
Even
true.
with me.
I met with people, and I sometimes get weird looks and weird reactions, but it is what it is.
Well,
hey Charles. Give me Charles. Did you get that? Did you like the meme?
I gotta check it out. You said.
Go. What you was about to say?
It's a weird.
Did you say it? Did you?
Hold on.
Like,
so type it in for me.
I'm just looking. Make sure you got the real. I'll put it in the back chat for my email address.
Yeah, I know. I got the cheat. The subject says from the Silver Hawk to the Thundercat.
Send it one more time.
Let me try.
Let's see.
Maybe in your spam, Charles. But go what
It
you was
could be.
about to say.
Check this.
I was about to say that, you know, I don't get into uh, religion, okay?
Okay, I feel it.
Okay.
Because I understand what religion is,
Mhm.
okay? And uh, you know, when we speak about religion, uh, you know, that religion um, is a detriment to your being, okay? It religion is detrimental when you lack understanding of what it is, okay?
Mhm.
Religion, the word itself originated from legion, okay? It was a legion, and then you move a legion to another place. You religion, you religion. People can't became lazy with the language, and it became a religion. So a religion meant an order, right? You know, you follow this religion. What do you when you do something religiously? You're following an order.
Let me ask you
Okay,
something. Do you believe that there's a reason for everything, no matter what it is?
I don't believe in coincidence. If that's what you're going towards.
No, say it
Yes,
again.
I said I don't believe in coincidence. Yes, there's a reason. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
yeah. Not no coincidence, but a
Yeah,
reason.
but I
Yeah.
said that's what I'm saying. I made it a point to say I don't believe in coincidence. Yes, there's a reason for everything. Yes, I'm
You
not
know, I can
saying
piggyback on that.
I'm not saying that you're speaking to coincidence, but I want to make sure I put that out there that it is not a coincidence that we have this conversation, that I landed here, you know, to receive these frequencies. Okay. It is not a coincidence. It happened for a reason, because people will say, well, you know, people like to say, well, it's out of coincidence. And I like to say, no, it's not a coincidence, you know, because that's a go-to. You know, it's a coincidence that, you know, the sun is shining today, you know, because the news broadcast said it was going to be raining today. No, it's not a coincidence. Okay. The universe prescribes things for a reason. There's a reason why we have light going on in this broadcast. It's a reason why, you know, the topic multifaceted was put in place. It wasn't out of coincidence. You know, I'm not saying you said it's out of coincidence, Nino, but I'm just making a point that it is not, we don't work off coincidences. We can't even acknowledge what a coincidence is when uh, things just happen according to the order of the universe, according to the order of how things have been prescribed. Okay. This channel here, Charles's channel. Okay. It is not a coincidence that he speaks from a mindset of being military, you know, being a police officer, being one who has been in many competitions, an instructor. It's not a coincidence that this mindset speaks to what an order is. Okay. Because what? When you're out of order, the functionality of something means it's not working. So it is not a coincidence. It is for us to come together to what? Gain order. This is what the black man has constantly done. Through history, he's always tried to bring order to something. He's been the epitome of justice. See, so when you're the epitome of justice, people go against that because justice is order. Okay, when you apply justice to something, you're applying correction and order to it. So when you apply justice and order to it, and people who lack understanding of what that is and not willing to accept that order, then what we find is we're at a battle. We're you know, people want to be in order, people fight against the order.
And you know what, Gold, not to cut you off. What I learned, man, when you're out of order, where there's no discipline, it turns evil, and evil fights itself. You know,
Well,
I learned
Self-consuming, self-destruction.
yeah, evil fights itself, and I learned that sometimes, even when I don't agree with people, I'll just stay quiet. I don't say anything. I don't try to make them see how I see it. But the main thing that everyone should have, the common thing that everyone should have, is respect and knowledge of self.
well, once again, this is what I speak to. Okay, you know, when we have these conversations, uh, once again, I have to display it within me, and how I display it is being humble to the conversation. Not once will you hear me hoop and holler and yell, because why? I'm I'm disciplined to the self, right? I am clearly understanding that I don't have to even go in there. I said what I said.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have to cuss you out. I don't have to, holler at you. I don't have to do none of that.
I think is
And this
everything that you have said is rested within your soul, and
exactly.
you stand on it. I get it.
Listen, I don't have to even offline in my world here, okay? I don't have to hoop and holler. I don't have to cuss a person out. I stand on what I stand on. Why? Because I strive to be in order. As an instructor, I may have the ability more so than the average person to implement order, discipline, okay? Because as I've said, many people don't even understand what discipline is. Okay, it carries so much weight. People just say, "Oh, discipline, it's whatever," but it carries so much more weight because everything requires discipline. The sun is disciplined to providing growth. Okay, not one time has the sun not been disciplined. I challenge anybody to dispel what I just said. Okay.
Right.
Your body, your personal body,
Mm-hmm.
as you live in this world, as you live and breathe, the heart is disciplined to what? Pumping blood. Okay. It is disciplined to it. It's telling you all day what it is. Okay. But many people don't want to take hold of that. Okay. They don't want to acknowledge it. So therefore we end up with all this disorder. Okay. The conversation carries so much more weight than people would like to go into. They don't want to go into it because they know themselves that they're out of order. Okay. And this is what we run into. We can have the conversations all day. Okay. But let's get to the solution. How do we come back to how do we put ourselves in order? Well, it is like channels like these to where we can talk about it and say, okay, look, you know what? Me and my woman are having sexual problems, right? What can I do to better that? So then we go into the context of what that means. Okay, maybe it's something with me, maybe it's something with her. But we have to get to not to say that somebody's going to divulge everything about their sexual
Yeah,
life,
but
but
you can look at yourself first too.
exactly.
Okay.
You have to look at what is it going on with you? Are you stressing about something? Okay, are you physically out of shape? Are you physically not together? Okay, where are your spirits at? Right? Are you mentally just not there? Okay, you love your woman, but you're just mentally not there.
Are you lusting
you're
after
distant.
another woman? Is she
You're
lusting
distant.
after another man?
Are
You
you
know,
playing house and not
Mm.
being real with yourself and saying,
And here's the
"Look,
biggest
we're not here."
question to ask: are you a damn leader in the first place?
that's a question.
Mm.
But I bring it back to it's all about you, bro. It's all about you. Because what did I say earlier? Your deal is You gotta be multifaceted to get the woman. All she has to do is say, "Hey, I'm gonna lay back and let you tap this." That's all she has to do.
You gotta
There's
think
no,
that's why
there's
the
no
man is
work.
the more complex creature
And
because
see
he
what
has
I'm
to
saying?
develop. See, women come of age, men develop. Okay,
Mm.
and people don't understand this. All she got to do is go past a certain time period in her life. She gets a period, she can have a baby. For you to be a respectable, fully realized man, you have to go through some shit. You
Right.
have to be tested. You have to be like a nice steak. A nice steak has to be what? Seasoned.
Charles, say it again. Women become of age. I'm writing it down.
Women see, women come of age and men develop.
Deep. That's deep.
Well, Charles, you've heard me say it before. I'm a firm believer, and I don't actually like this, but it is what it is, and that's how the cookie crumbles. Men are human doings, and women are human beings. Men
Mhm.
don't get a chance to be human beings
Exactly.
until we do something, and it's unfortunate because that actually bites us in the ass in certain ways. But the
Yeah, but
society
the
has.
thing is, what Gold
Mhm,
Professor is saying, you have to be disciplined and in control of
mhm.
yourself and everything
Oh yeah.
surrounding you.
Think about it.
Mhm,
There's some loud swordsmen,
Men,
self-control,
as
self-power.
mhm.
BGS once said, men are Jedi, women are Sith.
Mm.
Okay, it's like this. I'll
Unfortunately,
give
there
you
are
a little
some
bit
men
of
who join the dark side.
of
Mhm.
course, and
Oh, Anakin
I'll give
Skywalker ass niggas.
the mannequin niggas, Darth
Or
Maul
Darth or
niggas,
Count Doku. Count Doku.
yeah,
Yeah,
Count
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 Doku
Dooku,
Dooku is that one
niggas.
of those too.
Count
Yeah,
Doku.
Count Dooku
yeah,
ass niggas.
yeah.
Darth
And
Tyrannus. Darth
you
Tyrannus.
gotta realize this is that for the comics there was for a couple for a year when they reintroduced Supergirl. They try
Mhm.
to make Supergirl like, wow, she's faster, more powerful, and stronger than Superman.
What?
Hold up, let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh shit!
Let me finish. So
All right.
she tried to fight him once again, go toe to toe. So Clark had to lay hands upon her just to show her. So he told her, number one, I've been on Earth all my life, so I had to be disciplined with my abilities.
Mhm.
You being a teenager, you're reckless and don't know any restraint.
Mhm.
Because you're reckless and you go full force with everything, it may seem that you're more powerful, but I'm holding back.
Mhm.
You could never defeat me, and I could put you down at any time that I choose. Think about that. Because he shows restraint, she thought that she was more powerful.
It looks
Does
like
that
weakness.
to her it looks like weakness, but to a man it seems like what's that word with the D? Discipline.
Discipline.
And
Charles.
when he had
Discipline.
to show, and when he showed that full strength, just for 1 second and put her back in her place, she realized that she was really outmatched.
And Charles, I'm looking at that because that's comic book number 346 from DC Comics,
Mm.
Action
Mm-hmm.
Comics.
I
Mm-hmm.
remember someone once talked about this when we talk about Captain Marvel, especially like in the Civil War series.
Mm-hmm.
She, as a woman, she did not understand due process, as this YouTuber
Mm-hmm.
explained. She was like any woman. She was just operating on the basis of it feels right, so it has to be right. Otherwise known as the ends will always justify the means,
Mm-hmm.
with absolute no regard
For due
of the
process,
consequence, the due
for
process.
probable cause,
Absolutely no
none
regard
of
for
that.
consequences of actions, and
Man,
disregard for accountability, because
I really, really, really like this because here you are. I'm a teacher as well, but I'm not as because I'm more like I like to lay back in the cut. But I love the way you can learn something from Gold Professor on a very, very serious, strict knowledge tip, and we can
Mm-hmm.
learn something
yeah.
through Charles who also lives a real life out there policing, but he can also get through to you by example of comics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
like
there's. Oh yeah, you got to think
You
comic
know,
books been
it's about
around for
relating the
like since the
material.
late 1800s.
It's about
They're the
relating the
Yeah.
modern
material.
day. They're the modern day mythology, and
Yep.
you're supposed to learn from them. See, this is the reason why I've said before the '80s had the greatest shows of cartoons because
Yeah.
yes they were 30-minute toy commercials, but at least these 30-minute toy commercials had moral obligations. Like I
Mm-hmm.
said
Yeah.
before, I was a big fan of He-Man, but I was also just as big, almost as big, if not just as big, as She-Ra, Princess of Power because it carried the mythos. Think about
Yeah.
it. This is a female-based cartoon that boys could enjoy for the action, but girls love it because they see their representation. Like I
Yeah.
said before, the episode of the Sword and the Stone, she
Yeah.
was her sword was damaged where she couldn't transform or get these godlike powers. So she had to do what men had to do through the ages. She had to prove her mettle through a series of tests.
And Charles, you're right about that. Do you remember the I think it's $6 billion man?
$6
6
million
million.
man, yeah.
Yeah.
Steve Austin.
And also the Bionic Woman. You know, they had
Yeah.
him first and then she came next.
Yeah. And think about it. I would love for them to recreate. If they're going to recreate shows, why can't they make the $6 billion man right now? I mean, you got the technology, pun intended.
Literally.
Pun
Funny.
intended. Pun intended. And to make it a decent show. Whereas though, I mean, you got fucking Queen
Political
Latifah playing
correctness
the
and
Equalizer. I mean,
What? Wait, Queen Latifah's about to
What?
play the Equalizer?
yeah, she's playing the Equalizer. She's thinking of traditionally
Like
male
Denzel
role,
Equalizer?
not just Denzel Equalizer, but I forget it was the white guy back in the '80s who played him.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
She's
find his
about to
name.
be
He was an Englishman. I remember that show. Let me find
the
that.
equal,
Speaking
and,
of
and
which,
it's
Now, why
Charles,
would
I
you
wanted
have
to
her do that when they know
hold
they're
on.
not going to have a man
Hold
play
on.
Wonder Woman?
Hey, don't
Go ahead,
call it
Nino.
don't call it Nino because they might have a man play Wonder Woman and you ain't gonna like it.
I don't
Yeah,
want to see
he'll
that.
be a
Don't
transformer.
call it.
Yeah, it's called I identify as a.
Yeah,
I wonder if I
Exactly.
identify as a woman.
yeah. Hey, but I
Like,
want to say though, I want to say that we have to address
Excuse
this. We have to address this, right? And
excuse me,
what I'm
Charles.
talking about is, and
oh
what I'm
yeah,
talking about
Sorry.
is,
Excuse me.
go ahead,
Hold on. Sorry, Carl. Sorry, Gold.
go ahead.
Charles, if you remember the old '80s show, The Equalizer, the actor
yeah,
was an Englishman named Edward Woodward. He
oh
played
yeah.
Robert McCall, former covert
McCall.
operator. I remember
And,
that
and
show
it's
when I was
funny
younger.
because it's funny because she's taking the same last name of McCall.
Mm.
McCall. So what's she
Yeah,
gonna be? Roberta McCall?
I don't even know.
Hysterical.
It's funny because Wonder Man was a character, but he was a totally different character.
Yeah.
But you know
It's
what?
funny because they gotta always invoke. See, that's why Wonder Woman was so unique and will probably forever be. She actually was her own standalone character, and compared to like we know the man gonna do it, but we're gonna put the woman in the place, and she's gonna kick everybody's ass, and she's gonna take all these names. But then you wonder why these boys growing up and this generation now, they're gonna grow up thinking women can really do this shit. I don't need to defend her.
Let me tell you something. Wonder Woman got
Not
her
only
ass.
that, they're gonna square up with women like women are men.
Wonder Woman got her ass kicked too a whole lot. Remember?
Oh yeah, and remember, I told you the story earlier when I said, look,
Rites of passage.
Bizarro, and it's funny because the reason why you kind of respect Wonder Woman because she wasn't given the power. She wasn't. I mean, yeah, she was given her power. She was born with her
Also
powers,
submissive.
but
She was
she had to.
submissive too.
She was submissive, but she was also the Cold Wonder Woman is also the champion of the Amazons, meaning she had to beat out all other of the women on the mascara
Mhm.
to actually be Wonder Woman.
Oh no,
It
Charles,
was
you
And
talking
there was
about
a level of
competition, bro?
discipline.
No,
oh,
bro,
she
you
had
talking
to she
competition, bro?
oh yeah, she had to earn her position. She had to earn the right
to be the elected official Wonder Woman.
Who
You
was
can't just put
who was the little sister girl that came up under her? That
a Wonder Girl. Well, that was supposed to be. I know you talk about from the '70s, but in the comics, it was supposed to be Donna Troy, which was like a clone, like of hers. So you got to remember, a lot of this stuff that I'm seeing now on television, they want to make women these strong, fierce, ass-kicking characters. But what's
I
going to
am
happen, like you
strong.
said,
I am
you're-
invisible. I am
you know what, man? We just
woman.
cut Gold off. We
Visible.
need to let him finish.
oh yeah, go back
Sorry,
to gold.
sorry, Gold. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
I appreciate that. What I was going to say was we have to address because I hear a lot of you know people say, well, the only difference between the man and the woman is that he's physically stronger than her, right?
Mm.
And I have to address this. Um,
Mhm.
it is far more than that. It's much more than just a physical issue. Okay, it is far more. And here's my point to that. And I challenge anyone to dispel this. Okay, the woman has a baby, right? She goes through 9 months and has the baby, right? Well, what happens, provided the family is together or, the father's in the life, what happens for the rest of the child's life? Easy, easy answer. If and it's been proven that the man is more equipped to handle the children than the mother is. Why is that? See, it's not a physical, it's not necessarily a physical thing. It is the mental, it is the spiritual, it is the emotional aspects of strength that speaks to what a man carries, how he carries it, how he delivers it or implements it, how well he is when it comes to dealing with order versus the woman. It's not just a physical thing. Okay, because that's a go-to. Women will say, "Well, it's because you stronger than me. It doesn't make you better than me." Well, that's not what we're talking about. See, we're talking about
That order could be in your voice. Like if she tell her son to sit down, and she been telling him that for hours, and he wouldn't, and you walk in the room, that it's just that man that has that thing about
Pause
him.
for the cause, Nino. What you're saying is so true. I remember listening to Zoe Williams show once, and he said that about his son. I don't know if it was the youngest son or the oldest, but he said he remember his baby mom trying to get his son to listen, and all he had to say was "Hey," one time, and that's something I think a lot of people really underestimate is that bass in your voice. You don't even necessarily have to be aggressive. You ever notice that women have to bring their voice up a couple octaves sometimes before somebody starts to listen to them? And all you have to do is just rest in your manhood and just speak how I'm speaking right now, and you might get attention. That, as a matter of fact, you will probably get attention. So that's something that I think sometimes they do know, but they despise. And one more point I'll make, speaking to what Gold Professor was saying, Israel, somebody, one of the social scientists in Israel actually did something speaking to how children, we're talking about like newborns, actually they're soothed by their father's voice. When their father is around, they actually are calmer. And I don't know what that links to it
Mr.
within
T,
them. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I got to piggyback on that. I know where that is. I know
Hmm.
where that comes from. There's this documentary I told Charles to check out called "The Biology of Dads" by the BBC.
Hmm.
What is this like? Sometimes fathers they will talk to the kid, talk when the mother's pregnant with the baby. The
Hmm.
father will sometimes talk in there. I mean, the child can recognize the mother's voice, yeah, but when they hear
Hmm.
the father's voice, they recognize it immediately and respond to it a lot more.
Oh, so like when you're speaking to the baby through the stomach, through the tummy. Okay.
I'll tell you what it is.
Hey, baby boy, what's going on? And they're like, "Daddy's here,"
I'll
because
tell you
kids
what it
always look at their
is.
dad as somebody to play with.
Because you forget what a dad is, and this is what a lot of ignorant ass mothers do. A dad is the boy's first superhero and a girl's first love. Okay?
I miss my daddy.
Well, you gotta think about it. When shit goes bad, guess what? She's not looking for that kid's not looking for mommy. Okay? She's looking for daddy. He or she is looking for daddy to rectify shit. Okay? The reason why the child reacts to the father is because that voice commands respect.
Yeah.
When you're in the military, do you sound like this? Or you need to be like, or do you have to have a command voice? Think about it. When you actually have to project your voice, people pay attention
Lee
to you.
Ermey in Full Metal
Oh,
Jacket.
Barry White ass niggas.
No, but the thing,
No.
man, it's about having that strong conviction in your voice.
I just want us to remember we cut off Gold Professor again.
Look,
we cut him off again.
I'm sorry, man. The thing is,
I did too, though. I'll partake too. I partook.
When he's talking, man, we need to really take it serious. Not be playing up here because he don't have to tell us this shit.
True.
I'm appreciative of your everyone's time and energy, and I thank you. What I was going to say is, let's take away the man's voice. Let's say the man is mute. Let's say he's mute. His presence, okay? He let's say the man had a stroke, right? And his speech isn't as together. I mean, the young couple, and we do know men can suffer from stroke at early ages, right? So his voice isn't as clear. He doesn't speak with as much clarity as he would like to. And he's a young man. He's in his early 20s, but he still is able to have a family. I'm saying that it is not only his voice, it is his presence. And when that's understood and that is put forth, that energy, that light is put forth, because a man, a black man, and I say black man, I speak heavily about the black man because I'm a black man, right? So I'm not into, what everybody else is doing. I speak to the black man, the black woman, or the black man and his woman, whichever one but my main goal is to address the agency of the black man and the black man. Okay. So you have that young man whose speech isn't all the way together. He suffered from certain things, but his presence in itself, because he's going to naturally, his whole being is going to naturally implement justice, man. This is what I'm telling you. It's going to why do you think there's so much weight put on you, black man? Why do you think they go so hard? Everybody goes hard. Everybody goes hard at you. Why? It's because they understand that your presence is the epitome of justice, and you are order. And when people recognize that you are order, either they're going to go with it or they're going to work to destroy it.
That is so deep, brother. And I say
Ain't
that.
no in-betweens.
Yeah, that is so deep. And I tell you why it's deep to me. And I really feel it. I feel it in my spirit, what you're talking about, because I could be walking past even a white person. And I know in some of the most unfamiliar, you make the familiar strange. In some of the most uncomfortable places for them. I could be gas station or whatever it is. They walk past me. They say, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I've said this before on other shows. And I'm like, what the fuck are you sorry for? So your presence as a black man is very important, whether you see it or not. See, me, I'm not an apologetic person for who I am, And when they do that sometimes, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm like, why are you doing this? Why are you saying that to me? You know. Uh, but I don't say, well, that's okay. In my mind, I'm like, yeah, you're right. You owe me.
Hey, what I would say is that when that song came out by Billie Holiday, there was a person who sang it before her, but Billie Holiday blew the song up.
Strange fruit.
Strange fruit, brother.
Strange
You
fruit.
are
It
that
was what's
strange
her name? Was it Nina Simone?
Nina Simone. Nina Simone,
Nina
yeah.
Simone, yeah.
Billie Holiday remade the song. Okay. But regardless of who sang the song, it speaks to you. You are that strange fruit. You were the first strange fruit, and you still are that strange fruit, whether people acknowledge it or not. And that strange fruit is you being that light they try to stop. They consistently who try to stop your light, man, which we're in this space right now, this minute. Listen, we could say something and somebody will flag the channel. Why? Because we are speaking truth to something, or we're speaking fact to something, right? And somebody will come and flag it to what? Stop that light, or to say, hey, that's some strange fruit over there. We need to address that.
I'll
See?
give you a Nixon quote. I'm sorry, go professor. Let me give you a Nixon quote real quick. Blacks are the real problem. We got to create a system that addresses this without appearing to. He said that either to Kissinger or to, I can't remember who he said that to, but he said that to one of his henchmen back in the late 60s, early 70s. So what you're saying is very accurate.
Hey, this is real talk here. You see, because when we uh address this, you know, I mean, when the conversation gets deep like this, well, people are either going to be that dog that gets hit and hollers, or they're going to absorb all the information and build on it. In the 9 laws of self-governance, law number 9 is plant these seeds and be patient. See, that's what we're doing. We're planting these seeds, and then we remain patient. See, the internet is undefeated, right? That's what we always say, right? So with that
The
being said,
internet never loses.
that means it'll be here well
Ask,
after us, right?
ask Bernie Sanders. I mean,
That's
hey,
that's what that means. It will be here well after us. So we
yeah.
have to plant these seeds and be patient.
You're right.
You know
Sometimes we,
what,
we don't
Gold?
have we don't
Internet
have.
Gold?
money
Oh,
wins
go
out
ahead.
every time. Internet
Yeah.
and new technology and money wins out every time.
Gold. Excuse me, Gold.
Yes, sir.
Well, brother. I do believe this is a piggyback one said there's an ancient Greek saying that said true wisdom is when old men plant trees whose shade they will never experience. When you think about what I'm saying, because planting seeds, preparing things for the next generation to come so they can have something to stand up on,
Yes, sir.
a good solid foundation and whatnot.
Yes, sir.
See, when the old men plant those trees, it's for the next generation to tend, and they should understand what's going on. And they pass on that knowledge to the next generation. Because sometimes
Hey,
for society, in order to develop, you got to think like 7 generations ahead, at least.
I'm gonna drop this last jewel for you guys, and once again, I appreciate this conversation, and I'm thankful.
Go
I
professor. Before you drop that, I want to stress this because what you're doing is very important. I'm crawling all through YouTube. I eavesdrop into the white manosphere, the white male spaces. They don't sound like this. When they have panels, they don't sound like this. There's none of this shit going on, right? And that's why you got to respect this space in
Yes.
particular. It's because we're talking about some intrinsic shit. We're talking about working on yourself. We're talking about you beyond just women, right? Or you beyond just even if you have children, or whatever societal limits or standards or ideas that they give you as an individual man or as men in general, because black men have a very unique um experience when it comes to the West and when it comes to America. So when Gold Professor is speaking, that's what you're seeing, right? This is something that I would argue is very I think the some of the top important people in the society get that, but not the average person. Black American men have a very unique experience, and their unique experience gives them a particular worldview that you don't get from other communities and other demographics. And that's what we're hearing from Gold Professor, and like I said, because I'm in the white male spaces, I'm listening to them speak, and that's from very young generation Z all the way up to baby boomers and millennials, and they don't sound like this.
And I'm
So
and
I'll pause right there.
the thing is, they listening to us too, and I'm glad they
Yeah,
are.
BGS said that.
Yeah,
BGS said we're now the new leads of the manosphere.
we are, because you got to realize this. When you sit at comfort for so long, see, you don't have too many black incels. You don't have too many. You do have some, but not too many. See, we can't afford to sit at a side of comfort, okay? We actually have to sit at the side of we are judged by what we do. We don't have the luxury of white skin to cleanse our iniquities, okay? We actually
We're
have
held
to
to
get
a
out
higher
there
level of
and challenge the
accountability.
world. Shit, we're held accountable, more accountable than white men.
Exactly.
How the fuck do you judge us with these ethnocentristic views and hold us to middle class white man standards that the average black woman cannot even hold, that the overwhelming majority of black women cannot hold,
Say
even
that
with
part
all your
again, Charles.
education.
Holding us to middle class white male standards.
I'll say it again for the I'll say it again for the Negroes in the back who didn't hear me. How dare you hold us with your ethnocentristic views to middle class white man standards that you can't even, that the overwhelming 98% of you can't even hold. Here's the crazy part: with all this vaunted education and black girl magic, you still can't hold a candle to the goddamn sun that is the black man. You don't even make as much money as the average black man. On average, if y'all don't have a black man in your house, I can tell you one thing: the shit is falling apart, figuratively and literally.
Well, let me build on this, man. Listen, um, there was a conversation a time ago, and the conversation was about the difference between who would win. And some of you might have heard it before, but for those of you who haven't, the question was, which would win between a lion and a tiger, right? And the tiger is much bigger and perceived as more powerful, et cetera, right? But that lion is more battle tested.
He's actually a better fighter.
He's
Excuse me,
battle
Charles.
tested. He's battle tested, right? Because a tiger is living life in solitude much of the time, whereas the lion, he's on the range. He's in the field, right? He's in
Are
the
you talking
field.
about a leopard, maybe? Excuse me, Gold.
No,
No, sir.
Excuse me, Gold.
tigers are solitary.
Yeah, but
Tigers
no,
are
actually,
solitary.
tigers are actually they like pair bond in certain places, in certain parts of the world.
And
They're
they're very
solitary. In
Listen
few,
other
to what
but
I'm saying.
cases,
tigers
Listen to what
live
I'm
the
saying.
majority of their life solitary.
Listen to what I'm
leopards
saying.
are the same way. Yeah, I know, but I'm just sorry. So it's coming from Africa. I'm thinking, wait, doesn't he mean like leopards? Because this is more up my alley.
No,
Tigers.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, brother. A lion and a tiger are the ones that are more in view, talked about. What would be
Yes.
the
Okay.
battle? Who would win? Which one would win the battle? Right?
Ooh.
And I'm saying I'm equating this to the black man and what he did because
Okay.
the black man is battle tested
Yes.
from childhood all the way up. He's battle tested. Okay. And this is why we're able to handle things much better. This is why we're able to implement order, discipline much better than the average person. Why? It's because we constantly have to be above the average.
We were tested even starting from our birth certificates. Like this generation, I don't even know anything about when people had Negro on their birth certificate. Because they looked at you as just that.
You were tested since the womb.
That's right.
Okay. Just you getting here shows how special you are. There was a 1 in 100 million chance of you making it. You had to fight through other sperm cells to make that goddamn egg.
You are battle tested, and I'm saying that when you are in this position, and you're constantly in this position to this day, when you're constantly in this position to this day, it speaks to how battle ready you are. Okay, and we know what it is. Either you ready or you're not ready. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And I'm saying to you, black man, you've been ready since childhood. That's what it is. And I'm gonna drop this last one. Okay. We have to understand the difference between truth and fact. Okay. Now, I've said this. See, a fact has to be able to withstand 1,000 years. This is when you get to a fact. Okay. A truth can be changed, rearranged, and disengaged. Okay. Now, once that truth has hit the level of fact, then there's no need to say, well, it's my truth or it's the truth. No, it's a fact. When you look at the sun, we know it's a fact. When you look at yourself, you are able to, the fact is you are able to get up and recognize that you are order, you are light. People have wanted this since inception of you. This is a fact. Okay. We have to understand that because people will apply the word truth with the direction of disengaging, or changing it, rearranging it. Okay. They implement that. And then therefore your truth becomes simply non-truth, becomes another story. So we have to be able to understand what the fact is. Let's stay with the fact. The fact is you are a man. The fact is everybody desires you and your order, your justice. This is the fact. This has always been such. So I say that because I want the black man to understand that we're in a man space, right? And you're going to have people who are going to come in and say, well, why are you talking about that? What about the woman? Okay. Now, the fact is we're men over here. The fact is we're going to conduct ourselves as men. And if you conduct yourself as anything other than that, then I humbly say, go to find your truth. Because over here we deal with the fact. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
And that's not everybody. It may be the laws of the manosphere, but everybody ain't gonna think like you, Gold Professor. I'm talking about people that are more like leaders. Everybody not gonna think like you.
And on that note, that's a perfect note to end it. Come back later tonight where we're gonna shit talk and dirty walk.
Charles. All right, yo.
Yep.
I left.
All right, Gold, I'm gonna go over there and look at your channel, and I'm whenever you have lives, I'm gonna just sit in the cut because I don't want to be on a panel and I'm not qualified.
See me, Charles.
Yep.
My
Yes,
gift
sir.
to you is this. There's this website I just typed in the private chat for you.
Mhm.
Before you think about going back out there in the madness, you might want to think about looking into one of these things. For you.
You telling me
Yeah,
they couldn't
man.
hire me to? You telling me they couldn't hire me to play the equalizer? Ain't that a bitch?
No,
Right.
not that one. No, not that one. Not that one. The one before that. The one
Oh
above
yeah.
your email address. The one above your
Okay.
email address.
Yeah, and I subscribe to you,
I
Go
wear these things
Professor,
here
last week.
because I wear these things because it's easier for me to
Go.
wear them because they got a
I'm
HEPA
definitely
filter.
gonna be there
Okay.
to look at your channel, bro, because I know that when dealing with you, you have to be very serious.
Yeah, we got to talk about this equalizer thing later. Anyway.
It helped me be disciplined.
Yeah.
We're
Anyway,
gonna come
I
Charles.
didn't
back.
even know Gold had a channel until last week, and then or earlier this week, I think. I don't know because I remember Gold got on me in the comments, because I was on Rod's channel, and he was like, him and Nameless were like, "Do you have a channel?" I'm like, "No." I was like, "Damn, now I can't be lazy anymore." And Gold was like, "Yeah, get off your ass." So I gotta hurry up and create a channel now.
It
Yes,
took
sir.
it took me 5 years with BGS. Like, why the hell don't you start a channel? Like, yeah, I've
But
heard
I'm
it from
not
a lot
nearly
of
as
people.
accomplished as you, brother. Like, like it's different. Like
Okay.
you seem great in a vacuum, right? But then when you're around other great brothers, then you start being like, wait a minute,
You know what though?
Guess
am I?
what?
Be
Hold
Guess
this.
on.
what? I'm
Hold
gonna tell
on.
you this. I'm gonna tell you this before I get off. This is the problem with the average black man. You shouldn't see our greatness and think of yourself as inadequate.
Mm.
You should see our greatness and think of yourself as our equal. Maybe not in every way, but you bring something to the table. There's shit that you say that I had to think about it and put serious thought into. There's some things that you being from Haitian descent that a lot of brothers don't understand, that you actually have firsthand knowledge. There's some things you
True.
understand about vehicles and cars that most brothers would understand. Take your strengths and appreciate them. Don't let anybody shame you for being fucking great.
I
Ask
hear
me
you.
how I know.
How you know, Charles?
I feel
Because when
Charles,
they,
I feel the same way.
because when motherfuckers tried to say I wasn't great, I had to prove it to them the hard way.
Mm.
The smart ones learned the easy way and just backed off. Guess what? Like I said, Wonder Woman's the champion of the Amazons. Hell, I'm champion of the Baltimoreans. Literally. Both literally and figuratively.
Hey, Mr. Z, I'm
What's
just
up?
tell you. I'm gonna just tell you, brother. Look, listen. The choices we make dictate the life we lead.
Mhm.
There you go, brother.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
gonna make a choice, brother. If you have your knowledge and you not serving it out, you making a choice.
Mm.
You live with that.
Uh,
God damn! Now you sound like my best friend.
I want to ask you a question, Go, before we go.
Yes, sir.
I get a lot of emails daily from people that want me to talk about certain things, and these are different men from all walks of life because the manosphere is for men. I don't have a lot of women hitting me up about different things, but there are some women who have sons that want to listen in who don't have fathers. So I want to be able to have a place for every type man in the manosphere. You get what I'm saying? And I think
Yes, sir.
everybody should be welcome. I don't believe in a lot of clownery, a lot of foolery. You know, when I'm dealing with certain people, I know I need to be on my square. You know what I'm saying? I get that. I'm not a clown. I'm not an acrobat clown. I'm not here to make people laugh or do any of that. So there's a time to laugh. There's a time to be serious. And that's what I mean by like this panel. We're all different men here. So what would you say to that? Like, who's welcome to your channel?
So on my channel, I welcome everybody to my channel. Uh, my channel, I don't use profanity. You know, I don't necessarily allow uh, people on the panel to use profanity. I humbly push my channel to be as courteous to each other as possible. Because what do we say? What do we always say? We want to clean up the space. We need to clean up the space, right?
Mhm.
So I uphold that on my channel. I don't want anybody jumping in. I desire for you to speak your mind. What do we say? Black men need a voice, right?
Be as
So
articulate as possible.
I want you to be able to speak your mind and say it in a manner that is cohesive to the conversation, stay on topic. And I desire and I make sure nobody jumps in all on what you're, because it's important that you get your whole thought out. I can't jump all in on you, and then your thought gets lost in translation. I can't. I desire for you to express every part of what you're saying, so I can address it in the best manner to the best of my ability.
You're right. And a lot of people do a lot of deflecting, and they use other collateral matters not pertaining to the situation to get off the topic because they don't want to hear it. And it's
Right.
pretty sad and it's disrespectful.
Right. So what I'm saying is, over on my channel, I welcome everybody as long as they're courteous, they're disciplined to the courtesy. Okay, and we can have a conversation where we ain't gonna be hollering and cussing and tripping. Because I tell people, hey, look, if we're gonna get into that, I'm gonna drop you back down, and then the mods will handle the rest. Okay.
And it need to be that way because, like, even my channel, I'm gonna be very selective who I'm let up on the stream. I just can't do a whole lot of, if I know you're not gonna get up there and really make sense, and you're gonna cause problems, and you're gonna be off the topic. Now I don't mind going off the topic a little bit, but the cutting in, the disrespecting, and some people say, well, man, he from New York, he just like that. Hell no, we not gonna do that. I don't care.
Right.
We're raised to be better. You guys, we're all raised to be better because we're taught to be. And I remember this with my own father and my family. They wanted us to be, as my grandma would say, elegante, or be perfect gentlemen. They want us to be men, but respectable men.
Yeah, the thing is, I tell people, if you always worried about being wrong, then you're gonna fight to be right all the time. And that fighting to be right is a struggle within. You're always fighting to be right and to be heard. Being a man needs no announcement. Especially for me, I know it don't. That's why sometimes I'll lay in the cut and won't say anything. Sometimes I will get up and speak.
Well, once again, when you come to my channel, it is about your behavior. And when you display your behavior, I go back to what I constantly say. It's about you, bro. Because when you talk, well, people are going to see who you are, what you're saying. Okay, when you open your mouth, and they want to see what your behaviors are. So you cut out all the reasonings why they say you act this way and that way. So when you carry yourself, when you speak to certain things, and your behavior displays that. I'm talking to you as as an adult. I'm talking to you like you have some sense. I'm talking to you, and you may be espousing something that is far out of pocket, but I say, okay, you know what? You have a voice, but I'm gonna bring you back to the topic. Because the conversation, you have so much to say about it. Okay, you said it. Well, let's get back to the topic, and I'm gonna humbly say it to you, and I'm gonna be courteous to you, and we're gonna have a productive conversation. So that's what my channel is. It speaks to the behavior. It's behavior oriented. You're not going to come over there and hear a bunch of hollering and cussing and tripping and talking bad about people, calling people out their name. You're not gonna get that over on my channel.
Or because someone disagrees with what you disagree with, or what you're talking about. I mean, it's a respectable way to disagree. Like if you find somebody that's totally green, don't know about the space, they come in. I figure as long as they're not disrespectful, they can learn from you. But if you're attacking them, they're not going to, they're just not, because it takes a lot, for people to understand even the terminology of the manosphere spaces. And there are a lot of things that guys, me and Charles, we were talking about this the other day, that a lot of guys, even in the manosphere, use words that they don't even know. They're using them in the wrong place, in the wrong sentences, words that they probably have heard some of the master teachers of the manosphere say, but
Or
they're
out of
using them
context.
wrong.
Or out of context.
Well, this is what I say. When we have these conversations, it is a learning tool. We're learning how to, because remember, this space was created for what? So we can have a voice to express ourselves, right?
Exactly.
And a lot of people, a lot of men, let's say a lot of men, black men, didn't necessarily have the ability to communicate. So there a lot of them are learning how to communicate. And when they're coming into these spaces to communicate something, where they're coming in to these spaces with something that they were cultured to do, learn, speak, espouse. Okay. So we here in this space, we say, okay, look, we hear what you're saying, bro. Okay, but take on this idea. Just open your mind up to this view. It's not that we're trying to change you. We just want you to have a different look at what we're talking about, because perhaps you've been subject to certain things. Perhaps you've been cultured to think a certain way. Now, you're entitled at the end of the day to think, move, act according to how you've learned something. But we're saying that the world is bigger than your neighborhood, bro. Okay? How you came up may be a poisoning. You may be subject to a poisoning, and now you're coming into the reality that you must have that poison removed as soon as possible. And this space helps remove that poisoning. I've said many times that my channel is like my own therapy.
I see it as to me this is the barbershop. It's a national, international, because sometimes we have brothers calling in from the continent, from Britain, from Canada. So this is the barbershop. And for all of us, because we all had, at least we had hair at one point, right? So if you remember the barbershop, for those of us that still get our beard taped up like me, when you go in there, it's all brothers in there. It's the brothers that's professors. It's brothers that are mechanics. It's brothers that do blue collar, white collar. Where it's all the brothers are in the barbershop at any given time. Fit brothers, not fit brothers, and the conversation go every way. We talk about women one second, then we talk about cars the next second, then we talk about politics, we talk about sports, right? So when I look at the Black Manosphere, especially, where that's what I see. And you have different people like Gold Professor, you have Raj, you have BGS, you have Charles, and you have Dr. Dunbar. You have all these brothers that they have you have Alonzo Hall. You have all these brothers that they have their own thing that they're really, really, really good at. You know,
But you know what though?
and
There
go
are
ahead, go ahead.
there are different tiers, and I have to
Hmm.
say, to have a conversation with some of these brothers, you have to be on your square and you have to be on point, because they're not about no foolishness. It's not about
Hmm.
being serious at all times, or hey, we can't have fun, but you can't step to them if you just ain't in that arena where they are. You might need to think again before you step to them, and I can
I
appreciate
agree.
that in some of these brothers.
And
You know,
and I love the age thing. I love that the African brother, I think his name is Arizon. He calls into Rod's show sometimes. You have him, you have JoJo, and these are brothers that's like in their early 20s, right? Then you have those of us that's in our 30s, so like me and Charles. Then you have brothers in their 40s, you have 50s, you have 60s like BGS, right? 50s is like Black Uru, and all these brothers, we're all commiserating with each other. And so Jojo give us a perspective from a 20-something-year-old because he's still of that age where his girlfriend might know some people in college or he might know some people in college. So we're getting the idea of what's going on these campuses. Then you got Black Uru, who's giving us an idea of what it used to be like dating maybe in the 90s or whatnot, right? Then you have BGS, who's giving us an idea of what it was like coming of age in the early 80s, maybe, you know? So all of these
60s and
brothers are,
70s.
I'm sorry?
BGS is a boomer, so he would understand what it was like coming up in the 70s, 60s, and
Coming up in the
70s.
70s, 60s and 70s, but like, but like
70s, 80s.
I'm
70s, 80s
51.
when he came of age, you know.
He was born in
But
59, 60s
I'm
and 80s.
51. So
okay,
Yeah,
Yeah, so
I,
his day would be 70s, 80s.
yeah.
that's
I
true.
finished
So
in the
His
70s.
heyday, 70s and 80s, but he also
mhm.
grew up in the
my
60s.
day would be right at 99 up until the 2000s.
Well, I graduated high 99 and 2000. Goddamn juvenile, you fucked my life up.
When did you
But
graduate? When did you graduate?
I
Oh my
came here in
God!
99 and
Wait,
2000 with a
Oh
here
my
thinking
God!
that,
You just
I
made somebody
graduated.
drop their baby just to dance to that song.
right?
Listen. Wait.
Go ahead,
Z,
go
when did
ahead.
you graduate? When did you graduate?
2005, 2005.
I graduated in 99.
Oh, you
I
see,
could have,
so that's
I could have
what I'm
graduated
saying.
'99, but I stayed one more year to wrestle.
I went in the
Uh,
military.
Oh, you
I went in
motherfucker.
the military at 89.
okay.
And you know what, man? That's why I tell people, go professor, you know, especially very young guys. I don't like
Which
to say,
branch?
I try not to disrespect them, but I tell them, I say, man, you know, just keep living. That's what I say. I don't disrespect and say, hey, man, because you're young, you're dumb. I don't do that type of thing.
No, we don't. You
No,
rarely hear
I didn't
that
mean
in
it
the
like that.
manosphere.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you hear it here, but
Mhm.
I mean it in context.
so in so many words, you'll find people like that. When I look at a brother like that, sometimes it could be he didn't even have a father at home, and that's why he's probably here to learn. You know,
Think about it. I'll give you a good example, and we'll end it off on this one. Truth has my cell phone number. Truth was asking me everything about girls to the point of how they react to things, how can you attract them, what should I have. I said, look, dude, and it's like, yep, we're still up, Aaron. And I said, look, which I don't mind. I actually thought it was actually humbled that he wanted to know my opinion. You should have at 19. You should have a stable, and it's not even really for just sexual purposes. It's really for getting to understand women and make sure each one of those women pay the tax. Your masculinity, and if it come down to it, your dick is not for free. Like I literally went out with a girl today. Didn't even go out, just ordered food and sat in the damn car because they had to carry out because it's fuck you COVID. Okay, fuck you COVID. This is like we always complain about women not being competitive to their men. This is the first time I meet her in person, and she has a gift bag. Like, okay, all this nice shit. Like, think about it. Is every experience I have with women are bad? Fuck no, far from it. It's just that one or two or maybe four experiences out of all the plethora of women I've been around are fucked up. You start to learn women nature. I said there's no way better to learn women's nature. It's just to hang around them when you have a stable. Guess what? If she wants to cry on your shoulder, she's got to pay for dinner. There has to be reciprocity. Yeah. If she wants to cry out to you about, oh, the guy that I wanted to see, oh, tell me more about it. She's taking the check away.
There.
Yes, the shoulder you cry on is the dick you ride on later. Yes, it's true.
Hysterical. I like that
and,
line.
and it's funny because when I told him this, I said, "You want to learn women at a faster rate? Have a stable. You don't have to screw all of them. If you choose to, hey, that's you. I'm not trying to tell. I don't condone people to be the Eric whoremonger, that I was, but this is the point. How do you learn women? You gotta be around them. Especially being an athlete, learn now how to deal with women because guess what? Let's say he does make it in the NFL or whatever league he wants. Guess what? A lot of these guys dealt with women because they were the star athletes. Now, women have the advantage because they have money. And they don't even, and they think that a fool and his money will soon be departed. So when you learn the women's behavior, you'll learn to see if she's there because of for you and your plans and your motives, or is she there for the money? You'll learn quicker. But guess what? The best way, and I also said, and here's the kicker: always keep them at arm's length. Never always be available. I don't care if your dick harder than a jail sentence. Sometimes you gotta tell her to go.
What?
Hey.
I'm still in that. You just got that shit just got taken right out your hands. Harder than a jail.
What was that? Repeat it one more time.
Like I said, dick hard. I said I don't care if your dick is harder than a jail sentence. Okay. God damn, a jail sentence playing with a Rubik's Cube. I don't care how hard that motherfucker is. Sometimes you gotta.
Sean, man, you crazy as hell, man. You crazy.
But I'm telling you, like, and that's what I mean about the manosphere, this space, especially the black space. Charles the one-liners. I don't think anybody got Charles on one-liners, bro. The one-liners. I don't know where Charles be pulling this shit from. Too much anime and motherfucking cartoons. But goddamn,
you bring the balance.
See, you gotta say it. The '80s had some of the best cartoons. You mean?
You gotta be quick with it.
You have any idea how me and Charles be vibe about this shit? And he got me on the side about that.
I tell you, man, you gotta be quick with it. And it's like I told him, I said, sometimes you gotta keep them at a far length. Why? Because when you do that, you're never available. A woman doesn't want something that's easily obtained. Why do you think she chases? Yes, that's a woman's nature. And then once you master that, okay, now you're on my. That's how you keep control. That's how you that's how you maintain your discipline. I mean, your shit.
Yes.
I mean, god damn. I mean, I don't care if your shit is harder than child support court. Just keep the. Sometimes you gotta have your shit.
Man,
I mean, sometimes you.
Hey, I didn't meet Charles' parents and be like, "Who made him like this?" Who made?
They'll tell you. We try to find. They be like, "Nigga, we try to find out." Shit.
Where the motherfucking genes come from? Where the bad motherfucking genes came from? I know that came from Daddy C. I know that came from Charles Senior, but from which side of his family did you get that from?
Probably more so my father.
Let me ask you a question, Gold Professor. So on your channel, you do have different black brothers from different countries, right? On there as well.
Anybody can.
No, I know that, but I'm saying that you recognize.
What do you mean recognize?
Like say for instance, you got Screwball here. He's in a different country. He's not from here. He's West African, and he's in Africa.
East African.
I'm sorry. Yeah, like me, I'm Nigerian and Dominican. Mrs. Z Haitian. You know.
Okay. I was born right here though.
See, and the thing is with us, we don't have the same experiences as some of the black men, but we are black men. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yes, sir.
But you know what the benefit of that is that we get to see everything across the diaspora. Then I had to correct my coworker. I said, "Well, you're telling me the black diaspora is different from the African?" I said, "Black Americans are different from Africans. Yes, we have different cultures."
I think so.
I said, "You got to remember." I said, "Till you realize our differences, there's no way you can see our similarities."
And I'll say this, Charles, to stress it. One of the things that annoy me the most, and since I was a kid, I don't, especially as an adult, now that I have my voice, I don't let nobody come out their mouth talking about Black Americans don't have no culture. Bro, I'm a Nazi about this shit. Like, it's crazy because I think that's just a cop out a lot of people like to
Mhm.
to use so that they don't acknowledge what has happened to ADOS, and especially they want to go off of their weird ass structure and regiment, so nobody really want to talk about what ADOS is suffering through and what's going on in this country when it comes to ADOS specifically. So they just chalk it
Mhm.
off to ADOS not having any culture or not having any discipline, and I'm like, eh, you can make a discipline argument, but you're not part of the group, so I think that's kind of a tribalist talking point. But
That's
the
nothing
whole
Tristan.
culture thing, yeah, the culture thing is not true. As a matter of fact, I would argue the most famous black culture on the planet right now is ADOS
Mhm.
culture, and I
And
would
and
say
and
that to anybody to their face.
and if you want to get to the discipline part, we're in a country surrounded by white folk. We have to be the most disciplined black on the planet to
Out of
fit to even
survival.
get a fucking job.
Well,
You have to be.
Yeah.
once again, we are battle tested, brother.
Mm-hmm.
We are the most battle tested. We're in the number one country in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So being that, we have been the number one battle tested.
But could I stress this too to go, Professor and to Charles? One of the biggest issues is not black people from the diaspora that stress this. It's ADOS people who feel a sense of not loneliness. What's the word I'm looking for?
Isolation.
They feel
Isolation.
isolation, and so they kind of reach out to brothers from, especially from the continent, in a way that's like almost like I don't have no parents type shit, and it irks me, and I don't know why it bothers me so much when I see ADOS brothers and sisters reaching for African culture in this weird ass like infantile, way.
It's
And
a sense of identity when you think about it,
yeah.
because they
Well,
don't know
I'm gonna
where
just
they
say
come from.
this. I'm gonna just
They
say
don't know.
this.
Oh, go ahead.
Uh,
Hmm.
when you are in a manufactured system,
Hmm.
I
culture,
like that word.
Hmm.
Manufactured.
Hmm.
you're in a manufactured culture,
Hmm.
we experience things. You see this when you have minor breaks to major breaks in
Hmm.
a culture. Well, you will see that the healing will develop into deformities.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
This is what we deal with.
Absolutely. And you're not
But
even
I
wrong.
want, for me at least, as a person who's not ADOS, I want ADOS to embrace this shit, just make it better. Like I keep on stressing, Charles heard me say this a million times. Black Americans are the most American Americans in America. And yes, there was slavery, and yes, Jim Crow, but the people that had to climb from the basement, not even the first floor. If you want to talk about the first floor, then you talk about the Irish and the Polish and whatever. But the people that had to climb from like negative level 10 are black ADOS. They had to fight for this country when they were still considered property. And so
Hey,
when you look at stuff like that, you got to think like these are the most American Americans,
Mr.
and
Z,
and
Yes,
I want.
man.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mr. Z, Mr.
Yes.
Z.
Hmm.
I don't want to hear you talk about what you're gonna do for a channel and why you don't have a channel, brother.
Let's do it.
Okay,
Got a
Don't
okay,
chat.
don't
okay.
If
don't
you
do
don't
that.
get a channel, if you don't get a channel with 2 months, we're kicking your ass, man.
Don't do that, brother.
You
Don't
know,
Shaw's
do that.
gonna
Z,
Shaw's gonna be on a plane to Miami on my ass.
And
yo,
my and
Z.
my new and my new Cocoa Bowl of nightsticks just came in the mail too.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
What?
don't do that, brother. You know,
No, Charles, please, Charles, don't do that. Don't do that, right? You gotta
But
understand,
when I
Haitians,
when
with
I
the
do
ass
open up my
whipping,
channel, like I said, I will have every black man on there so that we could
Hmm.
understand each other. I don't care what your lifestyle is, what walk of life you're from,
Hmm.
or
yes,
whatever, because you just can't make people be who you are. You
a
get what I'm
The
saying?
fellowship,
last,
And
and
we can't
speaking to what Nino is saying, the
we can't
last group
throw
of
people
people we
away.
really need to reach to.
We can't
Go
throw
ahead,
black
Nino. I'm cutting you off. I'm sorry.
we can't throw black people away. I don't care who the fuck you are. If you
Hmm.
are a respectable black man and you look like me, you talk like me, you walk like me, I'm not throwing you away. I don't care.
Hmm.
yeah.
I think
Once
we need to
again,
reach eventually, and it's gonna be this is gonna be the biggest battle, I would argue. Eventually, we're gonna have to make a gesture towards our LGBTQ brothers, and because what I'm seeing
Well,
that
hold on, hold
certain
on for a second.
elements.
Hold up.
Go
Let me
ahead.
say that
Hmm.
I don't like that LG. That's a white man shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't
Hmm.
trying to be funny. I don't
Hmm.
like that. You know, that's something that white people, and they don't even like black people in that community either.
Yeah,
So
that's
that's
true.
I'm
something
gonna tell you,
they.
and I'm gonna tell you one thing about that alphabet community.
Hmm.
I
See,
say alphabet.
the alphabet community, they're so indoctrinated that they think they're
Mm.
being prejudiced against their sexuality versus
Yeah,
their race.
yeah, and
See,
that's where I was going with it. Yep.
I told one guy who was gay. I said, "Where do you
Hmm.
find more prejudice, being gay or being black?"
Nigga
He
said
was
being
like,
gay.
"Being gay,"
I
and
knew it.
I said, "How to?" And I looked at him with the stain, and I was like, "Yo, how would I
That's
know you're gay
insane.
unless you're kissing or in a sexual act with a man?"
Yeah,
But
Hmm.
guess what?
I
A
don't even
mile away, but I could see from binoculars a mile away, and I could have preconceived notions about you just by the
Hmm.
color of your skin. Think about it.
Hmm.
And I like to quote Dr. Umar about this one. You're talking about the right to do a sexual act versus the right to be considered a human being.
Hmm.
That could never be equated nor equaled. They really, well, you want to talk about the antithesis, and this is no hatred towards anybody's sexuality. But if you want to tell the truth and the absolute truth, we're going to do that. Think
that's
about this. You're going to see, you want to talk about the antithesis of blackness is when you deny your blackness over your sexuality.
Yep.
Ain't that a bitch?
Hey, I'm gonna say I have this thing. Okay, so if you take two people, you take two.
We're not getting off anytime soon.
Apparently,
Apparently not.
The hell we
if you
not.
take two people, you take a Jewish guy
Hmm.
and a white guy. Listen, follow
I'm
me now.
listening. A Jewish guy and a white guy. Okay.
You have a Jewish guy and a white guy, right?
Uh-huh.
And well, the Jewish guy has his yarmulke on, right? The
Hmm.
white guy, the white guy. Now, what is the difference between them when you take the yarmulke off?
Not much.
They're both white guys.
They're both white guys. Okay, follow me now. You take a black guy and a black guy. One is homosexual, alphabet community.
Hmm.
I want you to get flagged, Charles.
Hmm.
One is a part of the alphabet community, and the other's not.
Hmm.
Now, before you, and they are a distance. They sitting across from each other. COVID style. Well, when you look at them, well, what are they?
Black.
Two black guys.
Hmm.
So the point is, you are acknowledged as a man, and we've been placed with the color thing, black, from a time. So you are a black guy when people look at you before they see your sexuality,
The
before they
reason
see
why I
your.
said what I said earlier is because, and this is going to what we're all saying after I made those statements, is the alphabet community, the brothers, they're being used as a weapon against us. Being used as a weapon against us by sisters and by white society. And that's why eventually we're going to have to reach out a hand to them and be like, y'all need to come over here. We don't care what y'all doing in your private time, because we're not going to let you be
Hold
used.
on, Mr. Z.
Because,
Hold
go
on,
ahead, go
Mr.
ahead.
Z. Hold on.
Hmm. Yep.
Okay, I get what you're saying,
Hmm.
but here's the problem.
Hmm.
When they take on the mindset of the indoctrination, and that
Hmm.
indoctrination means they have to work off what the agenda is, and their agenda
Hmm.
is they say, oh, I love a straight brother.
Hmm.
So when they say that,
Hmm.
that agenda is being implemented. They desire to bring you over to the dark side.
Hey,
Yeah,
I don't
I
want
see what you're
nothing
saying.
dealing with sex. I don't want to know nothing
You
about your
see,
lifestyle. I
Hmm.
see. I'm not the type dude that think automatically because you gay that you want me. Nah, it ain't
Hmm.
gonna happen like that. You gotta be more confident.
And
You do
see,
have those,
that's the problem.
let's take sex out the equation.
yeah, out of
And
the
I
Listen,
get
equation.
and
I mean,
I'll put it to you this way: what's the difference between a white guy, a regular Anglo-Saxon, and a Jewish guy? Ideology.
Mm.
right,
Hmm.
right.
What's the difference between a straight black guy, and an alphabet one, ideology.
Mm-hmm.
And the things they have in common, in common most of the time is drinking and smoking.
And guess what? Here's the crazy part about it.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing about it is they've elevated the black woman in such a way. Watch under this administration that
Mm-hmm.
the talks are going to come from black women into the gay black man.
Mm.
The same way you talk about it, I'm not poking at them because of their sexuality. I'm going to poke at them of how they're going to be used as the next buffer class,
Oh
either
yeah. Yep.
either replacing black women or along with them. Their ideology is because they know they're going to, well, we're a protected class. Wait a minute. How many of you were hung? How many of you were hung in military uniforms?
Mm-hmm.
How many
Yeah,
of
man.
you were told you can't drive? You can't come to these towns. You're protected. But yet, what has black men been a protected class? We've been the face of oppression, of the oppressed. Okay? See,
We're
this
that
is the
strange
part. This is the part where, let me see. Why haven't they looked after straight brothers? They got all the power politically. You know why? I'll answer that. Why would I look out for somebody who, if they're not oppressed, I'm next?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm
Think
trying to
about that.
understand this. What is it? I'm trying to get this.
He said, nah. He was saying, nah. And then he said, why haven't they looked after straight brothers? They got all the political power. So, put it to you this way. I might got some YouTube in the background. But, see, this is the part that you got to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Military science says, why would I take care of somebody who's oppressed? Because if they weren't oppressed, I would be the target.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to think about it. They fit to. They look what just happened under these administrations.
Mm.
The alphabet community is now a double minority.
Mm-hmm. And if you're a woman, you're triple because you're black, a woman, and LGBT. Excuse me, and alphabet. Yep.
My thing is with that whole situation with that man is that I'm not gonna give you a fucking pat on the back just because you are gay. You know what I'm saying? One thing about it, I'm gonna treat you just like I treat any other brother up in here that's a brother. But I don't need to know anything about what you do in your bedroom or any of that. We ain't gonna have no lusting after each other. Ain't gonna be none of that. You know what I'm saying?
And then here's the crazy part. I'm glad you said that. Here's the crazy part. They try to make black men like we're homophobic. As a matter of fact, we never really bothered the gay guys in high school. A lot of straight guys actually protected them from being bullied, but you will never hear black men playing the hero unless it's fucking filmed with 1,000 white people coming at you. And they will still try to make you the fucking coward. They will.
Well, once again,
go ahead.
Well, once again, when you are the epitome of justice, either they're gonna be with you or they're gonna work to destroy you. This is a fact. There's no middle. I'm trying to tell you.
But go, Professor. There are a lot of them that said that, you know, and these are the brothers who look straight, act straight. And I hate the word acting straight because, but that's what it is. But they gay, you know, and they have said that, hey man, you know what? For so long we have, we don't put our sexuality out off on, you know, straight dudes or anything like that. But for so long, just as a black man alone, we have fought in the protests with them. But when stuff happened to us, just not talking on no feminine shit, just, you know, regular you being who you are, they never looked out for them. That's their concern.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, no, I've heard them say that. No, what you're saying is right, Nino. I've heard that before also.
That's a number one. I can always disprove that. They forgot about James Baldwin.
Right.
They forgot. Like, what the fuck?
Baynard Rushton that's the next brother, right? Yeah.
Like, so some of the most prominent civil rights leaders we had at forefront were gay. God damn. Like, like once again, I've
Especially
seen brothers
Baldwin.
come. I've
We're
seen
fans of
brothers.
his.
I've seen brothers
Mhm.
actually stop other brothers from picking on gay guys, black gay guys. Like, yo,
Mhm.
leave him alone. He cool. He don't bother anybody. You want to
Exactly.
fight
Don't
somebody,
bother
fight
nobody.
me. But yet, but when it comes time when you get the political power, how many come back and say, you know what? These brothers protected me with their lives.
Well, it's something about the human mind, Charles, that we focus so much on the people that did us wrong. So yes, he might have been saved by one or two black men, but he's so um um focused and stuck on the people that bullied him that becomes the test. That's the group of people that he
That
focuses
that
on. And
becomes
you
But
see
that
but
that with
my
becomes
everything.
but my
that
thing is
becomes his life mission.
but my thing is to, in order for you to join this space, regardless to what your sexuality is, you
Mhm.
got to be a strong man, because at the end of the day, you still a man. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? I don't want to be, I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't want the type guys in here that's going to be crying about, oh, they did me wrong because I'm gay. Fuck that shit. You a man. We don't care about what you do sexually. You're not going to get a pat on the back for being.
Nino, what you said was funny as hell. I don't think you understood. Double entendre.
Nino,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
when
think
he
I know
said
what
when he
you're trying
said
to
fuck
say.
that shit, I was like, I don't know if that's the phrase you want to use, Nino.
Nino, I think I know what you're trying to say. Nino, excuse me. Nino,
Go ahead.
Nino, I think I know what you're trying to say. You mean you don't
Yeah.
want nobody coming in here with a victim complex and
Yeah,
such?
that's exactly.
Yeah. I don't want
Miss-
A
that.
victim,
And I don't
and
want,
Mr. Watts and
because
Mr.
we got
Watts,
too much
thank
of
you for
that
the
shit out in
Cash
the
App
world these
support.
days.
and I
Woo!
don't,
Thank you
and I
for the
don't,
Cash App
and I
support.
don't want nobody stupid coming in who worried about, okay, this guy over here sexuality. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's one brother that's a leader. I'm not gonna lie. He's in the black space, and
Mm-hmm.
he talks very well. And you would never know that he has a same gender loving type situation. He said, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about black people first. You
Yeah, but
don't
Mm-hmm.
that's
focus
his
on
personal
that.
business.
I
That's his
forgot
personal
his
business.
name, man, but he's really cool as hell. He's
And
smarter
I
than
can
any.
and I can actually respect that because
Yeah.
that's what. Number one, a lot of us we're shamed for putting our heterosexuality out there. Okay?
Say that.
Oh, you're sexually exploiting us. Bitch,
Mm-hmm.
we never, I had to tell my own coworker. Did we, I'm like, I had to catch myself from calling her a bitch, man. I was a bit,
Probably liked it.
I had to catch myself for almost calling her a bitch, man. And I'm like, because she said some disingenuous shit. Like, I had to catch
Mm-hmm.
myself, like, man, did we ever make y'all fucking twerk in the middle of the street? Was there a man in Atlanta who had a fucking restaurant? Did he encourage twerking, or did he said stop fucking twerking on my tables?
Texas.
Oh, I'm sorry, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
wait a minute, y'all took horror culture and galvanized it. Well, what about the
Mm-hmm.
pimps? Guess what? Nobody said. I'm pretty sure Luther Campbell did not put
Uh-oh.
guns to your head and say you're gonna dance all kinds of ways in my videos. They went down in droves when they found out he was making a video just to shake
Mm-hmm.
your asses. These chicks are grandmothers now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, on a
Yes,
side
you're
note,
not.
I met Uncle Luke. That dude is big. That like Uncle Luke, that nigga's big, like 6'3". God damn. Anyway, keep
He's
going.
my
I'm sorry,
height?
Charles.
Yeah.
No, that nigga's tall. He's like 6'2", 6'3". Yeah, that nigga. Yeah,
No, you gotta
and
be
he's like
taller than
he's
that.
not a little brother. That's a big
Wait,
ass
how tall?
nigga.
Z,
Like
how tall are you?
6'2", 6'3". I met him in real life.
Mm-hmm.
No, you.
Like
How
Yeah,
tall are you?
it's
I'm 5'9".
Z, how tall are you?
it's fun.
5'9", 5'9".
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
man.
right.
Like I just said, man. You
All right.
know,
I'm about
I
6'2",
really
6'3"
don't
myself.
care.
Mm-hmm.
If you DL, you buy, you what? I don't need to know it. I don't care. I just don't care about it. You know, it's just all
Yeah,
about
me neither.
you doing what you need to do in the black uh, spaces
Mm-hmm.
that helps us, because you do have some brothers that don't identify with the rainbow community or the alphabet
Mm-hmm.
community. They're just regular dudes. you know,
Mm.
and they're
They know
scared
the
to really
bullshit
come
is,
out and
so they
say
put bullshit in it.
they're scared to really come out and say this kind of thing on platforms like this, because then there would be the focus from the ignorant brother who don't understand. He claimed not to understand, because I figure this way: if you are so straight yourself, why are you so worried about what's going on
Yeah.
with your
Why
brother?
you so invested? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know,
because guess what?
you can't make him straight. He gonna be who the fuck he is.
Because guess what? At the end of the day, look, are you here to get business done, or you here to take away from the purpose? And that's what the question needs to be asked. Are
Mhm.
you here to get shit done? Because guess what? When the time comes, they're not going to be prejudiced towards your sexuality. Hell, they
Mhm.
galvanize that. They're going to be prejudiced against your skin color. Think
Hey,
about
Yeah.
it.
hey, look. Either we in the foxhole, whether ready to fight or we're not.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
exactly.
saying?
You're getting
Trust
the
me.
business. You're
Trust
getting
me.
the business done, or you're not.
And
Like
Yeah.
trust me, you got a lot of them that can fight too.
yeah.
Either
They've been
your
fighting
math
all their
is
life,
correct,
literally.
either your
They're
math
battle
is correct,
tested. They're battle
either your
tested.
math is correct or your math is incorrect.
Yeah.
There's no middle.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hell, I mean,
you guys have kept me. I've been trying to leave the broad.
The ball is on around. The ball and chain is around your leg.
I know, right?
they should have never gave you niggas
It
YouTube.
never should have. How a damn Charles you be should have never gave you niggas money.
No, Charles, you said it wrong. You said it wrong. If you remember, there was a young princess up in London who used to say it best. She said, "They shouldn't have given you ashy blokes YouTube."
Oh man, we need to. Oh, we need her back, man. We need her back.
Hey, by the way, speaking of which, Charles, whatever
Yes,
happened to
sir.
Cat? Whatever happened to Cat down in Louisiana?
Oh, she's still there.
You still there? Because you still got hung up on her. You like what's his name? You like no, sorry. You like Isaac Hayes? You know, hung up on my baby. You know.
Oh no, I never hung up on a woman. There's too many of them out there.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's one thing. The only thing get hung up in my house are
Fuck with her like
posters.
Sammy Davis Jr. though.
Hey, you know what? I'm thinking about it. I think Nino is the catalyst in keeping me up here. You know, because I've been trying to bounce. Hey, go professor, go professor. I got a question for you, brother.
You know what? I'm trying. I'm cutting the lights on. I'm putting the mop buckets out. You know, I got the bouncers escorting people. He's the DJ. Hold up. One more time. And that club music.
Hey,
I know, right?
you know at the end when they play R&B music, Nino be like, "Yeah, play that Jagged Edge one more time. Wait. Wait. Boys come in.
Trust me, I said what I had to say, and it's a good point, you know, because I just think, man, that's what makes your show even more exciting, you know.
Oh yeah.
People, they ain't. It's just like I'm a part of a fraternity.
Oh yeah. Oh definitely.
It don't mean that because
let's go.
I'm a part of a fraternity, but because
go.
Oh yeah. What makes it entertaining is that you never know what the fuck you're gonna say.
There you go.
I'm just wondering. I haven't gotten any trolls. I haven't gotten any chicks who wanted to challenge me on shit. I'm just like, damn it, did I scare them all away?
I was about to say yes.
That's because you're multifaceted. You're multifaceted.
Right.
Charles,
talking about that.
I have yet to receive that. I mean, you know, they are when they see the discipline and how you will check them on it. Well, then they don't want to really. Because then they have to check themselves on how what we're talking about, their behavior.
Well, that's true.
I'll tell you one thing. There was a person, not gonna say the gender or the name. If you're smart, you'll figure it out. Just don't say it.
Okay.
That person.
No name dropping, Z. Not like last time.
No. That person.
I won't.
Would get upset on my panels, and I would take them down. And I told them, why do you have me blocked? If you want to speak to me, you got to pay me. Yeah, and they
Yeah.
pay me, and
I,
they had noticed if they wanted to waste their money off of a 2-second conversation, they behave themselves very well. If you're
yeah.
smart, you know who it is. Don't
Yeah.
put it. Don't put their name in the comments. Don't say their name. But you know,
Yeah.
I am the
Yeah.
type of person who will be like, I don't waste my time arguing with you. I'm gonna treat you like, if you really want to see me in quintessential shit, I don't even argue with people. I'll be like, dude, I'm the fucking police. Do what I say, get citation, or get arrested. That's
Hey, you
it.
know what? I want to tell you, I don't fear. I have no fear of the police. You know what I fear? Is that daggone ticket, man.
Well, go, Professor. Go, Professor.
Yeah.
One thing for sure, California gonna make their money when it comes.
Yes, sir.
They ain't gonna arrest you. They're not gonna arrest you because they don't want you arrested. They're gonna make their damn money off tolls, tickets.
Yes, sir.
It's two things it's two bad things in California. You public restrooms, they're not gonna let you use them. They don't have mirrors inside the men's restroom, and yeah, they don't.
No mirrors.
Because you can use that mirror as a weapon. You could punch it and stab somebody with the glass. So they stop that. And then on top of that,
Oh, I thought because the whole that George Michael shit. That's why you keep the men's
parking. Parking is number one thing. Parking and tolls.
I'll tell you one thing about it, man. I'll say this. People just be like, no, I'll fight the police. No. As soon as you give that ass a ticket, they fucking hitting like Phil Perry high notes. Like, like,
hey, look,
trust me, people get real humble when the tow truck come out.
Hey, that ticket. Hey, I once again, I have no fear of police, but when they go to talking about that ticket, I'll be like, man, come on, man. Come on, brother.
And guess what, y'all? If y'all don't pay it, guess what? They're gonna get you at the end of the year during tax time.
Yeah. That daggone ticket, man. Hey, I'm at my best. I'm at my best behavior. I don't want that ticket. I just don't.
I don't blame you.
Hey, look. I had parked in the loading zone or something like that for a hot minute. I came back out
all day. We're gonna be at this all day long.
I'm about to jump off. Actually, I gotta start getting ready because my girlfriend wants me to try this new black restaurant. So I'm gonna jump off. But once again, it's good talking to y'all. Charles, once again, great topic. Go, Professor. I'm gonna try to hurry up and create that channel because I ain't trying to come out my door one day and just see Charles and y'all. I'm just standing there with bats and clubs and shit.
Put your information in the back chat so that I can have yours because I want to interview you.
Okay. I'm putting it right now. I'll send you my email right now.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I better get out of here. Charles.
But when
all right, y'all.
When I came back out, the brother was putting a ticket on my ride, right? And it wasn't nothing I could say. I parked this way, but I was like, oh man, I got the ticket, right? He's like, yeah, brother, you can't park here. I couldn't. There wasn't no way around it. I just had to eat that. I've had many parking tickets, right? But but the point is, I'd rather have a parking ticket than a moving citation ticket, right? And I'm on my best behavior when it comes to, fight. Hey, I come on, man. I just don't need that ticket.
You know what they'll do too? The meter maid be right around the corner watching to see if you're gonna park there. San Francisco, LA, all those places are horrible with parking. That's why so many people ride the subway.
Yeah.
Or the train. Excuse me, Charles.
Yep.
Well,
I'll
But
catch
look,
you
man, it's
later.
been
I'm
real.
gonna
I
get my
can't wait.
rematch. Oh yeah, dig it.
Go, Professor. I'm out of here, man. I'll see you later, brother. And Charles,
Oh
I'll see
man.
you later.
Oh man. Woo.
I enjoyed this here.
Oh man, this is too funny. Thank you once again, Mr. Watts, for the cash app. Woo.
Look, you might probably want to stay a little bit longer. They paying now.
Oh man, I might, but god damn it, I want to fall asleep on your asses.
Oh no, go on and go to sleep, man. And I know because you've been up all night, you probably won't do another one in 2 days.
Oh no, I might do one some like late afternoon. Sunday.
I
I
tell you what,
probably
do it in the middle of the night, Charles, like you did before.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stay in the
See,
bed all day too, and then I'll get up later.
but you
yeah.
gotta understand. But you gotta understand that you
I'm gonna
have to
bounce out
handle
too.
it too cold to hold. Yeah.
I'm gonna bounce out too, man. Hey, I appreciate your time and energy to the panel and everybody in the chat, man. I'm thankful for you guys blessing me with your presence. Let me bless
Woo.
you.
And put your channel link in the chat so everybody can go to you.
I'm on my phone, so I can't.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone the whole time. I'm posting shit. But guess what?
Man, I don't understand
If
how y'all do that. I'm
what's the name? And what's the name of your channel was the Gold Professor, right?
Just gold professor, brother. You know, just
Okay.
gold professor.
Look, do a brother a favor. I need everybody who's not subscribed to the Gold Professor do that shit now.
I thank you, brother. I thank you.
and
Humbly.
everybody that
And
just
trust.
came in, y'all need to like this channel too.
Whew,
Yeah.
because
And
god
hit the
damn.
cash app. And hit the cash app.
Hit that blessed cash app, please.
Yeah, hit the
Guess what?
cash app.
A brother gonna need some good old shit because Monday at 3, I got my little surgery. Well, it ain't little because I gotta fix 2 fractures, but I gotta fix my surgery so your boy gonna have his foot up, and this time not in somebody's ass.
Hey, Charles, what about that sergeant's test? Did you pass it or did you take it?
Well, word on the street is there's 3 positions up, and I'm next in line to get promoted, so we shall see.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, pour out some libations, pray to the ancestors, and let's see a boy. Let's hear a time when I have to tell you. You can't call me Officer Faulkner anymore. It's Sergeant. That would be such a lovely day, wouldn't it?
Hey, yeah, we know what your accolade is. It's officer of the daggone law, explicitly said.
Explicitly.
Explicitly
Added.
said.
Woo! Thank you
Yes,
for the
sir.
love. Thank you for the
Yes, sir.
support, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon.
Yes,
Woo!
sir.
And good night.
All
Be
right.
safe out there.
Peace.
Peace.